Section 1 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons, Section 1. Saint Augustine. The Confessions of St. Augustine are the first autobiography, and they have this to distinguish them from all other autobiographies, that they are addressed directly to God. Rousseau's unburdening of himself is the last, most effectual manifestation of that nervous, defiant consciousness of other people which haunted him all his life. He felt that all the men and women whom he passed on his way through the world were at watch upon him, and mostly with no very favorable intentions. The exasperation of all those eyes fixed upon him, the absorbing, the protesting self-consciousness which they called forth in him, drove him, in spite of himself, to set about explaining himself to other people, to the world in general. His anxiety to explain, not to justify himself, was after all a kind of cowardice before his own conscience. He felt the silent voices within him too acutely to keep silence. Cellini wrote his autobiography because he heard within him such trumpeting voices of praise, exultation, and the supreme satisfaction of a violent man who has conceived himself to be always in the right, that it shocked him to think of going down into his grave without having made the whole world hear those voices. He hurls at you this book of his own deeds, that it may smite you into acquiescent admiration. Casanova, at the end of a long life in which he had tasted all the forbidden fruits of the earth, with a simplicity of pleasure, in which the sense of their being forbidden was only the least of their abounding flavors, looked back upon his past self with a slightly pathetic admiration, and set himself to go all over those successful adventures, in love and in other arts, firstly in order that he might be amused by recalling them, and then because he thought the record would do him credit. He neither intrudes himself as a model, nor acknowledges that he was very often in the wrong. Always passionate after sensations, and for their own sake, the writing of an autobiography was the last almost active sensation that was left to him, and he accepted it energetically. Probably St. Augustine first conceived of the writing of an autobiography as a kind of penance, which might be fruitful also to others. By its form, it challenges the slight difficulty that it appears to be telling God what God knew already. But that is the difficulty which every prayer also challenges. To those we love, are we not fond of telling many things about ourselves which they know already? A prayer, such confessions as these, are addressed to God by one of those subterfuges by which it is necessary to approach the unseen and infinite under at least a disguise of mortality. And the whole book, as no other such book has ever been, is lyrical. This prose, so simple, so familiar, has in it the exaltation of poetry. It can pass, without a change of tone, from the boy's stealing of pears. If aught of those pears came within my mouth, what sweetened it was the sin, to a tender human affection, and now he lives in Abraham's bosom, whatever that be which is signified by that bosom, there lives my Nebridius, my sweet friend. And from that to the saint's rare last ecstasy. And sometimes thou admittest me to an affection very unusual in my inmost soul, rising to a strange sweetness, which, if it were perfected in me, I know not what in it would not belong to the life to come. And even self-analysis, of which there is so much, becoming at times a kind of mathematics, even those metaphysical subtleties which seem to sharpen thought upon thought to an almost invisible fineness of edge, become also lyrical, interpenetrated as they are with this sense of the divine. To St. Augustine, all life is seen only in its relation to the divine. Looked at from any other side, it has no meaning, and looked at even with this light upon it is but for the most part seen as a blundering in the dark, a wandering from the right path. In so far as it is natural, it is evil. In so far as it is corrected by divine grace, it leaves the human actors in it without merit, since all virtue is God's, though all vice is man's. This conception of life is certainly valuable in giving harmony to the book, presenting as it does a sort of background. It brings with it a very impressive kind of symbolism into its record of actual facts, to all of which it gives a value, not in themselves, if you please to put it so, or perhaps more properly, their essential value. When nothing which happens except under God's direct responsibility, when nothing is said which is not one of your lines in the drama which is being played, not so much by as through you, there can be no exteriorities. Nothing can be trivial in a record of life so conceived. And this point of view also helps the writer to keep all his details in proportion. The autobiographer's usual fault, artistically at least, being an inordinate valuation of small concerns, because they happen to him. To St. Augustine, while not the smallest human event is without significance in its relation to eternity, not the greatest human event is of importance in its relation to time, and his own share in it would but induce a special, it may seem an exaggerated, humility on his part. Thus, speaking of his early studies, his triumphs in them, not without a certain naivete, whatever was written, either in rhetoric or logic, geometry, music, and arithmetic, by myself without much difficulty or any instruction, I understood, thou knowest, O Lord my God, because both quickness and understanding and acuteness in discerning is thy gift. Or again, speaking of the youthful excellences, excellently hadst thou made him, of that son who was the son of his beloved mistress, I had no part in that boy, but the sin. Intellectual pride one sees in him, indeed, at all times by the very force with which it is repressed into humility. And in all that relates to that mistress, in the famous cry, "Give me chastity, but not yet," in all those insurgent memories of these various and shadowy loves, we see the force of the flesh in one who lived always with so passionate a life, alike of the spirit and the senses. Now, recalling what was sinful in him in his confessions to God, he is reluctant to allow any value to the most honorable of human sentiments, to so much as forgive the most estimable of human weaknesses. And now, Lord, in writing I confess it unto thee. Read it who will, and interpret it how he will, and if any find sin therein, that I wept my mother for a small portion of an hour, the mother who for the time was dead to mine eyes, who had for many years wept for me, that I might live in thine eyes, let him not deride me, but rather, if he be one of large charity, let him weep for himself for my sins unto thee, the Father of all the brethren of thy Christ. And yet it is of this mother that he writes his most tender, his most beautiful pages. The day was now approaching whereon she was to depart this life, which day thou well knewest, we knew not. It came to pass, thyself, as I believe, by thy secret ways so ordering it, that she and I stood alone, leaning in a certain window, which looked into the garden of the house where we now lay, at Ostia. It is not often that memory in him is so careful of the images of earth and water and air as to call up these delicate pictures. They too had become for him among the desirable things which are to be renounced for a more desirable thing. That sense of the divine in life, and specially of the miracles which happen a certain number of times in every existence, the moments which alone count in the soul's summing up of itself, St. Augustine has rendered with such significance, with such an absolute wiping out from the memory of everything else, just because he has come to that, it might seem, somewhat arid point of spiritual ascent. That famous moment of the Tolle Léger, I cast myself down, I know not how, under a certain fig tree, giving full vent to my tears, when lo, I heard from a neighbouring house a voice, as of boy or girl, I know not, chanting and oft repeating, take up and read, take up and read. The bishop's word to Monica, as if it had sounded from heaven, it is not possible that the son of those tears should perish. The beggar-man joking and joyous in the streets of Milan, it is by these apparently trifling, these all-significant moments that his narrative moves with a more reticent and effective symbolism than any other narrative known to me. They are the moments in which the soul has really lived or has really seen, and the rest of life may well be a blindness and a troubled coming and going. I said that the height from which St. Augustine apprehends these truths may seem a somewhat arid one. That is perhaps only because it is nearer the sky, more directly bathed in what he calls beautifully this queen of colours, the light. There is a passage in the 10th book which may almost be called a kind of aesthetics. They are aesthetics indeed of renunciation, but a renunciation of the many beauties for the one beauty, which shall contain as well as eclipse them, because those beautiful patterns which through men's souls are conveyed into their cunning hands come from that beauty which is above our souls. And it is not a renunciation by one who had never enjoyed what he renounces, or feels himself even now quite safe from certain forms of its seduction. He is troubled especially by the fear that those melodies which thy words breathe soul into when sung with a sweet and attuned voice may come to move him more with the voice than with the words sung. Yet how graciously he speaks of music, allowing that the several affections of our spirit, by a sweet variety, have their own proper measures in the voice and singing, by some hidden correspondence wherewith they are stirred up. It is precisely because he feels so intimately the beauty of all things human, though it were but a dog coursing in the field, a lizard catching flies, that he desires to pass through these to that passionate contemplation which is the desire of all seekers after the absolute, and which for him is God. He asks of all the powers of the earth. My questioning them was my thoughts on them, and their form of beauty gave the answer. And by how concrete a series of images does he strive to express the inexpressible in that passage of pure poetry on the love of God. But what do I love when I love thee? Not beauty of bodies, nor the fair harmony of time, nor the brightness of the light, so gladsome to our eyes, nor sweet melodies of varied songs, nor the fragrant smell of flowers and ointments and spices, not manna and honey, not limbs acceptable to embracements of flesh. None of these I love when I love my God, and yet I love a kind of light and melody and fragrance and meat and embracement when I love my God, the light, melody, fragrance, meat, embracement of my inner man, where there shineth unto my soul what space cannot contain, and there soundeth what time beareth not away, and there smelleth what breathing disperseth not, and there tasteth what eating diminisheth not, and there clingeth what satiety divorceth not. This is it which I love when I love my God. Mentioning in his Confessions only such things as he conceives to be of import to God, it happens naturally that St. Augustine leaves unsaid many things that would have interested most men, perhaps more. What then have I to do with men that they should hear my confessions as if they could heal my infirmities? A race curious to know the lives of others, slothful to amend their own, finding indeed many significant mentions of things and books and persons, Faustus the Manichee, the Hortensius of Cicero, the theatre. We shall find little pasture here for our antiquarian, our purely curious researches. We shall not even find all that we might care to know in St. Augustine himself, of the surface of the mind's action, which we call character, or the surface emotions, which we call temperament. Here is a soul, one of the supreme souls of humanity, speaking directly to that supreme soul, which it has apprehended outside humanity. Be sure that if it forgets many things which you who overhear would like it to have remembered, it will remember everything which it is important to remember, everything which the recording angel, who is the soul's finer criticism of itself, has already inscribed in the book of the Last Judgment. 1897. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons. Section 2, Charles Lamb. There is something a little accidental about all Lamb's finest work. Poetry he seriously tried to write, and plays and stories, but the supreme criticism of the specimens of English dramatic poets arose out of the casual habit of setting down an opinion of an extract just copied into one's notebook and the book itself, because, he said, the book is such as I am glad there should be. The beginnings of his miscellaneous prose are due to the ferreting of Coleridge. He ferrets me day and night, Lamb complains to Manning in 1800, to do something. He tends me, amidst all his own worrying and heart-oppressing occupations, as a gardener tends his young tulip. He has lugged me to the brink of engaging to a newspaper, and has suggested to me for a first plan the forgery of a supposed manuscript of Burton, the anatomist of melancholy, which was done, in the consummate way we know, and led in its turn to all the rest of the prose. And Barry Cornwall tells us that he was almost teased into writing the Elia essays. He had begun, indeed, deliberately with a story, as personal really as the poems, but unlike them, set too far from himself in subject, and tangled with circumstances outside his knowledge. He wrote Rosamund Gray before he was 23, and in that lovely thing, as Shelley called it, we see most of the merits and defects of his early poetry. It is a story which is hardly a story at all, told by comment, evasion, and recurrence, by little images, recollections, and circumstances of past pleasures or distresses, with something vague and yet precise, like a dream partially remembered. Here and there is the creation of a mood, a moment, almost like Coleridge's in The Ancient Mariner, but these flicker and go out. The style would be laughable in its simplicity if there were not in it some almost awing touch of innocence, some hint of that divine goodness which, in Lamb, needed the relief and savor of the latter frankishness to sharpen out the insipidity. There is already a sense of what is tragic and endearing in the earthly existence, though no skill as yet in presenting it. And the moral of it is surely one of the morals or messages of Elia. God has built a brave world, but methinks he has left his creatures to bustle in it how they may. Lamb had no sense of narrative, or rather, he cared in a story only for the moments when it seemed to double upon itself and turn into irony. All his attempts to write for the stage, where his dialogue might have been so telling, were foiled by his inability to bring three together on the stage at once, as he confessed in a letter to Mrs. Shelley. They are so shy with me that I can get no more than two, and there they stand till it is the time, without being the season, to withdraw them. Narrative he could manage only when it was prepared for him by another, as in the tales from Shakespeare and the adventures of Ulysses. Even in Mrs. Leicester's school, where he came nearest to success in a plain narrative, the three stories, as stories, have less than the almost perfect art of the best of Mary Lamb's Of Father's Wedding Day, which Landor, with wholly pardonable exaggeration, called, with the sole exception of The Bride of Lammermoor, the most beautiful tale in prose composition in any language, ancient or modern. There is something of an incomparable kind of storytelling in most of the best essays of Elia, but it is a kind which he had to find out by accident and experiment for himself, and chiefly through letter writing. Us dramatic geniuses, he speaks of in a letter to Manning, against the taking of all words in a literal sense, and it was this wry dramatic genius in him that was, after all, the quintessential part of himself. Truth, he says in his letter, is one and poor, like the cruse of Elijah's widow. Imagination is the bold face that multiplies its oil, and thou, the old cracked pipkin, that could not believe it could be put to such purposes. It was to his correspondence, indeed, to the excitement of their wakeful friendship, that he owes more perhaps than the mere materials of his miracles. To be wholly himself, Lamb had to hide himself under some disguise, a name, Elia, taken literally as a pen name, or some more roundabout borrowing, as of an old fierce critic's, Joseph Riston's, to heighten and soften the energy of marginal annotations on a pedant scholar. In the letter in which he announces the first essays of Elia, he writes to Baron Field, "You shall soon have a tissue of truth and fiction, impossible to be extricated. The interleavings shall be so delicate, the partitions perfectly invisible." The correspondents were already accustomed to this heavenly mingle. Few of the letters, those works of nature, and almost more wonderful than works of art, are to be taken on oath. Those elaborate lies which ramify through them into patterns of sober-seeming truth are in anticipation, and were of the nature of a preliminary practice for the innocent and avowed fiction of the essays. What began in mischief ends in art. "I am out of the world of readers," Lamb wrote to Coleridge. "I hate all that do read, for they read nothing but reviews and new books. I gather myself up into the old things. I am jealous for the actors who pleased my youth," he says elsewhere. And again, "For me, I do not know whether a constitutional imbecility does not incline me too obstinately to cling to the remembrances of childhood. In an inverted ratio to the usual sentiment of mankind, nothing that I have been engaged in since seems of any value or importance compared to the colors which imagination gave to everything then." In Lamb, this love of old things, this willing reoccurrence to childhood, was the form in which imagination came to him. He is the grown-up child of letters, and he preserves all through his life that child's attitude of wonder before this good world, which he knows, which was created so lovely beyond his deservings. He loves the old, the accustomed, the things that people have had about them since they could remember. "I am in love," he says in the most profoundly serious of his essays, "with this green earth, the face of town and country, and the sweet security of streets." He was a man to whom mere living had zest enough to make up for everything that was contrary in the world. His life was tragic, but not unhappy. Happiness came to him out of the little things that meant nothing to others, or were not so much as seen by them. He had a genius for living, and his genius for writing was only a part of it, the part which he left to others to remember him by. Lamb's religion, says Pater, was the religion of men of letters, religion as understood by the soberer men of letters in the last century. And Hood says of him, as he was in spirit an old author, so was he in faith an ancient Christian. He himself tells Coleridge that he has a taste for religion rather than a strong religious habit. And later in life writes to a friend, much of my seriousness has gone off. On this, as on other subjects, he grew shyer, withdrew more into himself, but to me it seems that a mood of religion was permanent with him. Such religion as I have, he said, has always acted on me more by way of sentiment than argumentative process, and we find him preferring churches when they are empty, as many really religious people have done. To Lamb, religion was a part of human feeling, or a kindly shadow over it. He would have thrust his way into no mysteries, and it was not likely, or with anything but a strange, complexioned kind of gratitude, that he asked sun and sky and breeze, and solitary walks, and summer holidays, and the greenness of fields, and the delicious juices of meats and fishes, and society in the cheerful glass, and candlelight, and fireside conversations, and innocent vanities, and jests, and irony itself. Do these things go out with life? It was what I call Lamb's religion that helped him to enjoy life so humbly, heartily, and delicately, and to give to others the sensation of all that is most enjoyable in the things about us. It may be said of him, as he says of the fox in the fable, he was an adept in that species of moral alchemy which turns everything into gold. And this moral alchemy of his was no reasoned and arguable optimism, but a spirit of youth in everything, an irrational casuistical matter of lie, persistence in the face of all logic, experience and sober judgment, an upsetting of truth grown tedious and custom gone stale, and for a truth of the letter it substituted a new, valiant truth of the spirit, for dead things, living ideas, and gave birth to the most religious sentiment of which man is capable, grateful joy. Among the innumerable objects and occasions of joy which Lamb found laid out before him at the world's feasts, books were certainly one of the most precious, and after books came pictures. What any man can write, surely I may read, he says to Wordsworth of Carlyle on Job, 6 folios. I like books about books, he confesses, the test of the book lover. I love, he says, to lose myself in other men's minds. When I am not walking, I am reading. I cannot sit and think. Books think for me. He was the finest of all readers, far more instant than Coleridge, not to be taken unawares by a Blake. I must look on him as one of the most extraordinary persons of the age, he says of him, on but a slight and partial acquaintance. Or by Wordsworth, when the lyrical ballads are confusing all judgments, and he can pick out at sight, she dwelt among the untrodden ways, as the best piece in it, and can define precisely the defect of much of the book. In one of those incomparable letters of escape to Manning, it is full of original thought, but it does not often make you laugh or cry. It too artfully aims at simplicity of expression. I choose these instances because the final test of a critic is in his reception of contemporary work, and Lamb must have found it much easier to be right before everyone else about Webster and Ford and Cyril Tourneur than to be the accurate critic that he was of Coleridge. At the very time when he was under the whiff and wind of Coleridge's influence, and in writing of pictures, though his knowledge is not so great, nor his instinct so wholly according to knowledge, he can write as no one has ever written in praise of Titan, so that his very finest sentence describes a picture of Titan, and can instantly detect and minutely expose the swollen contemporary delusions of a would-be Michelangelo, the portentous Martin. Then there were the theatres, which Lamb loved next to books. There has been no criticism of acting in English like Lamb's, so fundamental, so intimate and elucidating. His style becomes quintessential when he speaks of the stage, as in that tiny masterpiece on the acting of Munden, which ends the book of Elia, with its great close, the Beethoven soft wondering close. After all the surges, he understands a leg of mutton in its quiddity. He stands wondering amid the commonplace materials of life, like primeval man, with the sun and stars about him. He is equally certain of Shakespeare, of Congreve, and of Miss Kelly. When he defines the actors, his pen seems to be plucked by the very wires that work the puppets. And it is not merely because he was in love with Miss Kelly that he can write of her acting like this. In other words that might apply with something of a truth to himself. He has been saying of Miss Jordan that she seemed one whom care could not come near, a privileged being sent to teach mankind what it most wants, joyousness. Then he goes on, this latter, ladies, is the joy of a freed spirit, escaping from care as a bird that had been limed. Her smiles, if I may use the expression, seemed saved out of the fire, relics which a good and innocent heart had snatched up as a most portable. Her contents are visitors, not inmates. She can lay them by altogether, and when she does so, I am not so sure that she is not the greatest. Is not this, with all its precise goodness, the rarest poetry of prose, a poetry made up of no political epithets, no fanciful smiles, but of imagination, all compact poetry in substance? Then there was London. In Lamb, London found its one poet. The earth and sea and sky, when all is said, he admitted, is but as a house to live in, and separate from the pleasure of your company. He assured Wordsworth, I don't much care if I never see a mountain in my life. I have passed all my days in London, until I have formed as many and intense local attachments as any of our mountaineers can have done with dead nature. The lighted shops of the Strand and Fleet Street, the innumerable trades, tradesmen, and customers, coaches, wagons, playhouses, all the bustle and wickedness round about Covent Garden, the very women of the town, the watchmen, drunken scenes, rattles life awake. If you awake at all hours of the night, the impossibility of being dull in Fleet Street, the crowds, the very dirt and mud, the sun shining upon houses and pavements, the print shops, the old bookstalls, parsons cheapening books, coffee houses, steams of soups from kitchens, the pantomime, London itself a pantomime and a masquerade. All these things work themselves into my mind and feed me, without a power of satiating me. The wonder of these sights impels me into night walks about her crowded streets, and I often shed tears in the motley Strand from fullness of joy at so much life. There, surely is the poem of London, and it is almost more than the rapture in its lover's catalogue of Walt Whitman's Poems of America. Almost to the end he could say, as he does again to Wordsworth not long before his death, London streets and faces cheer me inexpressibly, though of the latter not one known one were remaining. He traces the changes in streets, their distresses or disappearance, as he traces the dwindling of his friends. The very streets, he says, writes Mary, altering every day. London was to him the new, better Eden. A garden was the primitive prison till man, with Promethean felicity and boldness, sinned himself out of it. Thence followed Babylon, Nineveh, Venice, London, haberdashers, goldsmiths, taverns, playhouses, satires, epigrams, puns. These all came in on the town part, and thither side of innocence. To love London, so was part of his human love, and in his praise of streets, he has done as much for the creation and perpetuating of joy as Wordsworth, by whose system Mary Lamb conjectured it was doubtful whether a liver in towns had a soul to be saved, has done by his praise of flowers and hills. And yet for all his disparagement of health and highlands, as he confessed to Scott, Lamb was as instant and unerring in his appreciation of natural things once brought before them, and he was in his appreciation of things of art and the mind and man's making. He was a great walker, and sighs once before his release from the desk, "I wish I were a caravan driver or a penny postman, to earn my bread in air and sunshine." We have seen what he wrote to Wordsworth about his mountains before he had seen them. This is what he writes of them to Manning after he has seen them. "Such an impression I never received from objects of sight before, nor do I suppose I can ever again. In fine, I have satisfied myself that there is such a thing as that which tourists call romantic, which I very much suspected before." And to Coleridge he writes, "I feel that I shall remember your mountains to the last day I live. They haunt me perpetually." All this Lamb saw and felt, because no beautiful thing could ever appeal to him in vain. But he wrote of it only in his letters, which were all of himself, because he put into his published writings only the best or the rarest of the accustomed and familiar part of himself, the part which he knew by heart. End of section 2. Section 3 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons. Section 3, Charles Lamb. Beyond any writer preeminent for charm, Lamb had salt and sting. There is hardly a known grace or energy of prose which he has not somewhere exemplified, as often in his letters as in his essays, and always with something final about it. He is never more himself than when he says briefly, "Sentiment came in with Sterne, and was the child he had by affectation." But then he is also never more himself than when he expands and develops, as in this rendering of the hisses which damned his play in the Drury Lane. It was not a hiss, neither, but a sort of frantic yell, like a congregation of mad geese, with roaring something like bears, mows, and mops like apes, sometimes snakes, that hissed me into madness. 'Twas like St. Anthony's temptations. Mercy on us, that God should give his favorite children, men, mouths to speak with, to discourse rationally, to promise smoothly, to flatter agreeably, to encourage warmly, to counsel wisely, to sing with, to drink with, and to kiss with, and that they should turn them into the mouths of adders, bears, wolves, hyenas, and whistle like tempests, and emit breath through them like distillations of aspic poison, to asperse and vilify the innocent labourers of their fellow creatures who are desirous to please them. Or it may be a cold in the head, which starts the heroic agility of his tongue, and he writes a long letter without a full stop, which is as full of substance as one of his essays. His technique is so incredibly fine, he is such a Paganini of prose, that he can invent and reverse an idea of pyramidal wit, as in this burlesque of a singer. The shake which most fine singers reserve for the close or cadence, by some unaccountable flexibility or tremulousness of pipe, she carrieth quite through the composition, so that the time, to a common air or ballad, keeps double motion like the earth, running the primary circuit of the tune, and still revolving upon its own axis, and he can condense into 6 words the whole life history and the soul's essential secret of Coleridge, when he says of him, in almost the last fragment of prose that he wrote, he had a hunger for eternity. To read Lamb makes a man more humane, more tolerant, more dainty, incites to every natural piety, strengthens reverence, while it clears his brain of whatever dull fumes may have lodged there, stirs up all his senses to wary alertness, and actually quickens his vitality like high, pure air. It is, in the familiar phrase, a liberal education, but it is that finer education which sets free the spirit. His natural piety, in the full sense of the word, seems to me deeper and more sensitive than that of any other English writer. Kindness in him embraces mankind, not with the wide engulfing arms of philanthropy, but with an individual caress. He is almost sufficient type of virtue, so far as virtue can ever be loved, for there is not a weakness in him which is not the bastard of some good quality, and not an error which had an unsocial origin. His jests add a new reverence to lovely and noble things, or light up an unsuspected soul of goodness in things evil. No man ever so loved his friends, or was as honest with them, or made such a religion of friendship. His character of Hazlitt in the letter to Southey is the finest piece of emotional prose which he ever wrote, and his pen is inspired whenever he speaks of Coleridge. Good people, as they are called, he writes to Wordsworth, won't serve. I want individuals. I am made up of queer points, and want so many answering needles. He counts over his friends in public like a child counting over his toys, when someone has offered an insult to one of them. He has delicacies and devotions towards his friends, so subtle and so noble that they make every man his friend, and that love may deepen into awe, there is the tragic bond, that protecting love for his sister, which was made up of so many strange components, pity for madness, sympathy with what came so close to him in it, as well as mental comradeship, and that paradox of his position by which he supports that by which he is supported. It is then this human, too human creature who comes so close to our hearts, whom we love and reverence, he who is also and above all, or at least in the last result, that great artist in prose, faultless in tact, flawless in technique, that great man of letters to whom every lover of prose as a fine art looks up with an admiration which may well become despair. What is it in this style, this way of putting things, so occasional, so variegated, so like his own Harlequin in his ghastly vest of white patchwork, the apparition of a dead rainbow? What is it that gives to a style which no man can analyze, its terseness, its jocular pathos, which makes one feel in laughter? Those are his own words, not used of himself, but do they not do something to define what can, after all, never be explained? Lamb's defects were his qualities, and nature drove them inward, concentrating, fortifying, intensifying them to a not wholly normal or healthy brain, freakish and without consecution, adding a stammering tongue which could not speak evenly, and had to do its share, as the brain did, by fits. We find Lamb writing to Goodwin, cannot conceive of the desultory or uncertain way in which I, an author by fits, sometimes cannot put the thoughts of a common letter into sane prose. 10,000 times I have confessed to you, talking of my talents, my utter inability to remember in any comprehensive way what I have read. I can vehemently applaud or perversely stickle at parts, but I cannot grasp at a whole. This infirmity, which is nothing to brag of, may be seen in my two little compositions, The Tale and my play, in both which no reader, however partial, can find any story. My brain, he says in a letter to Wordsworth, is desultory and snatches off hints from things. And in a wise critical letter to Southey, he says, summing up himself in a single phrase, I never judge system-wise of things, but fasten upon particulars. Is he, in these phrases that are meant to seem so humble, really apologizing for what was the essential quality of his genius? Montaigne, who, it is Lamb that says it, anticipated all the discoveries of succeeding essayists, affected no humility in the statement of almost exactly the same mental complexion. I take the first argument that fortune offers me, he tells us. They are all equally good for me. I never design to treat them in their totality, for I never see the whole of anything, nor do those see it who promise to show it to me. In general, I love to seize things by some unwonted luster. There, in the two greatest of the essayists, one sees precisely what goes to the making of the essayist. First, a beautiful disorder, the simultaneous attack and appeal of contraries, a converging multitude of dreams, memories, thoughts, sensations without mental preference or conscious guiding of the judgment, and then order in disorder, a harmony more properly musical than logical, a separating and return of many elements, which end by making a pattern. Take that essay of Elia, called Old China, and when you have recovered from its charm, analyze it. You will see that in its apparent lawlessness and wandering, like idle memories, it is constructed with the minute care, and almost with the actual harmony of poetry, and that vague, interrupting, irrelevant, lovely last sentence is like the refrain which returns at the end of a poem. Lamb was a mental gypsy, to whom books were roads open to adventurers. He saw skies in books, and books in skies, and in every orderly section of social life, magic possibilities of vagrancy. But he was also a cockney, a lover of limit, civic tradition, the uniform of all ritual. He liked exceptions, because in every other instance he would approve of the rule. He broke bounds with exquisite decorum. There was in all his excesses something of the good clerk. Lamb seemed to his contemporaries notably eccentric, but he was nearer than them all to the center. His illuminating rays shot out from the very heart of light, and returned thither after the circuit. Where Coleridge lost himself in clouds or in quicksands, Lamb took the nearest shortcut, and having reached the goal, went no step beyond it. And he was a bee for honey, not, like Coleridge, a browsing ox. To him the essence of delight was choice, and choice with him was, readier, when the prize was far-fetched and dear bought, a rarity of manners, books, pictures, or whatever was human or touched humanity. Opinion, he said, is a species of property, and though I am always desirous to share with my friends to a certain extent, I shall ever like to keep some tenants and some property properly my own. And then he found in rarity one of those qualities of the best, and was never, like most others, content with the good, or in any danger of confusing it with the best. He was the only man of that great age, which had Coleridge and Wordsworth and Shelley and the rest, whose taste was flawless. All the others, who seemed to be marching so straight, so determined a goal, went astray at one time or another. Only Lamb, who was always wandering, never lost sense of direction, or failed to know how far he had strayed from the road. The quality which came to him from that germ of madness, which lay hidden in his nature, had no influence upon his central sanity. It gave him the tragic pathos and mortal beauty of his wit, its dangerous nearness to the heart, its quick sense of tears, its at times desperate gaiety, and also a hard, indifferent levity, which, to brother and sister alike, was a rampart against obsession, or a stealthy way of temporizing with the enemy. That tinge is what gives its strange glitter to his fooling, madness playing safely and lambently around the stoutest common sense. In him, reason always justifies itself by unreason, and if you consider well his quips and cranks, you will find them always the play of the intellect. I know one who read the essays of Elia with intense delight, and was astonished when I asked her if she had been amused. She had seen so well through the fun of it to its deep inner meaning that the fun had not detained her. She had found in all of it nothing but a pure intellectual reason, beyond logic, where reason is one with intuition. 1905. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons. Section 4. Villon. Villon was the first modern poet. He remains the most modern of poets. One requires a certain amount of Old French, together with some acquaintance with the argot of the time, to understand the words in which he has written down his poems. Many allusions to people and things have only just begun to be cleared up, but, apart from these things, no poet has ever brought himself closer to us, taken us into his confidence more simply, than this personnage peu recommandable, fainéant, ivrogne, joueur, débauché, et cornifleur, et, qui pis est, souteneur de filles, escroc, voleur, crocheteur de portes et de coffres. The most disreputable of poets, he confesses himself to us with a frankness in which shamelessness is difficult to distinguish from humility. Monsieur Gaston Parry, who for the most part is content to take him as he is, for better for worse, finds it necessary to apologize for him when he comes to the ballad of La Grosse Margot. This, he professes, we need not take as a personal confession, but as a mere exercise in composition. But if we are to understand Villon rightly, we must not reject even La Grosse Margot from her place in his life. He was no dabbler in infamy, but one who loved infamous things for their own sake. He loved everything for its own sake. La Grosse Margot in the flesh, Les Dames du Temps Jadis in the spirit, sauce, brouet et gros poisson, tarte, flan, œufs frits et pochés, perdus et en toute façon. His mother, Le Bon Royaume de France, and above all, Paris. Il a parcouru toute la France sans rapporter une seule impression de campagne. C'est un poète de ville, plus encore, un poète de quartier. Il n'est vraiment chez lui que sur la montagne Sainte-Geneviève, entre le palais, les collèges, le Châtelet, les tavernes, les rôtisseries, les tripots et les rues où Marion l'Idole et la grande Jeanne de Bretagne tiennent leur publique école. It is in this world that he lived, for this world that he wrote. Fils du peuple, entré par l'instruction dans la classe lettrée, puis déclassé par ses vices, il dut à son humble origine de rester en communication constante avec les sources éternelles de toute vraie poésie. And so he came into a literature of formalists, like a child, a vigorous, unabashed, malicious child, into a company of greybeards. Villon, before any one in French literature, called things by their names, made poetry as Homer made it, with words that meant facts. He was a thief and a vagabond, who wrote in the grand style by daring to be sincere to himself, to the aspect under which human things came to him, to the precise names of precise things. He had a sensitiveness in his soul which perhaps matched the deftness of his fingers in their adroit forbidden trade. His soul bent easily from his mother praying in the cloister to the fat Margot drinking in the tavern. He could dream exquisitely over the dead ladies who had once been young, and who had gone like last year's snow, and then turn to the account-book of his satirical malice against the clerks and usurers for whom he was making the testament of his poverty. He knew winter, when the wolves live on wind, and how the gallows looks when one stands under it. And he knew all the secrets of the art of verse-making, which courtly poets, like the king, used for the stringing together of delicate trifles, ornamental evasions of facts. He was no poet of the people, but a scholar vagabond, loving the gutter. And so he has the sincerity of the artist as well as the only half convincing sincerity of the man. There has been no greater artist in French verse, as there has been no greater poet. And the main part of the history of poetry in France is the record of a long forgetting of all that Villon found out for himself. 1901. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons. Section 5. Casanova at Dux, an unpublished chapter of history. The memoirs of Casanova, though they have enjoyed the popularity of a bad reputation, have never had justice done to them by serious students of literature, of life, and of history. One English writer, indeed Mr. Havelock Ellis, has realized that there are few more delightful books in the world, and he has analyzed them in an essay on Casanova published in Affirmations with extreme care and remarkable subtlety. But this essay stands alone, at all events in English, as an attempt to take Casanova seriously, to show him in his relation to his time and in relation to human problems. And yet these memoirs are perhaps the most valuable document which we possess on the society of the 18th century. They are the history of a unique life, a unique personality, one of the greatest of autobiographies. As a record of adventures, they are more entertaining than Gil Blas or Monte Cristo, or any of the imaginary travels and escapes and masquerades in life which have been written in imitation of them. They tell the story of a man who loved life passionately for its own sake, one to whom woman was indeed the most important thing in the world, but to whom nothing in the world was indifferent. The bust, which gives us the most lively notion of him, shows us a great, vivid, intellectual face, full of fiery energy and calm resource, the face of a thinker and a fighter in one. A scholar, an adventurer, perhaps a Kabbalist, a busy stirrer in politics, a gamester, one born for the fair sex, as he tells us, and born also to be a vagabond. This man, who is remembered now for his written account of his own life, was that rarest kind of autobiographer, one who did not live to write, but wrote because he had lived, and when he could live no longer. And his memoirs take one all over Europe, giving sidelights all the more valuable and being almost accidental upon many of the affairs and people most interesting to us during 2/3 of the 18th century. Giacomo Casanova was born in Venice, of Spanish and Italian parentage, on April 2, 1725. He died at the Chateau of Dux in Bohemia on June 4, 1798. In that lifetime of 73 years, he traveled, as his memoirs show us, in Italy, France, Germany, Austria, England, Switzerland, Belgium, Russia, Poland, Spain, Holland, Turkey. He met Voltaire at Ferney, Rousseau at Montmorency, Fontenelle, d'Alembert, and Crébillon at Paris, George III in London, Louis XV at Fontainebleau, Catherine the Great at St. Petersburg, Benedict XII at Rome, Joseph II at Vienna, Frederick the Great at Sans-Souci. Imprisoned by the Inquisitors of State in the Piombi at Venice, he made in 1755 the most famous escape in history. His memoirs, as we have them, break off abruptly at the moment when he is expecting a safe conduct and the permission to return to Venice after 25 years' wanderings. He did return, as we know from documents in the Venetian archives. He returned as secret agent of the Inquisitors, and remained in their service from 1774 until 1782. At the end of 1782 he left Venice, and next year we find him in Paris, where in 1784 he met Count Waldstein at the Venetian ambassadors, and was invited by him to become his librarian at Dux. He accepted, and for the 14 remaining years of his life lived at Dux, where he wrote his memoirs. Casanova died in 1798, but nothing was heard of the memoirs which the Prince de Ligne, in his own memoirs, tells us that Casanova had read to him, and in which he found du dramatique, de la rapidité, du comique, de la philosophie, des choses neuves, sublimes, inimitables même, until the year 1820, when a certain Carlo Angiolini brought to the publishing house of Brockhaus in Leipzig a manuscript entitled Histoire de ma vie jusque-là, 1797, in the handwriting of Casanova. This manuscript, which I have examined at Leipzig, is written on foolscap paper, rather rough and yellow. It is written on both sides of the page, and in sheets or quires. Here and there the paging shows that some pages have been omitted, and in their place are smaller sheets of thinner and whiter paper, all in Casanova's handsome, unmistakable handwriting. The manuscript is done up in 12 bundles, corresponding with the 12 volumes of the original edition, and only in one place is there a gap. The 4th and 5th chapters of the 12th volume are missing, as the editor of the original edition points out, adding, "It is not probable that these 2 chapters have been withdrawn from the manuscript of Casanova by a strange hand. Everything leads us to believe that the author himself suppressed them, in the intention, no doubt, of rewriting them, but without having found time to do so. The manuscript ends abruptly with the year 1774, and not with the year 1797, as the title would lead us to suppose. This manuscript, in its original state, has never been printed. Herr Brockhaus, on obtaining possession of the manuscript, had it translated into German by Wilhelm Schütz, but with many omissions and alterations, and published this translation volume by volume from 1822 to 1828 under the title Aus den Memoiren des Venetianers Jacob Casanova de Seingalt. While the German edition was in course of publication, Herr Brockhaus employed a certain Jean Laforgue, a professor of the French language at Dresden, to revise the original manuscript, correcting Casanova's vigorous but at times incorrect and often somewhat Italian French, according to his own notions of elegant writing, suppressing passages which seemed too free-spoken from the point of view of morals and of politics, and altering the names of some of the persons referred to or replacing those names by initials. This revised text was published in 12 volumes, the first 2 in 1826, the third and fourth in 1828, the 5th to the 8th in 1832, and the 9th to the 12th in 1837, the first 4 bearing the imprint of Brockhaus at Leipzig and Pontier et Cie at Paris, the next 4 the imprint of Heideloff at Campe at Paris, and the last 4 nothing but à Bruxelles. The volumes are all uniform, and were all really printed for the firm of Brockhaus. This, however, far from representing the real text, is the only authoritative edition, and my references throughout this article will always be to this edition. In turning over the manuscript at Leipzig, I read some of the suppressed passages and regretted their suppression, but Herr Brockhaus, the present head of the firm, assured me that they are not really very considerable in number. The damage, however, to the vivacity of the whole narrative by the persistent alterations of M. Laforgue is incalculable. I compared many passages and found scarcely 3 consecutive sentences untouched. Herr Brockhaus, whose courtesy I cannot sufficiently acknowledge, was kind enough to have a passage copied out for me, which I afterwards read over and checked word by word. In this passage, Casanova says, for instance, Elle venoit presque tous les jours lui faire une belle visite. This is altered into Cependant chaque jour Thérèse venait lui faire une visite. Casanova says that someone avoir comme de raison formé le projet d'allier dire avec le diable. This is made to read qui, comme de raison, avait sentiment formé le projet d'allier les intérêts du ciel aux œuvres de ce monde. Casanova tells us that Thérèse would not commit a mortal sin pour devenir reine du monde. Pour un couronne, corrects the indefatigable Laforgue, il ne savoir que lui dire, becomes dans cet état de perplexité, and so forth. It must therefore be realized that the memoirs as we have them are only a kind of pale tracing of the vivid colors of the original. When Casanova's memoirs were first published, doubts were expressed as to their authenticity, first by Ugo Foscolo in the Westminster Review 1827, then by Quérard, supposed to be an authority in regard to anonymous and pseudonymous writings. Finally, by Paul Lacroix, Le Bibliophile Jacob, who suggested, or rather expressed, his certainty that the real author of the memoirs was Stendhal, whose mind, character, ideas, and style he seemed to recognize on every page. This theory, as foolish and as unsupported as the Baconian theory of Shakespeare, has been carelessly accepted, or at all events accepted as possible, by many good scholars who have never taken the trouble to look into the matter for themselves. It was finally disproved by a series of articles of Armand Bachet entitled Preuves curieuses de l'authenticité de mémoire de Jacques Casanova de Saint-Gall in Le Livre, January, February, April, and May, 1881. And these proofs were further corroborated by two articles of Alessandro d'Ancona entitled Un Avventuriere del Secolo XVIII and the Nuovo Antologia, February 1 and August 1, 1882. Bachet had never himself seen the manuscript of the memoirs, but he had learnt all the facts about it from Messrs. Brockhaus, and he had himself examined the numerous papers relating to Casanova in the Venetian archives. A similar examination was made at the Frari at about the same time by the Abbé Foulin and I myself in 1894, not knowing at the time that the discovery had been already made it over again for myself. There the arrest of Casanova, his imprisonment in the Piombi, the exact date of escape, the name of the monk who accompanied him, are all authenticated by documents contained in the Referte of the Inquisition of State. There are the bills for the repairs of the roof and the walls of the cell from which he escaped. There are the reports of the spies on whose information he was arrested for his too dangerous free-spokenness in matters of religion and morality. The same archives contain 48 letters of Casanova to the Inquisitors of State, dating from 1763 to 1782 among the Referte dei Confidenti, or reports of secret agents. The earliest asking permission to return to Venice, the rest giving information in regard to the immortalities of the city after his return there, all in the same handwriting as the memoirs. Further proof could scarcely be needed, but Bachet has done more than prove the authenticity. He has proved the extraordinary veracity of the memoirs. F. W. Barthold in Die Geschlechtlichen Persönlichkeiten in J. Casanova's Memoiren, 2 volumes, 1846, had already examined about 100 of Casanova's allusions to well-known people, showing the perfect exactitude of all but 6 or 7, and out of these 6 or 7 inexactitudes, ascribing only a single one to the author's intention. Bachet and d'Ancona both carry on what Barthold had begun. Other investigators in France, Italy, and Germany have followed them, and two things are now certain. First, that Casanova himself wrote the memoirs published under his name, though not textually in the precise form in which we have them. And second, that as their veracity becomes more and more evident, as they are confronted with more and more independent witnesses, it is only fair to suppose that they are equally truthful where the facts are such as could only have been known to Casanova himself. End of section 5. Section 6 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons, Section 6. For more than 2/3 of a century, it has been known that Casanova spent the last 14 years of his life at Dux, that he wrote his memoirs there, and that he died there. During all this time, people have been discussing the authenticity and the truthfulness of the memoirs. They have been searching for information about Casanova in various directions, and yet hardly anyone has ever taken the trouble or obtained the permission to make a careful examination in precisely the one place where information was most likely to be found. The very existence of the manuscripts at Dux was known only to a few, and to most of these only on hearsay. and thus the singular good fortune was reserved for me on my visit to Count Waldstein in September 1899 to be the first to discover the most interesting things contained in these manuscripts. Monsieur Octave Uzan, though he had not himself visited Dux, had indeed procured copies of some of the manuscripts, a few of which were published by him in Le Livre in 1887 and 1889. But with the death of Le Livre in 1889, the Casanova An A.D. came to an end, and has never, so far as I know, been continued elsewhere. Beyond the publication of these fragments, nothing has been done with the manuscripts at Dux, nor has an account of them ever been given by anyone who has been allowed to examine them. For 5 years, ever since I had discovered the documents in the Venetian archives, I had wanted to go to Dux, and in 1899, when I was staying with Count Lützow at Zampach in Bohemia, I found the way kindly opened for me. Count Waldstein, the present head of the family, with extreme courtesy, put all his manuscripts at my disposal, and invited me to stay with him. Unluckily, he was called away on the morning of the day that I reached Dux. He had left everything ready for me, and I was shown over the castle by a friend of his, Dr. Cattell, whose courtesy I should like also to acknowledge. After a hurried visit to the castle, we started on the long drive to Oberleutensdorf, a smaller Schloss near Komitau, where the Waldstein family was then staying. The air was sharp and bracing. The 2 Russian horses flew like the wind. I was whirled along in an unfamiliar darkness, through a strange country black with coal mines, through dark pine woods, where a wild peasantry dwelt in little mining towns. Here and there a few men and women passed us on the road in their Sunday finery, then a long space of silence, and we were in the open country, galloping between broad fields, and always in a haze of lovely hills, which I saw more distinctly as we drove back next morning. The return to Dux was like a triumphal entry, as we dashed through the market-place filled with people come for the Monday market, pots and pans and vegetables strewn in heaps all over the ground on the rough paving stones up to the great gateway of the castle, leaving but just room for us to drive through their midst. I had the sensation of an enormous building. All Bohemian castles are big, but this one was like a royal palace. Set there in the midst of the town after the Bohemian fashion, it opens at the back upon great gardens, as if it were in the midst of the country. I walked through room after room, along corridor after corridor. Everywhere there were pictures, everywhere portraits of Wallenstein, and battle scenes in which he led on his troops. The library, which was formed, or at least arranged, by Casanova, and which remains as he left it, contains some 25,000 volumes, some of them of considerable value. One of the most famous books in Bohemian literature, Skala's History of the Church, exists in manuscript at Dux, and it is from this manuscript that the 2 published volumes of it were printed. The library forms part of the museum, which occupies a ground floor wing of the castle. The first room is an armory, in which all kinds of arms are arranged in a decorative way, covering the ceiling and the walls with strange patterns. The second room contains pottery, collected by Casanova's Waldstein on his eastern travels. The third room is full of curious mechanical toys and cabinets and carvings in ivory. Finally, we come to the library, contained in the 2 innermost rooms. The bookshelves are painted white and reach to the low vaulted ceilings, which are whitewashed. At the end of a bookcase, in the corner of one of the windows, hangs a fine engraved portrait of Casanova. After I had been all over the castle, so long Casanova's home, I was taken to Count Waldstein's study and left there with the manuscripts. I found 6 huge cardboard cases, large enough to contain foolscap paper, lettered on the back, Graffel, Waldstein, Wartenbergschricks, Real, Weidekammes, Dukes, Ober, Lutensdorf, Hans, Schricklicker, Knockluff, Casanova. The cases were arranged so as to stand like books. They opened at the side, and on opening them one after another, I found series after series of manuscripts roughly thrown together, after some pretense at arrangement, and lettered with a very generalized description of contents. The greater part of the manuscripts were in Casanova's handwriting, which I could see gradually beginning to get shaky with years. Most were written in French, a certain number in Italian. The beginning of a catalogue in the library, though said to be by him, was not in his handwriting. Perhaps it was taken down at his dictation. There were also some copies of Italian and Latin poems, not written by him. Then there were many big bundles of letters addressed to him, dating over more than 30 years. Almost all the rest was in his own handwriting. I came first upon the smaller manuscripts, among which I found jumbled together on the same and on separate scraps of paper, washing bills, accounts, hotel bills, lists of letters written, first drafts of letters with many erasures, notes on books, theological and mathematical notes, sums, Latin quotations, French and Italian verses with variants, a long list of classical names which have and have not been francisés, with reasons for and against, what I must wear at Dresden, headings without anything to follow, such as reflections on respiration, on the true cause of youth, the crows, a new method of winning the lottery at Rome, recipes, among which is a long printed list of perfumes sold at Spa, a newspaper cutting dated Prague, 25th October 1790, on the 37th balloon ascent of Blanchard, thanks to some noble donor for the gift of a dog called Finette, a passport for Monsieur de Casanova, Benitien allant d'ici en Hollande, October 13, 1758. Ce passeport bon pour 15 jours, together with an order for post horses, gratis, from Paris to Bordeaux and Bayonne. Occasionally one gets a glimpse into his daily life at Dux, as in this note scribbled on a fragment of paper. Here and always I translate the French literally. I beg you to tell my servant what the biscuits are that I like to eat, dipped in wine, to fortify my stomach. I believe that they can all be found at Romans. Usually, however, these notes, though often suggested by something closely personal, branch off into more general considerations, or else begin with general considerations and end with a case in point. Thus, for instance, a fragment of 3 pages begins, "A compliment which is only made to gild the pill is a positive impertinence, and Monsieur Bailly is nothing but a charlatan. The monarch ought to have spit in his face, but the monarch trembled with fear." A manuscript entitled Essai d'égoïsme, dated Dux this 27th June 1769, contains, in the midst of various reflections, an offer to let his appartement in return for enough money to tranquilize for 6 months 2 Jew creditors at Prague. Another manuscript is headed Pride and Folly, and begins with a long series of antitheses, such as "All fools are not proud, and all proud men are fools. Many fools are happy, all proud men are unhappy." On the same sheet follows this instance or application: "Whether it is possible to compose a Latin distich of the greatest beauty without knowing either the Latin language or prosody, we must examine the possibility and the impossibility, and afterwards see who is the man who says he is the author of the distich, for there are extraordinary people in the world. My brother, in short, ought to have composed the distich because he says so, and because he confided it to me tête à tête. I had, it is true, difficulty in believing him, but what is one to do? Either one must believe, or suppose him capable of telling a lie, which could only be told by a fool, and that is impossible, for all Europe knows that my brother is not a fool. Here, as so often in these manuscripts, we seem to see Casanova thinking on paper. He uses scraps of paper, sometimes the blank page of a letter, on the other side of which we see the address, as a kind of informal diary, and it is characteristic of him, of the man of infinitely curious mind, which this adventurer really was, that there are so few merely personal notes among these casual jottings. Often they are purely abstract, at times metaphysical jeux d'esprit, like the sheet of 14 different wagers, which begins, I wager that it is not true that a man who weighs 100 pounds will weigh more if you kill him. I wager that if there is any difference, he will weigh less. I wager that diamond powder has not sufficient force to kill a man. Side by side with these fanciful excursions into science come more serious ones, as in the note on algebra, which traces its progress since the year 1494, before which it had only arrived at the solution of problems of the second degree inclusive. A scrap of paper tells us that Casanova did not like regular towns. I like, he says, Venice, Rome, Florence, Milan, Constantinople, Genoa. Then he becomes abstract and inquisitive again and writes 2 pages full of curious, out-of-the-way learning on the name of paradise. The name of paradise is a name in Genesis which indicates a place of pleasure, lieu voluptueux. This term is Persian. This place of pleasure was made by God before he had created man. It may be remembered that Casanova quarreled with Voltaire because Voltaire had told him frankly that his translation of L'Écossaise was a bad translation. It is piquant to read another note written in this style of righteous indignation. Voltaire, the hardy Voltaire, whose pen is without bit or bridle. Voltaire, who devoured the Bible and ridiculed our dogmas, doubts, and after having made proselytes to impiety, is not ashamed, being reduced to the extremity of life, to ask for the sacraments, and to cover his body with more relics than St. Louis had at Amboise. Here is an argument more in keeping with the tone of the memoirs. A girl who is pretty and good, and as virtuous as you please, ought not to take it ill that a man, carried away by her charms, should set himself to the task of making their conquest. If this man cannot please her by any means, even if his passion be criminal, she ought never to take offense at it, nor treat him unkindly. She ought to be gentle, and pity him if she does not love him, and think it enough to keep invincibly hold upon her own duty. Occasionally he touches upon aesthetical matters, as in a fragment which begins with liberal definition of beauty. Harmony makes beauty, says M. de S.P. Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, but the definition is too short if he thinks he has said everything. Here is mine. Remember that the subject is metaphysical. An object really beautiful ought to seem beautiful to all whose eyes fall upon it. That is all. There is nothing more to be said. At times we have an anecdote and its commentary, perhaps jotted down for use in that latter part of the memoirs which was never written, or which has been lost. Here is a single sheet dated this 2nd September 1791 and headed Souvenir. The Prince de Rosenberg said to me as we went downstairs that Madame de Rosenberg was dead, and asked me if the Comte de Waldstein had in the library the illustration of the Villa d'Altichiero, which the Emperor had asked for in vain at the City Library of Prague, and when I answered yes, he gave an equivocal laugh. A moment afterwards he asked me if he might tell the Emperor. Why not, Monseigneur? It is not a secret. Is His Majesty coming to Dux? If he goes to Oberleitensdorf, he will go to Dux too, and he may ask you for it, for there is a monument there which relates to him when he was Grand Duke. In that case, His Majesty can also see my critical remarks on the Egyptian prince. The Emperor asked me this morning, 6th October, how I employed my time at Duke's, and I told him that I was making an Italian anthology. You have all the Italians, then? All, sire. See what a lie leads to? If I had not lied in saying that I was making an anthology, I should not have found myself obliged to lie again in saying that we have all the Italian poets. If the Emperor comes to Duke, I shall kill myself. They say that this Duke's is a delightful spot, says Casanova in one of the most personal of his notes, and I see that it might be for many, but not for me, for what delights me in my old age is independent of the place which I inhabit. When I do not sleep, I dream, and when I am tired of dreaming, I blacken paper. Then I read, and most often reject all that my pen has vomited. Here we see him blackening paper on every occasion and for every purpose. In one bundle I found an unfinished story about Rowland, and some adventure with women in a cave. Then a meditation on arising from sleep, 19th May, 1789. Then a short reflection of a philosopher who finds himself thinking of procuring his own death. At Duke's, on getting out of bed, on 13th October, 1793, day dedicated to Saint Lucie, memorable in my too long life. A big budget containing cryptograms is headed Grammatical Lottery, and there is the title page of a treatise on the duplication of the hexahedron, demonstrated geometrically to all the universities and all the academies of Europe. There are innumerable verses, French and Italian, in all stages, occasionally attaining the finality of these lines, which appear in half a dozen tentative forms. Sans mystère, point de plaisir. Sans silence, point de mystère. Charme divin de mes loisirs, solitude que tu m'es chère. Then there are a number of more or less complete manuscripts of some extent. There is the manuscript of the translation of Homer's Iliad in ottava rima, published in Venice, 1775-8, of the Histoire de Venise, of the Icosameron, a curious book, published in 1787, purporting to be translated from English, but really an original work of Casanova. Philocalise sur le sottises des mortels, a long manuscript never published. The sketch and beginning of Le Polémarque ou la calomnie démasquée par la présence d'esprit, tragicomédie en 3 actes composée à Duke's dans le mois de juin de l'année 1791, which recurs again under the form of the Polémoscopée, la lorgnette monteuse ou la calomnie démasquée, acted before the Princess de Ligne at her chateau at Teplitz, 1791. There's a treatise in Italian, Della Passione. There are long dialogues, such as Le Philosophe et le Théologien and Rêve, Dire moi. There is the Song d'un quart d'heure, divided into minutes. There's the very lengthy criticism of Bernardin de Saint-Pierre. There's the Confutation d'une censure indiscrète qu'on lit dans la Gazette Yanina, 19 juin 1789, with another large manuscript, unfortunately imperfect, first called L'Insulte and then Placé au Public, dated Duke's, this 2nd March 1790, referring to the same criticism on the Icosameron and the Fuite des Prisons, l'histoire de ma fuite des prisons de la République de Venise qu'on appelle les Plombs, which is the first draft of the most famous part of the memoir, was published at Leipzig in 1788, and having read it in the Marcian Library at Venice, I am not surprised to learn from this indignant document that it was printed under the care of a young Swiss who had the talent to commit 100 faults of orthography. End of section 6. Section 7 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons, Section 7. We come now to the documents directly relating to the memoirs, and among these are several attempts at a preface, in which we see the actual preface coming gradually into form. One is entitled Casanova au lecteur, another Histoire de mon existence, and a third Preface. There's also a brief and characteristic Précis de ma vie, dated November 17, 1797. Some of these have been printed in Le Livre, 1887. But by far the most important manuscript that I discovered, one which apparently I am the first to discover, is a manuscript entitled Extrait du chapitre 4 et 5. It is written on paper similar to that on which the memoirs are written. The pages are numbered 104 to 148. And though it is described as extrait, it seems to contain at all events the greater part of the missing chapters to which I have already referred, chapters 4 and 5 of the last volume of the Memoirs. In this manuscript we find Armeline and Scholastica, whose story is interrupted by the abrupt ending of chapter 3. We find Mariuccia of volume 7, chapter 9, who married a hairdresser, and we find also Jacqueline, whom Casanova recognizes as his daughter, much prettier than Sophia, the daughter of Thérèse Pompiati, whom I had left at London. 3. It is curious that this very important manuscript, which supplies the one missing link in the memoir, should never have been discovered by any of the few people who have had the opportunity of looking over the Duke's manuscripts. I am inclined to explain it by the fact that the case in which I found this manuscript contains some papers not relating to Casanova. Probably those who looked into this case looked no further. I have told Herr Brockhaus of my discovery, and I hope to see chapters 4 and 5 in their places when the long-looked-for edition of the complete text is at length given to the world. Another manuscript which I found tells with great piquancy the whole story of the Abbé de Brosses' ointment, the curing of the Princess de Conti's pimples, and the birth of the Duc de Montpensier, which is told very briefly and with much less point in the Memoirs. Volume 3, page 327. Readers of the Memoirs will remember the duel at Warsaw with Count Branicki in 1766, volume 10, pages 274 to 320, an affair which attracted a good deal of attention at the time, and of which there is an account in a letter from the Abbé Taruffi to the dramatist Francesco Albergati, dated Warsaw, March 19, 1766, quoted in Ernesto Massi's Life of Albergati, Bologna, 1878. A manuscript at Duke's in Casanova's handwriting gives an account of this duel in the third person. It is entitled Description de l'affaire arrivée à Varsovie le 5 mars 1766. D'Ancona in the Nuova Antologia, volume 67, page 412, referring to the Abbé Taruffi's account, mentions what he considers to be a slight discrepancy, that Taruffi refers to the danseurs about whom the duel was fought as la Casacci, while Casanova refers to her as la Cataille. In this manuscript, Casanova always refers to her as la Casacci. La Cataille is evidently one of Monsieur Laforgue's arbitrary alterations of the text. In turning over another manuscript, I was caught by the name Charpillon, which every reader of the Memoirs will remember as the name of the harpy by whom Casanova suffered so much in London in 1763-4. This manuscript begins by saying, I have been in London for 6 months and have been to see them, that is, the mother and daughter, in their own house, where he finds nothing but swindlers who cause all who go there to lose their money in gambling. This manuscript adds some details to the story told in the 9th and 10th volumes of the Memoirs, and refers to the meeting with the Charpillons 4.5 years before, described in volume 5, pages 482 to 485. It is written in a tone of great indignation. Elsewhere I found a letter written by Casanova but not signed, referring to an anonymous letter which he had received in reference to the Charpillon, and ending, "My handwriting is known." It was not until the last that I came upon great bundles of letters addressed to Casanova, and so carefully preserved that little scraps of paper on which postscripts are written are still in their places. One still sees the seals on the backs of many of the letters, on paper which has slightly yellowed with age, leaving the ink, however, almost always fresh. They come from Venice, Paris, Rome, Prague, Bayreuth, The Hague, Genoa, Fiume, Trieste, etc., and are addressed to as many places, often poste restante. Many are letters from women, some in beautiful handwriting on thick paper, others on scraps of paper in painful hands, ill spelt. A countess writes pitifully, imploring help. One protests her love in spite of the many chagrins he has caused her. Another asks how they are to live together. Another laments that a report has gone about that she is secretly living with him, which may harm his reputation. Some are in French, more in Italian. Mon cher Giacometto, writes one woman in French. Carissimo e amatissimo, writes another in Italian. These letters from women are in some confusion, and are in need of a good deal of sorting over and rearranging before their full extent can be realized. Thus I found letters in the same handwriting separated by letters in other handwritings. Many are unsigned, or signed only by a single initial. Many are undated, or dated only with the day of the week or month. There are a great many letters dating from 1779 to 1786, signed Francesca Buschini, a name which I cannot identify. They are written in Italian, and one of them begins, Unico mio vero amico, my only true friend. Others are signed Virginia B. One of these is dated Forlì, October 15, 1773. There is also a Teresa B., who writes from Genoa. I was at first unable to identify the writer of a whole series of letters in French, very affectionate and intimate letters, usually unsigned, occasionally signed B. She calls herself Votre petite amie, or she ends with a half-smiling, half-reproachful good night, and sleep better than I. In one letter sent from Paris in 1759, she writes, Never believe me but when I tell you that I love you, and that I shall love you always. In another letter, ill-spelt, as her letters often are, she writes, Be assured that evil tongues, vapors, calumny, nothing can change my heart, which is yours entirely, and has no will to change its master. Now it seems to me that these letters must be from Manon Belletti, and that they are the letters referred to in the 6th volume of the Memoirs. We read there, page 60, how on Christmas Day, 1759, Casanova receives a letter from Manon in Paris announcing her marriage with Monsieur Blondel, architect to the king and member of his academy. She returns him his letters and begs him to return hers or burn them. Instead of doing so, he allows Esther to read them, intending to burn them afterwards. Esther begs to be allowed to keep the letters, promising to preserve them religiously all her life. These letters, he says, numbered more than 200, and the shortest were of 4 pages. Certainly there are not 200 of them at Dux, but it seems to me highly probable that Casanova made a final selection from Manon's letters, and that it is these which I have found. But, however this may be, I was fortunate enough to find the set of letters which I was most anxious to find, the letters from Henriette, whose loss every writer on Casanova has lamented. Henriette, it will be remembered, makes her first appearance at Cesena. In the year 1748, after their meeting at Geneva, she reappears romantically apropos 22 years later at Aix in Provence. And she writes to Casanova proposing un commerce épistolaire, asking him what he has done since his escape from prison, and promising to do her best to tell him all that has happened to her during the long interval. After quoting her letter, he adds, I replied to her accepting the correspondence that she offered me, and telling her briefly all my vicissitudes. She related to me in turn, in some 40 letters, all the history of her life. If she dies before me, I shall add these letters to these memoirs. But today she is still alive and always happy, though now old. It has never been known what became of these letters and why they were not added to the memoirs. I have found a great quantity of them, some signed with her married name in full, Henriette de Schnetzmann, and I am inclined to think that she survived Casanova, for one of the letters is dated Bayreuth, 1798, the year of Casanova's death. They are remarkably charming, written with a mixture of piquancy and distinction, and I will quote the characteristic beginning and end of the last letter I was able to find. It begins, "No, it is impossible to be sulky with you," and ends, "If I become vicious, it is you, my mentor, who makes me so, and I cast my sins upon you. Even if I were damned, I should still be your most devoted friend, Henriette de Schnetzmann." Casanova was 23 when he met Henriette. Now, herself an old woman, she writes to him when he is 73. As if the 50 years that had passed were blotted out in the faithful affection of her memory. How many more discreet and less changing lovers have had the quality of constancy in change, to which this lifelong correspondence bears witness? Does it not suggest a view of Casanova not quite the view of all the world? To me it shows the real man who, perhaps of all others, best understood what Shelley meant when he said, "True love in this differs from gold or clay, that to divide is not to take away." But though the letters from women naturally interested me the most, they were only a certain proportion of the great mass of correspondence which I turned over. There were letters from Carlo Angiolini, who was afterwards to bring the manuscript of the memoirs to Brockhaus, from Balbi, the monk with whom Casanova escaped from the Piombi, from the Marquis Albergati, playwright, actor, and eccentric, of whom there is some account in the memoirs, from the Marquis Mosca, a distinguished man of letters whom I was anxious to see, Casanova tells us, in the same volume in which he describes his visit to the Moscas at Pesaro, from Zulian, brother of the Duchess of Fiano, from Richard Lorraine, bel homme, ayant de l'esprit, le ton et le goût de la bonne société, who came to settle at Gorizia in 1773, while Casanova was there, from the Procurator Morosini, whom he speaks of in the memoirs as his protector, and as one of those through whom he obtained permission to return to Venice. His other protector, the Avogador Zaguri, had, says Casanova, since the affair of the Marquis Albergati, carried on a most interesting correspondence with me, and in fact I found a bundle of no less than 138 letters from him, dating from 1784 to 1798. Another bundle contains 172 letters from Count Lamberg. In the memoirs, Casanova says, referring to his visit to Augsburg at the end of 1761, "I used to spend my evenings in a very agreeable manner at the house of Count Max de Lamberg, who resided at the court of the Prince Bishop, with the title of Grand Marshal. What particularly attached me to Count Lamberg was his literary talent. A first-rate scholar, learned to a degree, he has published several much esteemed works. I carried on an exchange of letters with him, which ended only with his death 4 years ago in 1792. Casanova tells us that, at his second visit to Augsburg in the early part of 1767, he supped with Count Lamberg 2 or 3 times a week during the 4 months he was there. It is with this year that the letters I have found begin. They end with the year of his death, 1792. In his Mémorial d'un Mondain, Lamberg refers to Casanova as a man known in literature, a man of profound knowledge. In the first edition of 1774, he laments that a man such as M. de Segault should not yet have been taken back into favour by the Venetian government, and in the second edition, 1775, rejoices over Casanova's return to Venice. Then there are letters from Da Ponte, who tells the story of Casanova's curious relations with Madame Durfey in his Memorie scritte da esso, 1829, from Petoni, Bono, and others mentioned in different parts of the memoirs, and from some dozen others who are not mentioned in them. The only letters in the whole collection that have been published are those from the Prince de Ligne and from Count Koenig. Casanova tells us in his memoirs that during his later years at Dux, he had only been able to hinder black melancholy from devouring his poor existence or sending him out of his mind by writing 10 or 12 hours a day. The copious manuscripts at Dux show us how persistently he was at work on a singular variety of subjects, in addition to the memoirs, and to the various books which he published during those years. We see him jotting down everything that comes into his head, for his own amusement, and certainly without any thought of publication, engaging in learned controversies, writing treatises on abstruse mathematical problems, composing comedies to be acted before Count Waldstein's neighbors, practicing verse writing in 2 languages, indeed with more patience than success, writing philosophical dialogues in which God and himself are the speakers, and keeping up an extensive correspondence, both with the distinguished men and with delightful women. His mental activity up to the age of 73 is as prodigious as the activity which he had expended in living a multiform and incalculable life. As in life, everything living had interested him, so in his retirement from life every idea makes its separate appeal to him, and he welcomes ideas with the same impartiality with which he had welcomed adventures. Passion has intellectualized itself and remains not less passionate. He wishes to do everything, to compete with every one, and it is only after having spent 7 years in heaping up miscellaneous learning and exercising his faculties in many directions that he turns to look back over his own past life and to live it over again in memory as he writes down the narrative of what had interested him most in it. I write in the hope that my history will never see the broad daylight of publication, he tells us, scarcely meaning it, we may be sure, even in the moment of hesitancy which may naturally come to him. But if ever a book was written for the pleasure of writing it, it was this one, and an autobiography written for oneself is not likely to be anything but frank. Truth is the only God I have ever adored, he tells us, and we now know how truthful he was in saying so. I have only summarized in this article the most important confirmations of his exact accuracy in facts and dates. The number could be extended indefinitely. In the manuscripts we find innumerable further confirmations, and their chief value as testimony is that they tell us nothing which we should not have already known if we had merely taken Casanova at his word. But it is not always easy to take people at their own word when they are writing about themselves, and the world has been very loath to believe in Casanova as he represents himself. It has been specially loath to believe that he is telling the truth when he tells us about his adventures with women. But the letters contained among these manuscripts show us the women of Casanova writing to him with all the fervor and all the fidelity which he attributes to them, and they show him to us in the character of as fervent and faithful a lover. In every fact, every detail, and in the whole mental impression which they convey, these manuscripts bring before us the Casanova of the memoirs. As I seemed to come upon Casanova at home, it was as if I came upon an old friend, already perfectly known to me before I had made my pilgrimage to Dux. 1902. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symonds, Section 8, John Donne, Number 1. Biography as a fine art can go no further than Walton's Life and Death of Dr. Donne. From the good and virtuous parents of the first line to the small quantity of Christian dust of the last, every word is the touch of a cunning brush painting a picture. The picture lives, and with so vivid and gracious a life that it imposes itself upon us as the portrait of a real man, faithfully copied from the man as he lived. But that is precisely the art of the painter. Walton's picture is so beautiful because everything in it is sacrificed to beauty, because it is a convention, a picture in which life is treated almost as theme for music. And so there remains an opportunity, even after this masterpiece, for a life of Donne which shall make no pretense to harmonize a sometimes discordant existence, or indeed to produce, properly speaking, a piece of art at all, but which shall be faithful to the document, a piece of history. Such a book has now been written by Mr. Gosse in his Life and Letters of John Donne, Dean of St. Paul's. It is perhaps the most solid and serious contribution which Mr. Gosse has made to English literature, and we may well believe that it will remain the final authority on so interesting and so difficult a subject. For the first time, in the light of this clear analysis and of these carefully arranged letters, we are able, if not indeed to see, Donne as he really was, at all events to form our own opinion about every action of his life. This is one of the merits of Mr. Gosse's book. He has collected his documents, and he has given them to us as they are, guiding us adroitly along the course of the life which they illustrate, but not allowing himself to dogmatize on what must still remain conjectural. And he has given us a series of reproductions of portraits of the highest importance in the study of one who is not merely a difficult poet, but a very ambiguous human being. They begin with the eager, attractive, somewhat homely youth of 18, grasping the hilt of his sword so tightly that his knuckles start out from the thin covering of flesh, passing into the mature Donne as we know him, the lean, humorous, large-browed, courtly thinker, with his large intent eyes, a cloak folded elegantly about his uncovered throat, or the rough tightening about his carefully trimmed beard, and ending with the ghastly emblem set as a frontispiece to Death's Duel, the dying man wrapped already in his shroud, which gathers into folds above his head, as if tied together like the mouth of a sack, while the sunken cheeks and hollow closed eyelids are mocked by the shapely moustache brushed upwards from the lips. In the beautiful and fanciful monument to St. Paul's, done after the drawing from which this frontispiece was engraved, there is less ghastliness and more humorous beauty in the brave attitude of a man who dresses for death as he would dress for court, wearing the last livery with an almost foppish sense of propriety. Between them, these portraits tell much of Mr. Gosse in his narrative, tells us everything else that there is to tell, much of it for the first time, and the distinguished and saintly person of Walton's narrative, so simple, so easily explicable, becomes more complex at every moment, as fresh light makes the darkness more and more visible. At the end, we seem to have become singularly intimate with a fascinating and puzzling creature, whom each of us may try to understand after his fashion, as we try to understand the real secrets of the character of our friends. Donne's mind, then, if I may make my own attempt to understand him, was the mind of the dialectician, of the intellectual adventurer. He is a poet almost by accident, or at least by reasons with which art in the abstract has but little to do. He writes verse, first of all, because he has observed keenly, and because it pleases the pride of his intellect to satirize the passions of humanity. Then it is the flesh which speaks in his verse, the curiosity of women, which he has explored in the same spirit of adventure. Then passion, making a slave of him for love's sake, and turning at last to the slave's hatred. Finally, religion, taken up with the same intellectual interest, the same subtle indifference, and in its turn, passing also into passionate reality. A few poems are inspired in him by what he has seen in remote countries. Some are marriage songs and funeral elegies, written for friendships or for money. But he writes nothing out of his own head, as we say, nothing lightly, or it would seem easily, nothing for the song's sake. He speaks in a letter of descending to print anything in verse, and it is certain that he has never completely absorbed by his own poetry, or at all careful to measure his achievements against those of others. He took his own poems very seriously. He worked upon them with the whole force of his intellect, but to himself, even before he became a divine, he was something more than a poet. Poetry was but one means of expressing the many-sided activity of his mind and temperament. Prose was another, preaching another, travel and contact with great events and persons scarcely less important to him in the building up of himself. And he was interested in everything. At one moment he is setting himself to study Oriental languages, a singularly difficult task in those days. Both in poetry and in divinity, he was more Spanish than English books in his library. Scientific and technical terms are constantly found in his verse, where we should least expect them, where indeed they are least welcome. In Ignatius, his conclave, he speaks with learned enthusiasm of Copernicus and Tycho Brahe, and of his own immediate contemporaries, then but just become famous, Galileo, who of late hath summoned the other worlds, the stars to come near to him, and to give an account of themselves, and Kepler, who hath received it into his care, that no new thing should be done in heaven without his knowledge. He rebukes himself for his abandonment to the worst voluptuousness, which is an hydroptic, immoderate desire of human learning and languages. At 23 he was a soldier against Spain under Raleigh, and when on the islands of voyage, later on at different periods, he traveled over many parts of the continent, with rich patrons or on diplomatic offices. Born a Catholic, he became a Protestant, deliberately enough, wrote books on controversial subjects against his own party before he had taken orders in the Church of England. Besides a strange, morbid speculation on the innocence of suicide, he used his lawyer's training for dubious enough purposes, advising the Earl of Somerset in the dark business of his divorce and remarriage. And in a mournful pause in the midst of many harrowing concerns, he writes to a friend, "When I must shipwreck, I would fain do it in a sea where mine own impotency might have some excuse, not in a sullen, weedy lake, where I could not have so much as exercise for my swimming. Therefore I would fain do something, but that I cannot tell what is, no wonder, though I be in such a planetary and erratic fortune that I can do nothing constantly." He confesses later in the same letter. No doubt some of this feverish activity, this uncertainty of aim, was a matter of actual physical health. It is uncertain at what time the wasting disease of which he died first settled upon him, but he seems to have been always somewhat sickly of body, and with just that at times depressing, at times exciting, a malady which tells most upon the whole organization. That preoccupation with death, which in early life led him to write his Biothanatosis, with its elaborate apology for suicide, and at the end of his life to prepare so spectacularly for the act of dying, was but one symptom of a morbid state of body and brain and nerves, to which so many of his poems and so many of his letters bear witness. Sometimes, he writes in characteristic letter, when I find myself transported with jollity and love of company, I hang lead to my heels, and reduce to my thoughts my fortunes, my years, the duties of a man, of a friend, of a husband, of a father, and all the incumbencies of a family. When sadness dejects me, either I countermine it with another sadness, or I kindle squibs about me again, and fly into sportfulness and company. At the age of 35, he writes from his bed, describing every detail of what he frantically calls a sickness which I cannot name or describe, and ends his letter, I profess to you truly that my loathness to give over now seems to myself an ill sign that I shall write no more. It was at this time that he wrote the Biothanatosis, which its explicit declaration in the preface, whensoever any affliction assails me, methinks I have the keys of my prison in mine own hand, and no remedy presents itself so soon to my heart as mine own sword. 15 years later, when one of his most serious illnesses was upon him, and his life in real danger, he notes down all his symptoms as he lies awake night after night with an extraordinary and in itself morbid acuteness. I observe the physician with the same diligence as he the disease. I see he fears, and I fear with him. I overtake him, I overrun him in his fears, because he makes his pace slow. I fear the more because he disguises his fear, and I see it with the more sharpness, because he would not have me see it. As he lies in bed, he realizes, I am mine own ghost, and rather affright my bedholders than instruct them. They conceive the worst of me now, and yet fear the worst, and give me for dead now, and yet wonder how I do when they wake at midnight and ask how I do tomorrow, miserable and inhuman posture, where I must practice my lying in the grave by lying still. This preying upon itself of the brain is but one significant indication of a temperament, neurotic enough indeed, but in which the neurosis is still that of the curious observer, the intellectual casuist, rather than of the artist. A wonderful piece of self-analysis, worthy of St. Augustine, which occurs in one of his funeral sermons, gives poignant expression to what must doubtless have been a common condition of so sensitive a brain. I throw myself down in my chamber, and I call in and invite God and his angels together, and when they are there, I neglect God and his angels for the noise of a fly, for the rattling of a couch, for the whining of a door. I talk on in the same posture of prayer, eyes lifted up, knees bowed down, as though I prayed to God. And if God should ask me when I last thought of God in that prayer, I cannot tell. Sometimes I find that I forget what I was about, but when I begin to forget it, I cannot tell. A memory of yesterday's pleasures, a fear of tomorrow's dangers, a straw under my knee, a noise in my ear, a chimera in my brain, troubles me in my prayer. It is this brain, turned inward upon itself, and darting out on every side in purely random excursions, that was responsible, I cannot doubt, for all the contradictions of a career in which the inner logic is not at first apparent. Donne's career divides itself sharply into three parts: his youth, when we see him a soldier, a traveler, a lover, a poet, unrestrained in all the passionate adventures of youth; and then a middle period, in which he is a lawyer and a theologian, seeking knowledge and worldly advancement, without any too restraining scruple as to the means which come to his hand; and then a last stage of saintly living and dying. What then is the link between these successive periods? The principle of development, the real Donne, in short? He was none of these, or all of these, or more, says Mr. Gause, but surely he was indeed all of these, and his individuality precisely the growth from one stage to another, the subtle intelligence being always there, working vividly, but in each period working in a different direction. I would fain do something, but that I cannot tell, what is no wonder. Everything in Donne seems to me to explain itself in that fundamental uncertainty of aim, and his uncertainty of aim partly by a morbid physical condition. He searches, nothing satisfies him, tries everything in vain, finding satisfaction at last in the church, as in a haven of rest. Always, it is curious, insatiable brain searching, and he is always wretchedly aware that he can do nothing constantly. His three periods, then, are three stages in the search after a way to walk in, something worthy of himself to do. Thus, of his one printed collection of verse he writes, "Of my anniversaries, the fault which I acknowledge in myself is to have descended to print anything in verse, which, though it have excuse, even in our times, by example of men, which one would think should as little have done it as I, yet I confess I wonder how I decline to it, and do not pardon myself." Of his legal studies he writes in the same letter, "For my purpose of proceeding in the profession of the law, so far as to a title, you may be pleased to correct that imagine where you find it. I ever thought the study of it my best entertainment and pastime, but I have no ambition nor design upon the style." Until he accepts religion with all its limitations and encouragements, he has not even sure landmarks on his way. So speculative a brain, able to prove, and proving for its own uneasy satisfaction, that even suicide is not so naturally sin, that it may never be otherwise, could allow itself to be guided by no fixed rules, and to a brain so abstract, conduct must always have seemed of less importance than it does to most other people, and especially conduct which is argument, like the demonstrations on behalf of what seems, on the face of it, a somewhat iniquitous divorce and remarriage, or like those unmeasured eulogies, both of this blessed pair of swans, and of the dead child of a rich father. He admits in one of his letters that in his elegies, "I did best when I had least truth for my subjects," and of the anniversaries in honor of little Mistress Drury, "But for the other part of the imputation of having said so much, my defense is, that my purpose was to say as well as I could. For since I never saw the gentlewoman, I cannot be understood to have bound myself to have spoken the just truth." He is always the casuist, always mentally impartial, in the face of a moral problem, reserving judgment on matters which, after all, seemed to him remote from an unimpassioned contemplation of things, until that moment of crisis comes, long after he has become a clergyman, when the death of his wife changed the world for him, and he became, in the words of Walton, crucified to the world and all those vanities, those imaginary pleasures that are daily acted on that restless stage. And they were as perfectly crucified to him. From that time to the end of his life, he had found what he had all the while been seeking, rest for the restlessness of his mind. In a meditation upon the divine nature, occupation in being ambassador of God through the pulpit, himself, as it seemed to him, at his fullest and noblest, it was himself really that he had been seeking all the time, conscious at least of that in all the deviations of the way, he himself the ultimate of his curiosities. End of section 8. Section 9 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons. Section 9, John Donne, 2. And yet, what remains to us out of this life of many purposes, which had found an end satisfying to itself in the deanery of St. Paul's, is simply a bundle of manuscript verses, which the writer could bring himself neither to print nor to destroy. His first satire speaks contemptuously of giddy, fantastic poets, and when he allowed himself to write poetry, he was resolved to do something different from what anybody else had ever done before, not so much from the artist's instinctive desire of originality as from a kind of haughty, yet really bourgeois desire to be indebted to nobody. With what care he wrote is confessed in a passage of one of his letters where, speaking of a sermon, he says, "For the Cardinal Cusanus wrote a book, Cerebratio al Chlorani. I have cerebrated and re-cerebrated and post-cerebrated the sermon, and must necessarily say, the king, who hath let fall his eyes upon some of my poems, never saw of mine a hand, or an eye, or an affection, set down with so much study and diligence and labor of syllables, as in this sermon I expressed those 2 points. But he thought there were other things more important than being a poet, and this very labor of his was partly a sign of it. He began, says Mr. Gosse, with truth, as if poetry had never been written before. To the people of his time, to those who came immediately after him, he was the restorer of English poetry. The muse's garden with pedantic weeds o'erspread was purged by thee, says Carew in those memorable verses in which the famous lines occurred. Here lies a king that ruled as though he thought fit the universal monarchy of wit. Shakespeare was living, remember, and it was Elizabethan poetry that Donne set himself to correct. He began with metre, and invented a system of prosody which has many merits, and would have had more in less arbitrary hands. Donne, for not keeping of accent, deserved hanging, said Ben Jonson, who was nevertheless his friend and admirer. And yet, if one will but read him always for the sense, for the natural emphasis of what he has to say, there are few lines which will not come out in at all events the way that he meant them to be delivered. The way he meant them to be delivered is not always as beautiful as it is expressive. Donne would be original at all costs. Preferring himself to his art, He treated poetry as Aesop's master treated his slave, and broke what he could not bend. But Donne's novelty of metre is only a part of his too deliberate novelty as a poet. As Mr. Gosse has pointed out, with a self-evident truth which has apparently waited for him to say it, Donne's real position in regard to the poetry of his time was that of a realistic writer who makes a clean sweep of tradition and puts everything down in the most modern words and with the help of the most trivial actual images. To what a cumbersome unwieldiness and burdensome corpulence my love hath grown, he will begin in a poet on love's diet. Of love, as the master of hearts, he declares seriously, he swallows us and never chaws. By him, as by chained shot, whole ranks do die. He is the tyrant pike, our hearts the fray. And in his unwise insistence that every metaphor shall be absolutely new, he drags medical and alchemical and legal proprieties into verse really full of personal passion, producing at times poetry which is a kind of disease of the intellect, a sick offshoot of science. Like most poets of powerful individuality, Donne lost precisely where he gained, that cumulative and crowding and sweeping intellect which builds up his greatest poems into miniature escarilles of poetry, mountainous and foursquare to all the winds of the world, purges too often the flowers as well as the weeds out of the muse's garden. To write poetry as if it had never been written before is to attempt what the greatest poets never attempted. There are only two poets in English literature who thus stand out the tradition, who are without ancestors, Donne and Browning. Each seems to have certain qualities almost greater than the qualities of the greatest, and yet in some precipitation of arrogant egoism remains in the crucible in which the draught has all but run immortally clear. Donne's quality of passion is unique in English poetry. It is a rapture in which the mind is supreme, a reasonable rapture, and yet carried to a pitch of actual violence. The words themselves rarely count for much, as they do in Crashaw, for instance, where words turn giddy at the height of their ascension. The words mean things, and it is the things that matter. They can be brutal. For God's sake, hold your tongue, and let me love. As if a long presupposed self-repression gave way suddenly in an outburst. Love, any devil else but you, he begins, in his abrupt leap to the heart of the matter, or else his exaltation will be grave, tranquil, measureless in assurance. All kings and all their favorites, all glory of honors, beauties, wits, the sun itself which makes time as they pass, is elder by a year now than it was when thou and I first one another saw. All other things to their destruction draw, only our love hath no decay. 'Tis no tomorrow hath, no yesterday. Running, it never runs from us away, truly keeps his first, last, everlasting day. This lover loves with his whole nature, and so collectedly because reason in him is not in conflict with passion, but passion's ally. His senses speak with unparalleled directness, as in those elegies which must remain the model in English of masculine sensual sobriety. He distinguishes the true end of such loving in a forcible, characteristically prosaic image. Whoever loves, if he do not propose the right true end of love, he is one that goes to sea for nothing but to make him sick. and he exemplifies every motion and the whole pilgrim's progress of physical love with a deliberate, triumphant, unluxurious explicitness, which leaves no doubt, as we say, of his intentions, and can be no more than referred to passingly in modern pages. In a series of hate poems, of which I will quote the finest, he gives expression to a whole region of profound human sentiment, which has never been expressed out of Catullus with such intolerable truth. When by thy scorn, O murderess, I am dead, and that thou thinkest thee free from all solicitation from me, then shall my ghost come to thy bed, and thee, feigned vestal, in worse arms shall see, then thy sick taper will begin to wink, and he, whose thou art then, being tried before, will, if thou stir or pinch to wake him, think thou callest for more, and in false sleep will from thee shrink, and then, poor aspen wretch, neglected thou, bathed in a cold quicksilver sweat, will lie, a verier ghost than I. What I say I will not tell thee now, lest that preserve thee, and since my love is spent, I'd rather thou shouldest painfully repent, than by my threatenings rest still innocent. Yet it is the same lover, and very evidently the same who winnows all this earthly passion to a fine fruitful dust, fit to make bread for angels, ecstatic reason, passion, justifying its intoxication by revealing the mysteries that it has come thus to apprehend, speak in the quintessence of Donne's verse, with an exalted simplicity which seems to make a new language for love. It is the simplicity of a perfectly abstract geometrical problem, solved by one to whom the rapture of solution is the blossoming of pure reason. Read the poem called The Ecstasy, which seems to anticipate a metaphysical Blake. It is all close reasoning, step by step, and yet is what its title claims for it. It may be, though I doubt it, that other poets who have written personal verse in English have known as much of women's hearts and the sense of men, and the interchanges of passionate intercourse between man and woman, but partly by reason of this very method of saying things, no one has ever rendered so exactly and with such elaborate subtlety every mood of the actual passion. It has been done in prose. May one not think of Stendhal for a certain way he has of turning the whole forces of the mind upon those emotions and sensations which are mostly left to the heat of an unreflective excitement. Donne, as he suffers all the colds and fevers of love, is as much the sufferer and the physician of his disease as we have seen him to be in cases of actual physical sickness. Always detached from himself, even when he is most helplessly the slave of circumstances, he has that frightful faculty of seeing through his own illusions, of having no illusions to the mind, only to the senses. Other poets, with more wisdom towards poetry, give us the beautiful or pathetic results of no matter what creeping or soaring passions. Donne, making a new thing certainly, if not always a thing of beauty, tells us exactly what a man really feels as he makes love to a woman, as he sits beside her husband at table, as he dreams of her in absence, as he scorns himself for loving her, as he hates or despises her for loving him, as he realizes all that is stupid in her devotion, and all that is animal in his. Nature's lay idiot, I taught thee to love, he tells her in a burst of angry contempt, priding himself on his superior craft in the art. And his devotions to her are exquisite, appealing to what is most responsive in women, beyond those of tenderer poets. A woman cares most for the lover who understands her best, and is least taken in by what is the method of her tradition to feign. So wearily conscious that she is not the abstract angel of her pretense and of her adorers, she will go far in sheer thankfulness to the man who can see so straight into her heart as to have found something like a heart, but colors it and corners had. It was not good, it was not bad, it was entire to none, a few had part. Donne shows women themselves in delight, anger, or despair, as they know that he finds nothing in the world more interesting, and they much more than forgive him for all the ill he says of them. If women most conscious of their sex were ever to read Donne, they would say, he was a great lover, he understood. And in all the poems of divine love, there is the same quality of mental emotion as in the poems of human love. Donne adores God reasonably, knowing that he adores him. He renders thanks point by point, celebrates the heavenly perfections with metaphysical precision, and is no varguer with God than with women. Donne knew what he believed and why he believed, and is carried into no heat or mist as he tells over the recording rosary of his devotions. His holy sonnets are a kind of argument with God. They tell over and discuss and resolve such perplexities of faith and reason as would really occur to a speculative brain like his. Thought crowds in upon thought, and in these tightly packed lines, which but rarely admit a splendor of this kind. At the round earth's imagined corners blow your trumpets, angels, and arise, arise from death, you numberless infinities of souls, and to your scattered bodies go. More typical is this two knotted beginning of another sonnet. Batter my heart, three-personed God, for you as yet but knock. Breathe, shine, and seek to mend, that I may rise and stand, o'erthrow me, and bend your force to break, blow, burn, and make me new. Having something very minute and very exact to say, he hates to leave anything out, dreading diffuseness, as he dreads the tame sweetness of an easy melody. He will use only the smallest possible number of words to render his thought, and so, as here, he is too often ingenious rather than felicitous, forgetting that to the poet, poetry comes first, and all the rest afterwards. For the writing of great poetry, something more is needed than to be a poet, and to have great occasions. Donne was a poet, and he had the passions and the passionate adventures in body and mind which make the material for poetry. He was sincere to himself in expressing what he really felt under the burden of strong emotion and sharp sensation. Almost every poem that he wrote is written on a genuine inspiration, a genuine personal inspiration. But most of his poems seem to have been written before that personal inspiration has had time to fuse itself with the poetic inspiration. It is always useful to remember Wordsworth's phrase of emotion, recollected in tranquillity, for nothing so well defines that moment of crystallization in which direct emotion or sensation deviates exquisitely into art. Donne is intent on the passion itself, the thought, the reality, so intent that he is not at the same time in that half-unconscious way which is the way of the really great poet, equally intent on the form, that both may come to ripeness together. Again, it is the heresy of the realist, just as he drags into his verse words that have no time to take color from men's association of them with beauty, so he puts his naked thinking heart into verse, as if he were setting forth an argument. He gives us the real thing, as he would have been proud to assure us. But poetry will have nothing to do with real things until it has translated them into a diviner world. That world may be as closely the pattern of ours as the world which Dante saw in hell and purgatory. The language of the poet may be as close to the language of daily speech as the supreme poetic language of Dante. But the personal or human reality of the imaginative or divine reality must be perfectly infused, or the art will be at fault. Donne is too proud to abandon himself to his own inspiration, to his inspiration as a poet. He would be something more than a voice for the deeper yet speechless powers. He would make poetry speak straight. Well, poetry will not speak straight in the way that Donne wished it to, and under the goading that his relentless intellect gave it. He forgot beauty, preferring it to every form of truth, and beauty has revenged itself upon him, glittering miraculously out of many lines in which he wrote humbly, and leaving the darkness of a retreating shadow upon great spaces in which a confident intellect was conscious of shining. For, though mind be the heaven where love may sit, beauty a convenient type may be to figure it, he writes in the valediction to his book, thus giving formal expression to his heresy. The greatest wit, though not the best poet of our nation, Dryden called him the greatest intellect, that is, which had expressed itself in poetry. Dryden himself was not always careful to distinguish between what material was fit and what unfit for verse, so that we can now enjoy his masterly prose with more equable pleasure than his verse. But he saw clearly enough the distinction in Donne between intellect and the poetical spirit, that fatal division of the two forces which, had they pulled together instead of apart, might have achieved a result wholly splendid. Without a great intellect, no man was ever a great poet, but to possess a great intellect is not even a first step in the direction of becoming a poet at all. Compare Donne, for instance, with Herrick. Herrick has little enough of the intellect, the passion, the weight, and the magnificence of Donne, but setting out with so much less to carry, he certainly gets first to the goal, and partly by running always in the right direction. The most limited poet in the language, he is the surest. He knows the airs that weave themselves into songs, as he knows the flowers that twine best into garlands. Words come to him in an order which no one will ever alter, and no one will ever forget. Whether they come easily or not is no matter. He knows when they have come right, and they always come right before he lets them go. But Donne is only occasionally sure of his words as airs. He sets them doggedly to the work of saying something, whether or no they step to the beat of the music. Conscious writer though he was, I suppose he was more or less unconscious of his extraordinary felicities, more conscious probably of how they came than of what they were doing. And they came chiefly through a sudden heightening of mood, which brings with it a clearer and a more exalted mode of speech. in its merely accurate expression of itself. Even then, I cannot imagine him quite reconciled to beauty, at least actually doing homage to it, but rather as one who receives a gift by the way. 1899. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons. Section 10. Emily Brontë. This was a woman young and passionate, loving the earth and loving most to be, where she might be alone with liberty, loving the beasts who are compassionate, the homeless moors, her home, the bright elate, winds of the cold dawn, rock and stone and tree, night, bringing dreams out of eternity, and memory of death's unforgetting date. She too was unforgetting. Has she yet forgotten that long agony when her breath, too fierce for living, fanned the flame of death? Earth for her heather, does she now forget? What pity knew not in her love from scorn, and that it was an unjust thing to be born? The Stoic in woman has been seen once only, and that in the only woman in whom there has been seen the paradox of passion without sensuousness. Emily Brontë lived with an unparalleled energy, a life of outward quiet, in a loneliness which she shared only with the moors and with the animals whom she loved. She required no passion experience to endow her with more than a memory of passion. Passion was alive in her as flame is alive in the earth, and the vehemence of that inner fire fed on itself and wore out her body before its time, because it had no respite and no outlet. We see her condemned to self-imprisonment and dying of too much life. Her poems are few and brief, and nothing more personal has ever been written. A few are as masterly in execution as in conception, and almost all have a direct truth of utterance which rarely lacks at least the bare beauty of muscle and sinew, of a kind of naked strength and alertness. They are without heat or daylight. The sun is rarely in them, and then blood red. Light comes as starshine, or comes as hostile light that does not warm but burn. At times the landscape in this bare, grey, craggy verse, always a landscape of Yorkshire moors, with its touches of stern and tender memory, the mute bird sitting on the stone, a little and alone green lane, has a quality more thrilling than that of Wordsworth. There is none of his observation and none of his sense of a benignant presence far more deeply interfused, but there is the voice of the heart's roots, crying out to its home in the earth. At first this unornamented verse may seem forbidding, may seem even to be ordinary, as an actual moorland may, to those for whom it has no special attraction. But in the verse, as on the moors, there is space, wind, and the smell of the earth, and there is room to be alone, that liberty which this woman cried for when she cried, "Leave the heart that now I bear, and give me liberty." To be alone was for her to be alone with a chainless soul, which asked of whatever powers might be only courage to endure, constancy not to forget, and the right to leave the door wide open to those visions that came to her out of mere fixed contemplation. The god of visions, as she called her imagination, my slave, my comrade, and my king. And we know that her courage was flawless, heroic, beyond praise, that she forgot nothing, not even that love for her unspeakable brother, for whom she has expressed in two of her poems a more than masculine magnanimity of pity and contempt, and that at all times she could turn inward to that world within, where her imagination waited for her, where thou and I and liberty have undisputed sovereignty. Yet even imagination, though benignant, is to her a form of phantom bliss, to which she will not trust herself wholly. So hopeless is the world without. But is the world within ever quite frankly accepted as a substitute, as a truer reality? She is always on her guard against imagination as against the outer world, whose lies she is resolved shall not beguile her. She has accepted reason as the final arbiter and desires only to see clearly, to see things as they are. She really believed that earth reserves no blessing for the unblessed of heaven. And she had an almost Calvinistic sense of her own condemnation to unhappiness. That being so, she was suspicious of those opportunities of joy which did come to her, or at least resolute not to believe too implicitly in the good messages of the stars, which might be mere dreams, or of the earth, which was only certainly kind in preparing for her that often thought of grave. No coward soul is mine is one of her true sayings, but it was with difficulty that she trusted even that message of life which she seemed to discover in death. She has to assure herself of it again and again. Who once lives never dies, and that sense of personal identity which aches throughout all her poems is a sense, not of the delight, but of the pain and ineradicable sting of personal identity. Her poems are all outcries, as her great novel, Wuthering Heights, is one long outcry. A soul on the rack seems to make itself heard at moments when suffering has grown too acute for silence. Every poem is as if torn from her. Even when she does not write seemingly in her own person, the subjects are such disguises as the prisoner, Honor's martyr, the outcast mother, echoes of all the miseries and useless rebellions of the earth. She spells over the fading characters in dying faces, unflinchingly, with an austere curiosity, and looks closely into the eyes of shame, not dreading what she may find there. She is always arguing with herself, and the answers are inflexible, the answers of a clear intellect which rebels but accepts defeat. Her doubt is itself an affirmation. Her defiance would be an entreaty but for the quenchless will of her pride. She faces every terror, and to her pained apprehension, birth and death and life are alike terrible. Only Webster's dirge might have been said over her coffin. What my soul bore, my soul alone, within itself may tell, she says truthfully, but some of that long endurance of her life, in which exile, the body's weakness, and a sense of some divinest anguish which clung about the world and all things living, had their share, she was able to put into ascetic and passionate verse. It is sad-colored and desolate, but when gleams of sunlight or of starlight pierce the clouds that hang generally above it, a rare and stormy beauty comes into the bare outlines, quickening them with living splendor. 1906. End of section 10. Section 11 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons. Section 11. Edgar Allan Poe. The poems of Edgar Allan Poe are the work of a poet who thought persistently about poetry as an art, and would have reduced inspiration to a method. At their best, they are perfectly defined by Baudelaire, when he says of Poe's poetry that it is a thing deep and shimmering as dreams, mysterious and perfect as crystal. Not all the poems, few as they are are flawless. In a few unequal poems, we have the only essential poetry which has yet come from America. Walt Whitman's vast poetical nature having remained a nature only, not come to be an art. Because Poe was fantastically inhuman, a conscious artist doing strange things with strange materials, not every one has realized how fine, how rare, was that beauty which this artist brought into the world. It is true that there was in the genius of Poe something meretricious. It is the flaw in his genius. But then he had genius, and Whittier and Bryant and Longfellow and Lowell had only varying degrees of talent. Let us admit by all means that a diamond is flawed, but need we compare it with this and that fine specimen of quartz? Poetry Poe defined as the rhythmical creation of beauty, and the first element of poetry he found in the thirst for supernal beauty. It is not, he repeats, the mere appreciation of the beauty before us. It is a wild effort to reach the beauty above, inspired with the prescient ecstasy of the beauty beyond the grave. It struggles by multiform novelty of combination among the things and thoughts of time, to anticipate some portions of that loveliness whose very elements, perhaps, appertain solely to eternity. The poet, then, should limit his endeavors to the creation of novel moods of beauty, in form, in color, in sound, in sentiment. Note the emphasis upon novel. To Poe there was no beauty without strangeness. He makes his favorite quotation, "But," says Lord Bacon, how justly, "there is no exquisite beauty without some strangeness in the proportions." Take away this element of strangeness, of unexpectedness, of novelty, of originality, call it what we will, and all that is ethereal in loveliness is lost at once. We lose, in short, all that assimilates the beauty of earth with what we dream of the beauty of heaven. And as another of the elements of this creation of beauty, there must be indefiniteness. I know, he says, that indefiniteness is an element of the true music. I mean of the true musical expression. Give to it any undue decision, imbue it with any very determinate tone, and you deprive it at once of its ethereal, its ideal, its intrinsic and essential character. Do we not seem to find here an anticipation of Verlaine's art poétique? Pas la couleur, rien que la nuance. And is not the essential part of the poetical theory of Mallarmé and of the French symbolists enunciated in this definition and commendation of that class of composition in which there lies beneath the transparent upper current of meaning an under or suggestive one? To this mystic or secondary impression he attributes the vast force of an accompaniment in music. With each note of the lyre is heard a ghostly and not always a distinct, but an august, soul-exalting echo. Has anything that has been said since on that conception of poetry without which no writer of verse would, I suppose, venture to write verse, been said more subtly or more precisely? And Poe does not end here, with what may seem generalities. Beyond the limits of beauty, he says of poetry, its province does not extend. Its sole arbiter is taste. With the intellect or with the conscience, it has only collateral relations. It has no dependence, unless incidentally, upon either duty or truth. And of the poet who said, not meaning anything very different from what Poe meant, beauty is truth, truth beauty, he says. He is the sole British poet who has never erred in his themes. And, as if still thinking of Keats, he says, it is chiefly amid forms of physical loveliness. We use the word forms in its widest sense as embracing modifications of sound and color, that the soul seeks the realization of its dreams of beauty. And with more earnest insistence on those limits which he knew to be so much more necessary to guard in poetry than its so-called freedom. The true artist will avail himself of no license whatever. He states with categorical precision, "A poem, in my opinion, is opposed to a work of science by having, for its immediate object, pleasure, not truth; to romance, by having for its object an indefinite instead of a definite pleasure. Being a poem only so far as this object is attained, romance presenting perceptible images with definite, poetry with indefinite sensations, to which end music is an essential, since comprehension of sweet sound is our most indefinite conception. Music, when combined with a pleasurable idea, is poetry. Music without the idea is simply music. The idea without the music is prose, from its very definiteness." And he would set these careful limits, not only to the province of poetic pleasure, but to the form and length of actual poetry. "A long poem," he says, "with more truth than most people are quite willing to see, is a paradox. I hold," he says elsewhere, "that a long poem does not exist. I maintain that the phrase 'a long poem' is simply a flat contradiction in terms." And, after defining his ideal, "a rhymed poem, not to exceed in length what might be perused in an hour," he says, very justly, that within this limit alone can the highest order of true poetry exist. In another essay he narrows the duration to half an hour, at the very utmost, and wisely. In yet another essay he suggests a length of about 100 lines as the length most likely to convey that unity of impression, with that intensity of true poetical effect, in which he found the highest merit of poetry. Remember, that of true poetry we have already had his definition, and concede that a loftier conception of poetry as poetry, poetry as lyric essence, cannot easily be imagined. We are too ready to accept, under the general name of poetry, whatever is written eloquently in metre, to call even Wordsworth's Excursion a poem, and to accept Paradise Lost as throughout a poem. But there are not 30 consecutive lines of essential poetry in the whole of the Excursion, and, while Paradise Lost is crammed with essential poetry, that poetry is not consecutive, but the splendid workmanship comes in to fill up the gaps and to hold our attention until the poetry returns. Essential poetry is an essence too strong for the general sense. Diluted, it can be endured, and for the most part the poets dilute it. Poe could conceive of it only in the absolute, and his is the counsel of perfection, if of a perfection almost beyond mortal powers. He sought for it in the verse of all poets. He sought, as few have ever sought, to concentrate it in his own verse, and he has left us at least a few poems, ciascun distinto e de fulgore e d'arte, in which he has found, within his own limits, the absolute. 1906. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Jim Rowland at San Diego, California. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons. Section 12. Thomas Lovell Beddoes. With the strange fortune that always accompanied him, in life and in death, Beddoes has not merely escaped the indiscriminate applause which he would never have valued, but he has remained a bibliographical rather than a literary rarity. Few except the people who collect first editions, not as a rule the public for a poet, have had the chance of possessing Death's Jest Book, 1850, and the Poems, 1851. At last, Beddoes has been made accessible. The real story of his death, that suicide, so much in the casual and determined manner of one of his own characters. The power of the man is immense and irresistible. Browning's emphatic phrase comes first to the memory and remains always the most appropriate word of eulogy. Beddoes has been rashly called a great poet. I do not think he was a great poet, but he was, in every sense of the word, an astonishing one. Read these lines and remember that they were written just at that stagnant period, 1821 to 1826, which comes between the period of Keats, Shelley, and Byron and the period of Browning and Tennyson. It is a murderer who speaks. I am unsouled, dishumanized, uncreated. My passions swell and grow like brutes conceived. My feet are fixing roots, and every limb is billowy and gigantic, till I seem a wild old wicked mountain in the air. And the abhorred conscious of this murder, it will grow up a lion, all alone, a mighty maned, grave-mouthed prodigy, and lair him in my caves. And other thoughts, some will be snakes and bears and savage wolves. And when I lie tremendous in the desert or abandoned sea, murderers and idiot men will come to live upon my rugged sides, die, and be buried in me. Now it comes. I break and magnify and lose my form, and yet I shall be taken for a man and never be discovered till I die. How much this has of the old splendid audacity of the Elizabethans! How unlike timid modern verse! Beddoes is always large, impressive. The greatness of his aim gives him a certain claim on respectful consideration. That his talent achieved itself, or ever could have achieved itself, he himself would have been the last to affirm. But he is a monumental failure, more interesting than many facile triumphs. The one important work which Beddoes actually completed, Death's Jest Book, is nominally a drama in 5 acts. All the rest of his work, except a few lyrics and occasional poems, is also nominally dramatic. But there never was anything less dramatic in substance than this mass of admirable poetry in dialogue. Beddoes' genius was essentially lyrical. He had imagination, the gift of style, the mastery of rhythm, a strange choiceness and curiosity of phrase. But of really dramatic power, he had nothing. He could neither conceive a coherent plot, nor develop a credible situation. He had no grasp on human nature. He had no conception of what character might be in men and women. He had no faculty of expressing emotion convincingly. Constantly you find the most beautiful poetry where it is absolutely inappropriate. But never do you find one of those brief and memorable phrases, words from the heart, for which one would give much beautiful poetry. To take one instance, an Arab slave wishes to say that he has caught sight of a sail nearing the coast, and this is how he says it. I looked abroad upon the wide old world, and in the sky and sea, through the same clouds, the same stars saw I glistening and naught else. And as my soul sighed unto the world's soul, far in the north, a wind blackened the waters, and after that creating breath was still. A dark speck sat on the sky's edge, as watching upon the heaven-girt border of my mind, the first faint thought of a great deed arise. With force and fascination I drew on the wished sight, and my hope seemed to stamp its shade upon it. Not yet is it clear what, or from whom, the vessel. In scenes which aim at being passionate, one sees the same inability to be natural. What we get is always literature. It's never less than that, nor more than that. It is never frank, uncompromising nature. The fact is that Beddoes wrote from the head collectively and without emotion or without inspiration, save in literature. All Beddoes' characters speak precisely the same language, express the same desires. All in the same way startle us by their ghostly remoteness from flesh and blood. Man is tired of being merely human, Siegfried says in Death's Jest Book, and Beddoes may be said to have grown tired of humanity before he ever came to understand it. Looked at from the normal standpoint, Beddoes' idea of the drama was something wildly amateurish. As a practical playwright, he would be beneath contempt. But what he aimed at was something peculiar to himself, a sort of spectral dramatic fantasia. He would have admitted his obligations to Webster and Tourneur, to all the macabre Elizabethan work. He would have admitted that his foundations were based on literature, not on life. But he would have claimed, and claimed justly, that he had produced, out of many strange elements, something which has a place apart in English poetry. Death's Jest Book is perhaps the most morbid poem in our literature. There is not a page without its sad, grotesque, gay or abhorrent imagery of the tomb. A slave cannot say that a lady is asleep without turning it into a parable of death. Sleeping, or feigning sleep, well done of her. 'Tis trying on a garb which she must wear sooner or later, long. 'Tis but a warmer, lighter death. Not Baudelaire was more amorous of corruption. Not Poe was more spellbound by the scent of graveyard earth. So Beddoes has written a new dance of death in poetry, has become the chronicler of the praise and ridicule of death. Tired of being merely human, he has people to play with confessed phantoms. It is natural that these eloquent speakers should pass us by with their words, that they should fail to move us by their sorrows or their hates. They are not intended to be human, except indeed in the wizard humanity of death. I have said already that the genius of Beddoes is not dramatic but lyrical. What was really most spontaneous in him, nothing was quite spontaneous, was the impulse of songwriting. And it seems to me that he is really most successful in sweet and graceful lyrics like this dirge, so much more than half in love with easeful death. If thou wilt ease thine heart of love and all its smart, then sleep, dear, sleep. And not a sorrow hang on any tear on your eyelashes. Lie still and deep, sad soul, until the sea wave washes the rim o' the sun tomorrow in eastern sky. But wilt thou cure thine heart of love and all its smart? Then die, dear, die. 'Tis deeper, sweeter than on a rose bank to lie dreaming with folded eye, and then alone, amid the beaming of love's stars, thou'lt meet her in eastern sky. A beautiful lyrist, a writer of charming, morbid, and magnificent poetry in dramatic form, Beddoes will survive to students, not to readers of English poetry. Somewhere in the neighborhood of Ebenezer Jones and Charles Wells. Charles Wells was certainly more of a dramatist, a writer of more sustained and Shakespearean blank verse. Ebenezer Jones had certainly a more personal passion to express in his rough and tumultuous way, but Beddoes, not less certainly, had more of actual poetical genius than either. And in the end, only one thing counts: actual poetical genius. 1891. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons. Section 13. Gustave Flaubert. Salammbô is an attempt, as Flaubert, himself his best critic, has told us, to perpetuate a mirage by applying to antiquity the methods of the modern novel. By the modern novel he means the novel as he had reconstructed it. He means Madame Bovary. That perfect book is perfect because Flaubert had for once found exactly the subject suited to its method, had made his method and his subject one. On his scientific side, Flaubert is a realist, but there is another, perhaps a more intimately personal side, on which he is lyrical in a large, sweeping way. The lyric poet in him made La Tentation de Saint Antoine, the analyst made L'Éducation sentimentale. But in Madame Bovary, we find the analyst and the lyric poet in equilibrium. It is the history of a woman, as carefully observed as any story that has ever been written, and observed in surroundings of the most ordinary kind. But Flaubert finds the romantic material which he loved, the materials of beauty, in precisely that temperament which he studies so patiently and so cruelly. Madame Bovary is a little woman, half vulgar and half hysterical, incapable of a fine passion, but her trivial desires, her futile aspirations after second-rate pleasures and second-hand ideals, give to Flaubert all that he wants, the opportunity to create beauty out of reality. What is common in the imagination of Madame Bovary becomes exquisite in Flaubert's rendering of it, and by that counterpoise of a commonness in the subject, he is saved from any vague ascents of rhetoric in his rendering of it. In writing Salammbô, Flaubert set himself to renew the historical novel, as he had renewed the novel of manners. He would have admitted, doubtless, that perfect success in the historical novel is impossible by the nature of the case. We are at best only half conscious of the reality of the things about us, only able to translate them approximately into any form of art. How much is left over in the closest transcription of a mere line of houses in a street, of a passing steamer, of one's next-door neighbour, of the point of view of a foreigner looking along Piccadilly, of one's own state of mind, moment by moment, as one walks from Oxford Circus to the Marble Arch? Think, then, of the attempt to reconstruct no matter what period of the past, to distinguish the difference in the aspect of a world perhaps bossed with castles and ridged with ramparts, to two individualities encased within chain armour. Flaubert chose his antiquity wisely, a period of which we know too little to confuse us, a city of which no stone is left on another, the minds of barbarians who have left us no psychological documents. Be sure I have made no fantastic Carthage, he says proudly, pointing to his documents. Ammianus Marcellinus, who has furnished him with the exact form of a door, the Bible and Theophrastus, from which he obtains his perfumes and his precious stones, Gresenius, from which he gets his Punic names, the Mémoires de l'Académie des Inscriptions. As for the Temple of Tanit, I am sure of having reconstructed it as it was, with the treatise of the Syrian goddess, with the medals of the Duc de Luynes, with what is known of the temple at Jerusalem, with a passage of St. Jerome, quoted by Selden, De Diis Syris, with the plan of the temple of Gozzo, which is quite Carthaginian, and best of all with the ruins of the temple of Thuga, which I have seen myself with my own eyes, and of which no traveller or antiquarian, so far as I know, has ever spoken. But that, after all, as he admits, when, that is, he has proved point by point his minute accuracy to all that is known of ancient Carthage, his faithfulness to every indication which can serve for his guidance, his patience in grouping rather than his daring in the invention of action and details. That is not the question. I care little enough for archaeology. If the colour is not uniform, if the details are out of keeping, if the manners do not spring from the religion and the actions from the passions, if the characters are not consistent, if the costumes are not appropriate to the habits and the architecture to the climate, if, in a word, there is not harmony, I am in error. If not, no. And there, precisely, is the definition of the one merit which can give a historical novel the right to exist, and at the same time a definition of the merit which sets Salammbô above all other historical novels. Everything in the book is strange, some of it might easily be bewildering, some revolting, but all is in harmony. The harmony is like that of Eastern music, not immediately conveying its charm or even the secret of its measure to Western ears, but a monotony coiling perpetually upon itself after a severe law of its own. Or rather, it is like a fresco painted gravely in hard, definite colours, firmly detached from a background of burning sky. A procession of barbarians, each in the costume of his country, passes across the wall. There are battles in which elephants fight with men. An army besieges a great city, or rots to death in a defile between mountains. The ground is paved with dead men. Crosses, each bearing its living burden, stand against the sky. A few figures of men and women appear again and again, expressing by their gestures the soul of the story. Flaubert himself has pointed out, with his unerring self-criticism, to the main defect of his book. The pedestal is too large for the statue. There should have been, as he says, 100 pages more about Salammbô. He declares, "There is not in my book an isolated or gratuitous description. All are useful to my characters, and have an influence, near or remote, on the action. This is true, and yet, all the same, the pedestal is too large for the statue. Salammbô, always surrounded with grave and exquisite things, has something of the somnambulism which enters into the heroism of Judith. She has a hieratic beauty, and a consciousness as pale and vague as the moon whom she worships. She passes before us, her body saturated with perfumes, encrusted with jewels like an idol, her head turreted with violet hair, the gold chain tinkling between her ankles, and is hardly more than an attitude, a fixed gesture, like the Eastern women whom one sees passing, with oblique eyes and mouths painted into smiles, their faces curiously traced into a work of art, in the languid movements of a pantomimic dance. The soul behind those eyes? The temperament under that at times almost terrifying mask? Salammbô is as inarticulate for us as the serpent, to whose drowsy beauty, capable of such sudden awakenings, hers seems half akin. They move before us in a kind of hieratic pantomime, a coloured, expressive thing, signifying nothing. Matto, maddened with love, in an invincible stupor like those who have drunk some draught of which they are to die, has the same somnambulistic life. The prey of Venus, he has an almost literal insanity, which, as Flaubert reminds us, is true to the ancient view of that passion. He is the only quite vivid person in the book, and he lives with the intensity of a wild beast. A life blinded alike from every inner and outer interruption to one or two fixed ideas. The others have their places in the picture, fall into their attitudes naturally, remain so many coloured outlines for us. The illusion is perfect. These people may not be the real people of history, but at least they have no self-consciousness, no Christian tinge in their minds. The metaphors are few, the epithets definite, Flaubert tells us of his style in this book, where, as he says, he has sacrificed less to the amplitude of the phrase and to the period than in Madame Bovary. The movement here is in briefer steps, with a more earnest gravity, without any of the engaging weakness of adjectives. The style is never archaic, it is absolutely simple, the precise word being put always for the precise thing. But it obtains a dignity, a historical remoteness, by the large seriousness of its manner, the absence of modern ways of thought, which, in Madame Bovary, bring with them an instinctively modern cadence. Salammbô is written with the severity of history, but Flaubert notes every detail visually, as a painter notes the details of natural things. A slave is being flogged under a tree. Flaubert notes the movement of the thong as it flies, and tells us, the thongs as they whistled through the air sent the bark of the plane trees flying. Before the battle of Macar, the barbarians are awaiting the approach of the Carthaginian army. First, the barbarians were surprised to see the ground undulate in the distance. Clouds of dust rise and whirl over the desert, through which are seen glimpses of horns, and, as it seems, wings. Are they bulls, or birds, or a mirage of the desert? The barbarians watch intently. At last, they made out several transverse bars, bristling with uniform points. The bars became denser, larger. Dark mounds swayed from side to side. Suddenly square bushes came into view. They were elephants and lances. A single shout, "The Carthaginians!" arose. Observe how all that is seen, as if the eyes, unaided by the intelligence, had found out everything for themselves, taking in one indication after another instinctively. Flaubert puts himself in the place of his characters, not so much to think for them as to see for them. Compare the style of Flaubert in each of his books, and you will find that each book has its own rhythm, perfectly appropriate to its subject matter. That style, which has almost every merit and hardly a fault, becomes what it is by a process very different from that of most writers careful of form. Read Chateaubriand, Gautier, even Baudelaire, and you will find that the aim of these writers has been to construct a style which shall be adaptable to every occasion, but without structural change. The cadence is always the same. The most exquisite word painting of Gautier can be translated rhythm for rhythm into English without difficulty. Once you have mastered the tune, you have merely to go on. Every verse will be the same. But Flaubert is so difficult to translate, because he has no fixed rhythm. His prose keeps step with no regular march music. He invents the rhythm of every sentence. He changes his cadence with every mood, or for the convenience of every fact. He has no theory of beauty in form apart from what it expresses. For him, form is a living thing, the physical body of thought, which it clothes and interprets. If I call stones blue, it is because blue is the precise word, believe me, he replies to Sainte-Beuve's criticism. Beauty comes into his words from the precision with which they express definite things, definite ideas, definite sensations. And in his book, where the material is so hard, apparently so unmalleable, it is a beauty of sheer exactitude which fills it from end to end, a beauty of measure and order, seen equally in the departure of the doves of Carthage, at the time of their flight into Sicily, and in the lions feasting on the corpses of the barbarians in the defile between the mountains. 1901. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Moon of Rochester, New York. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons. Section 14. George Meredith as a Poet. Meredith has always suffered from the curse of too much ability. He has both genius and talent, but the talent, instead of acting as a counterpoise to the genius, blows it yet more windily about the air. He has almost all the qualities of a great writer, but some perverse spirit in his blood has mixed them to their mutual undoing. When he writes prose, the prose seems always about to burst into poetry. When he writes verse, the verse seems always about to sink into prose. He thinks in flashes and writes in shorthand. He has an intellectual passion for words, but he has never been able to accustom his mind to the slowness of their service. He tosses them about the page in his anger, tearing them open and gutting them with a savage pleasure. He has so fastidious a fear of dirtying his hands with what other hands have touched, that he makes the language over again, so as to avoid writing a sentence or a line as anyone else would have written it. His hatred of the commonplace becomes a mania, and it is by his headlong hunt after the best that he has lost by the way its useful enemy, good. In prose he would have every sentence shine. In verse he would have every line sparkle, like a lady who puts on all her jewelry at once immediately after breakfast. As his own brain never rests, he does not realize that there are other brains which feel fatigue, and as his own taste is for what is hard, ringing, showing, drenched with light, he does not leave any cool shadows to be a home for gentle sounds in the whole of his work. His books are like picture galleries, in which every inch of wall is covered, and picture screams at picture across its narrow division of frame. Almost every picture is good, but each suffers from its context. As time goes on, Meredith's mannerisms have grown rigid like old bones. Exceptions have become rules, experiments have been accepted for solutions. In Meredith's earliest verse, there is a certain harshness, which seems to come from a too urgent desire to be at once concise and explicit. Modern Love, published in 1862, remains Meredith's masterpiece in poetry, and it will always remain, besides certain things of Donne and of Browning, an astonishing feat in the vivisection of the heart in verse. It is packed with imagination, but with imagination of so nakedly human a kind that there is hardly an ornament, hardly an image in the verse. It is like scraps of heartbroken talk, overheard and jotted down at random, hardly suggesting a story, but burning into one like the touch of a corroding acid. These cruel and self-torturing lovers have no illusions, and their tragic hints are like a fine, pained mockery of love itself, as they struggle open-eyed against the blindness of passion. The poem laughs while it cries, with a double-mindedness more constant than that of Heine, with, at times, an acuteness of sensation carried to the point of agony, at which Othello sweats words like these: O thou weed, who art so lovely fair, and smell'st so sweet, that the sense aches at thee, would thou hadst ne'er been born. Meredith has written nothing more like Modern Love, and for 20 years after the publication of the volume containing it, he published no other volume of verse. In 1883 appeared Poems and Lyrics of the Joy of Earth. In 1887, Poems and Ballads of Tragic Life, and in 1888, A Reading of Earth, to which A Reading of Life is sort of a companion volume. The main part of this work is a kind of nature poetry, unlike any other nature poetry. But there are several groups which must be distinguished from it. One group contains Cassandra, from the volume of 1862, The Nuptials of Attila, the Song of Theodolinda, from the volume of 1887. There is something fierce, savage, convulsive in the passion which informs these poems, a note sounded in our days by no other poet. The words rush, rattling on one another like the clashing of spears or the ring of iron on iron in a day of old-world battle. The lines are javelins, consonanted lines full of force and fury, as if sung or played by a northern skald harping on a field of slain. There is another group of romantic ballads, containing the early Margaret's Bridal Eve, and the later Archduchess Anne and the Young Princess. There are also the humorous and pathetic studies in roadside philosophers and the like, in which, 40 years ago, Meredith anticipated with the dignity of a poet the vernacular studies of others. And finally, there is a section containing poems of impassioned meditation, beginning with the lofty and sustained ode to France, December 1870, and ending with the volcanic volume of Odes in Contribution to the Song of French History, published in 1900. But it is in the poems of nature that Meredith is the most consistent to an attitude, most himself as he would have himself. There is in them an almost pagan sense of the nearness and intimacy of the awful and benignant powers of nature. But this sense, once sufficient for the making of poetry, is interpenetrated in this modern poet by an almost scientific consciousness of the processes of evolution. Earth seen through a brain, not a temperament, it might be defined, and it would be possible to gather a complete philosophy of life from these poems, in which, though the joy of earth is sung, it is sung with the wise, collected ecstasy of Melampus, not with the irresponsible ecstasy of the Maenads. It is not what Browning calls the wild joy of living, but the strenuous joy of living in perfect accordance with nature, with the sanity of animals who have climbed to reason and are content to be guided by it. It is a philosophy which may well be contrasted with the transcendental theories of one with whom Meredith may otherwise have been compared, Emerson. Both, in different ways, have tried to make poetry out of the brain, forgetting that poetry draws nourishment from other soil and dies in the brain as in a vacuum. Both have taken the abstract, not the concrete, for their province. Both have tortured words in the cause of ideas. Both have had so much to say that they have had little time left over for singing. Meredith has never been a clear writer in verse. Modern love requires reading and rereading, but at one time he had a somewhat exasperating semblance of lucidity, which still lurks mockingly about his work. A freshman who heard Mallarmé lecture at Oxford said, when he came away, "I understood every word, but not a single sentence." Meredith is sometimes equally tantalizing. The meaning seems to be there, just beyond one, clearly visible on the other side of some hard transparency through which there is no passage. Have you ever seen a cat pawing at the glass from the other side of a window? It paws and paws, turns its head to the right, turns its head to the left, walks to and fro, sniffing at the corner of every pane. Its claws screech on the glass in a helpless endeavor to get through to what it sees before it. It gives up at last in an evident bewilderment. That is how one figures the reader of Meredith's later verse. It is not merely that Meredith's meaning is not obvious at a glance. It is, when obscure, ugly in its obscurity, not beautiful. There is not an uglier line in the English language than, "Or it's the widow's dream of her new mate." It is almost impossible to say it at all. Often Meredith wishes to be too concise and squeezes his thoughts together like this: "And the totterer earth detests, love shuns, grim logic screws in grasp, is he." In his desire to cram a separate sentence into every line, he writes such lines as this: "Look I once back, a broken pinion I." He thinks differently than other people, and not only more quickly, and his mind works in a kind of double process. Take, for instance, this phrase: "Ravenous all the line for speed." An image occurs to him, the image of a runner who, as we say, devours the ground. Thereupon he translates this image into his own dialect, where it becomes intensely vivid if it can be caught in passing. Only to catch it in passing, you must go through two mental processes at once. That is why he cannot be read aloud. In a poem where every line is on the pattern of the line I have quoted, every line has to be unriddled, and no brain works fast enough to catch so many separate meanings and to translate it as it goes. Meredith has half the making of a great artist in verse. He has harmony without melody. He invents and executes marvelous variations upon verse. He has footed the tightrope of the galliambic measure and the swaying planks of various trochaic experiments. But his resolve to astonish is stronger than his desire to charm, and he lets technical skill carry him to such excesses of ugliness in verse as technical skill carried Liszt's and sometimes Berlioz in music. Meredith has written lines which any poet who ever wrote in English would be proud of. He has also written lines as tuneless as a deal table and as rasping as a file. His ear for the sweep and texture of harmonies, for the building up of rhythmical structure, is not seconded by an ear for the delicacies of sound in words or in tunes. In one of his finest poems, The Hymn to Color, he can begin one stanza with this ample magnificence. Look now where color, the soul's bridegroom, makes the house of heaven splendid for the bride, and can end another stanza thus lumpishly. With thee, O fount of the untimed, to lead, drink they of thee, thee eyeing, they unaged, shall on through brave wars waged. Meredith is not satisfied with English verse as it is. He persists on trying to make it into something wholly different, and these eccentricities come partly from certain theories. He speaks in one place of a soft compulsion on terrene by heavenly, which is not English, but a misapplication of the jargon of science. In another place he speaks of the posts that named the swallowed mile, which is a kind of pedantry. He chooses harsh words by preference, liking unusual or insoluble rhymes like haps and yaps and thick and sick, skin and kin, banks and thanks, skims and limbs. 2 lines from the Woods of Westermain, published in 1883 in the Poems and Lyrics of the Joy of Earth, sum up in themselves the whole theory. Life, the small self-dragon ramped, thrill for service to be stamped. Here every word is harsh, prickly, hard of sense. The rhymes come like buffets in the face. It is possible that Meredith has more or less consciously imitated the French practice in the manner of rhymes, for in France rarity of rhyme is sought as eagerly as in England it is avoided. Rhyme in French poetry is an important part of the art of verse. In English poetry, except to some extent at the time of Pope, it has been accepted as a thing rather to be disguised than accentuated. There is something a little barbarous in rhyme itself, with its mnemonic click of emphasis, and the skill of the most skillful English poets has always been shown in the softening of that click, in reducing it to the inarticulate answer of an echo. Meredith hammers out his rhymes on the anvil on which he has forged his clanging and rigid-jointed words. His verse moves in plate armor, terrible as an army with banners. To Meredith, poetry has become a kind of imaginative logic, and almost the whole of his later work is a reasoning in verse. He reasons, not always clearly to the eye, and never satisfyingly to the ear, but with a fiery intelligence which has more passion than most other poets put into frankly emotional verse. He reasons in pictures, every line having its imagery, and he uses pictorial words to express abstract ideas. Disdaining the common subjects of poetry, as he disdains common rhythms, common rhymes, and common language, he does much by his enormous vitality to give human warmth to arguments concerning humanity. He does much, though he attempts the impossible. His poetry is always what Rossetti called amusing. It has, in other words, what Baudelaire called the supreme literary grace, energy. But with what relief one does not lay down this reading of life and take up the modern love of 40 years ago, in which life speaks. Meredith has always been in wholesome revolt against convention, against every deadening limitation of art, but he sometimes carries revolt to the point of anarchy. In finding new subjects and new forms for verse, he is often throwing away the gold and gathering up the ore. In taking for his foundation the stone which the builders rejected, he is sometimes only giving a proof of their wisdom in rejecting it. 1901. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons, Section 15, Algernon Charles Swinburne, Part 1. It is 44 years since the publication of Swinburne's first volume, and it is scarcely to the credit of the English public that we should have had to wait so long for a collected edition of the poems of one of the greatest poets of this or any country. It is nothing to me, Swinburne tells us, with a delicate precision in his pride, that what I write should find immediate or general acceptance. And indeed immediate it can scarcely be said to have been, general it is hardly likely ever to be. Swinburne has always been a poet writing for poets or for those rare lovers of poetry who ask for poetry and nothing more or less in a poet. Such writers can never be really popular any more than gold without alloy can ever really be turned to practical uses. Think of how extremely little the poetical merit of his poetry had to do with the immense success of Byron. Think how very much besides poetical merit contributed to the surprising reputation of Tennyson. There was a time when the first series of poems and ballads was read for what seemed startling in its subject matter. But that time has long since passed, and it is not probable that any reviewer of the new edition, now reprinted verbatim from the edition of 1866, will so much as allude to the timid shrieks which went up from the reviewers of that year, except perhaps as one of the curiosities of literature. A poet is always interesting and instructive when he talks about himself, and Swinburne, in his dedicatory epistle to his best and dearest friend, Mr. Watts Dunton, who has been the finest, the surest, and the subtlest critic of poetry now living, talks about himself, or rather about his work, with a proud and simple frankness. It is not only interesting, but of considerable critical significance, to know that among his plays Swinburne prefers Mary Stuart, and among his lyrical poems, the Ode on Athens and the Ode on the Armada. By the test of these two poems, he tells us, I am content that my claims should be decided and my station determined as a lyric poet in the higher sense of the term, a craftsman in the most ambitious line of his art that ever aroused or can arouse the emulous aspiration of his kind. In one sense, a poet is always the most valuable critic of his own work. In another sense, his opinion is almost valueless. He knows better than anyone else what he wanted to do, and he knows better than anyone else how nearly he has done it. In judging his own technical skill in the accomplishment of his aim, it is easy for him to be absolutely unbiased, technique being a thing wholly apart from oneself, an acquirement. But in a poem, the way it is done is by no means everything. Something else, the vital element in it, the quality of inspiration, as we rightly call it, has to be determined. Of this the poet is rarely a judge. To him it is a part of himself, and he is scarcely more capable of questioning its validity than he is of questioning his own intentions. To him it is enough that it is his. Conscious as he may rightly be of genius, how can he discriminate in his own work between the presence or the absence of that genius, which, though it means everything, may be absent in a production technically faultless or present in a production less strictly achieved according to rule. Swinburne, it is evident, grudges some of the fame which has set Atalanta and Kalynda higher in general favor than Erechtheus, and though he is perfectly right in every reason which he gives for setting Erechtheus above Atalanta and Kalynda, the fact remains that there is something in the latter which is not, in anything like the same degree, in the former, a certain spontaneity, a prodigal wealth of inspiration. In exactly the same way, while the Ode on Athens and the Ode on the Armada are alike magnificent as achievements, there is no more likelihood of Swinburne going down to posterity as the writer of those two splendid poems than there is of Coleridge, to take Swinburne's own instance, being remembered as the writer of the Ode to France, rather than as the writer of the Ode on Dejection. The Ode to France is a product of the finest poetical rhetoric. The Ode on Dejection is a growth of the profoundest poetical genius. Another point on which Swinburne takes for granted what is perhaps his highest endowment as a poet while dwelling with fine enthusiasm on the entire and absolute sincerity of a whole section of poems in which the sincerity itself might well have been taken for granted, is that marvelous metrical inventiveness which is without parallel in English or perhaps in any other literature. A writer conscious of any natural command over the musical resources of his language, says Swinburne, can hardly fail to take such pleasure in the enjoyment of this gift or instinct as the greatest writer and the greatest versifier of our age must have felt at its highest possible degree when composing a musical exercise of such incomparable scope and fullness as Les Djinns. In metrical inventiveness, Swinburne is as much Victor Hugo's superior as the English language is superior to the French in metrical capability. His music is never the sudden bird's flight, the thrill, pause, and unaccountable ecstasy of the very finest lyrics of Blake or of Coleridge. One never wholly forgets the artist in the utterance, but where he is incomparable is in an arduous fullness of intricate harmony, around which the waves of melody flow, foam, and scatter like the waves of the sea about a rock. No poet has ever loved or praised the sea as Swinburne has loved and praised it, and to no poet has it been given to create music with words in so literal an analogy with the inflexible and vital rhythmical science of the sea. In his reference to the clatter aroused by the first publication of the wonderful volume now reprinted, the first series of poems and ballads, Swinburne has said with tact, precision, and finality all that need ever be said on the subject. He records with a touch of not unkindly humor his own deep diversion of collating and comparing the variously inaccurate verdicts of the scornful or mournful censors who insisted on regarding all the studies of passion or sensation attempted or achieved in it as either confessions of positive fact or excursions of absolute fancy. And admitting that there was work in it of both kinds, he claims with perfect justice that if the two kinds cannot be distinguished, it is surely rather a credit than a discredit to an artist whose medium or material has more in common with the musicians than with the sculptors. Rarely has the prying ignorance of ordinary criticism been more absurdly evident than in the criticisms on poems and ballads, in which the question as to whether these poems were or were not the record of personal experience was debated with as much solemn fury as if it really mattered in the very least. When a poem has once been written, of what consequence is it to anybody whether it was inspired by a line of Sappho or by a lady living round the corner? There may be theoretical preferences, and these may be rationally enough argued, as to whether one should work from life or from memory or from imagination. But the poem once written, only one question remains. Is it a good or a bad poem? A poem of Coleridge or of Wordsworth is neither better nor worse because it came to the one in a dream and to the other in a storm, worse if possible, in which the pony could or would only make his way slantwise. The knowledge of the circumstances or the antecedents of the composition is no doubt as gratifying to human curiosity as the personal paragraphs in the newspapers. It can hardly be of much greater importance. A passage in Swinburne's dedicatory epistle which was well worth saying, a passage which comes with double force from a poet who is also a scholar, is that on books, which are living things, Marlowe and Shakespeare, Aeschylus and Sappho, do not for us live only on the dusty shelves of libraries. To Swinburne, as he says, the distinction between books and life is but a dullard's distinction, and it may justly be said of him that it is with an equal instinct and an equal enthusiasm that he is drawn to whatever in nature, in men, in books, or in ideas is great, noble, and heroic. The old name of Laudi, which has lately been revived by D'Annunzio, might be given to the larger part of Swinburne's lyric verse. It is filled by a great praising of the universe. To the prose-minded reader who reads verse in the intervals of newspapers and business, there must be an actual fatigue in merely listening to so unintermittent a hymn of thanksgiving. Here is a poet, he must say, who is without any moderation at all. Birds at dawn, praising light, are not more troublesome to a sleeper. Reading the earlier and the later Swinburne, On a High Rock Around Which the Sea is Washing, one is struck by the way in which these cadences, in their unending, ever-varying flow, seem to harmonize with the rhythm of the sea. Here one finds at least, and it is a great thing to find, a rhythm inherent in nature. A mean or merely bookish rhythm is rebuked by the sea, as a trivial or insincere thought is rebuked by the stars. We are what suns and winds and waters make us, as Landor knew. The whole essence of Swinburne seems to be made by the rush and soft-flowing impetus of the sea. The sea has passed into his blood like a passion, and into his verse like a transfiguring element. It is actually the last word of many of his poems, and it is the first and last word of his poetry. He does not make pictures, for he does not see the visible world without an emotion which troubles his sight. He sees as through a cloud of rapture. Sight is to him a transfiguring thrill, and his record of things seen is clouded over with shining words and broken into little separate shafts and splinters of light. He has still undimmed the child's awakenings to wonder, love, reverence, the sense of beauty in every sensation. He has the essentially lyric quality, joy, in almost unparalleled abundance. There is for him no tedium in things because, to his sense, books catch up and continue the delights of nature, and with books and nature he has all that he needs for a continual inner communing. In this new book there are poems of nature, poems of the sea, the lake, the high oaks, the hawthorn, a rosary, Northumberland, and there are poems of books, poems about Burns, Christina Rossetti, Rabelais, Dumas, and about Shakespeare and his circle. In all the poems about books in this volume there is excellent characterization, excellent criticism, and in the Ode to Burns a very notable discrimination of the greater Burns, not the Burns of the love poems, but the fighter, the satirist, the poet of strenuous laughter. But love and wine were moon and sun for many of fame, long since undone, and sorrow and joy have lost and won by stormy turns, as many a singer's soul, if none more bright than Burns. And sweeter far in grief and mirth have songs as glad and sad of birth found voice to speak of wealth or dearth in joy of life, but never song took fire from earth more strong for strife. Above the storms of praise and blame that blur with mist his lustrous name, his thunderous laughter went and came and lives and flies, the war that follows on the flame when lightning dies. Here the homage is given with splendid energy, but with fine justice. There are other poems of homage in this book, along with denunciations, as there are on so many pages of the Songs Before Sunrise and the Songs of Two Nations, in which the effect is far less convincing, as it is far less clear. Whether Mazzini or Nelson be praised, Napoleon III or Gladstone be buffeted, little distinction save of degree can be discerned between the one and the other. The hate poems, it must be admitted, are more interesting, partly because they are more distinguishable than the poems of adoration. For hate seizes upon the lineaments which love glorifies willingly out of recognition. There was a finely ferocious energy in the Diré, ending with the descent into hell of 9th January 1873, and there is a good swinging and slashing vigor in the Commonweal of 1886. Why is it that this deeply felt political verse, like so much of the political verse of the Songs Before Sunrise, does not satisfy the ear or the mind like the early love poetry or the later nature poetry? Is it not that one distinguishes only a voice, not a personality behind the voice? Speech needs weight, though song only needs wings. I set the trumpet to my lips and blow, said Swinburne in the Songs Before Sunrise, when he was the trumpeter of Mazzini. And yet, it must be remembered, Swinburne has always meant exactly what he has said, and this fact points an amusing contrast between the attitude of the critics 30 years ago towards work which was then new, and their attitude now towards the same work when it is 30 years old. There is in the Songs Before Sunrise an arraignment of Christianity as deliberate as Leconte de Lisel's, as wholesale as Nietzsche's. In the Poems and Ballads, a learned sensuality without parallel in English poetry, and the critics or the descendants of the critics who, when these poems first appeared, could see nothing but these accidental qualities of substance, are now, thanks merely to the triumph of time, to the ease with which time forgets and forgives, able to take all such things for granted, and to acknowledge the genuine and essential qualities of lyric exaltation and generous love of liberty by which the poems exist and have a right to exist as poems. But when we are told that Before a Crucifix is a poem fundamentally reverent towards Christianity, and that Anactoria is an ascetic experiment in scholarship, a learned attempt at the reconstruction of the order of Sappho, it is difficult not to wonder with what kind of smile the writer of these poems reflects anew over the curiosities of criticism. I have taken the new book and the old book together because there is surprising little difference between the form and manner of the old poems and the new. The contents of a channel passage are unusually varied in subject, and the longest poem, The Altar of Righteousness, a marvelous piece of rhythmical architecture, is unusually varied in form. Technically, the whole book shows Swinburne at his best, if indeed he may ever be said not to be at his best technically. Is there any other instance in our literature of a perfection of technique so unerring, so uniform, that it becomes actually fatiguing? It has often foolishly been said that the dazzling brilliance of Swinburne's form is apt to disguise a certain thinness or poverty of substance. It seems to me, on the contrary, that we are often in danger of overlooking the imaginative subtlety of phrases and epithets which are presented to us and withdrawn from us in a flash on the turn of a wave. Most poets present us with their best effects deliberately, giving them as weighty an accent as they can. Swinburne scatters them by the way. Take, for instance, the line, "The might of the night subsided, the tyranny kindled in darkness fell." The line comes rearing like a wave and has fallen and raced past us before we have properly grasped what is imaginatively fine in the latter clause. Presented to us in the manner of slower poets, thus, the tyranny kindled in darkness fell. How much more easily do we realize the quality of the speech which goes to make this song? And yet there is no doubt that Swinburne has made his own molds of language, and he has made his own molds of rhythm, and that he is apt, when a thought or a sensation which he has already expressed recurs to him, to use the mold which stands ready-made in his memory, instead of creating language over again to fit a hair's breadth of difference in the form of thought or sensation. That is why in this book, in translating a roundel of Villon, which Rossetti had already translated, he misses the naive quality of the French, which Rossetti, in a version not in all points so faithful as this, had been able in some subtle way to retain. His own molds of language recur to him, and he will not stop to think that wife, though a good word for his rhyme scheme, is not a word that Villon could have used, and that deux estions et n'avions que un cœur, though it is perfectly rendered by Rossetti in two we were and the heart was one, is turned into a wholly different, a Swinburnian thing by twain we were, and our hearts one song, one heart. Nor is dead as the carver's figured throng for comme les images par cœur, either clear in meaning or characteristic of Villon in form. Is it not one of the penalties of extreme technical ability that the hand at times works, as it were blindly, without the delicate vigilance or direction of the brain? Of the poems contained in this new volume, the title poem, A Channel Passage, is perhaps the finest. It is the record of a memory 50 years old, and it is filled with a passionate ecstasy in the recollection of 3 glad hours, and it seemed not an hour of supreme and supernal joy, filled full with delight that revives in remembrance a sea-bird's heart in a boy. It may be that Swinburne has praised the sea more eloquently or sung of it more melodiously, but not in the whole of his works is there a poem fuller of personal rapture in the communion of body and soul with the very soul of the sea in storm. The Lake of Gaube is remarkable for an exultant and very definite and direct rendering of the sensation of a dive through deep water. There are other sea poems in the two brief and concentrated poems in honor of Nelson. The most delicate of the poems of Flowers and a Rosary, the most passionate and memorable of the political poems in Russia and Ode, the Elizabethan prologues. These poems, so varied in subject and manner, are the work of many years. To those who love Swinburne most as a lyric poet, they will come with special delight, for they represent in almost absolute equality almost every side of his dazzling and unique lyric genius. The final volume of the greatest lyrical poet since Shelley contains 3 books, each published at an interval of 10 years. The Midsummer Holiday of 1884, The Astrophel of 1894, and The Channel Passage of 1904. Choice among them is as difficult as it is unnecessary. They are alike in their ecstatic singing of the sea, of great poets and great men, of England and liberty, and of children. One contains the finest poems about the sea from on shore, another the finest poem about the sea from at sea, and the other the finest poem about the earth from the heart of the woods. Even in Swinburne's work, the series of 9 ballades in long lines, which bears the name of A Midsummer Holiday, stands out as a masterpiece of its kind and of a unique kind. A form of French verse, which up to then had been used since the time when Villon used it, as no man has used it before or since, and almost exclusively in iambic measures, is suddenly transported from the hothouse into the open air, is stretched and molded beyond all known limits, and becomes, it may almost be said, a new lyric form. After A Midsummer Holiday, no one can contend any longer that the ballade is a structure necessarily any more artificial than the sonnet. But then in the hands of Swinburne, an acrostic would cease to be artificial. In the last volume, the technique, which is seen apparently perfected, Poems and Ballads of 1866, has reached a point from which that relative perfection looks easy and almost accidental. Something is lost, no doubt, and much has changed. But to compare the metrical qualities of Dolores, or even of The Triumph of Time, with the metrical qualities of On the Verge is almost like comparing the art of Thomas More with the art of Coleridge. In Swinburne's development as a poet, the metrical development is significant of every change through which the poet has passed. Subtlety and nobility, the appeal of ever homelier and loftier things, are seen more and more clearly in his work, as the metrical qualities of it become purified and intensified, with always more of subtlety and distinction, and energy at last tamed to the needs and paces of every kind of beauty. End of section 15. Section 16 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons, Section 16, Algernon Charles Swinburne, Part 2. Charles Lamb, as I need not remind you, says Swinburne in his dedicatory epistle to the collected edition of his poems, wrote for antiquity, nor need you be assured that when I write plays, it is with a view to their being acted at the Globe, the Red Bull, or the Black Friars. In another part of the same epistle, he says, my first, if not my strongest, ambition was to do something worth doing, and not utterly unworthy of a young countryman of Marlowe the teacher and Webster the pupil of Shakespeare, in the line of work which those 3 poets had left as a possibly unattainable example for ambitious Englishmen. And my first book, written while yet under academic or tutorial authority, bore evidence of that ambition in every line. And indeed we need not turn 4 pages to come upon a mimicry of the style of Shakespeare so close as this. We are so more than poor, the dearest of all our spoil would profit you less than mere losing. So most more than weak it were, but shame for one to smite us, who could but weep louder. A Shakespearean trick is copied in such lines as, all other women's praise makes part of my blame, and things of least account in them are all my praises. And there is a jester who talks in a metre that might have come straight out of Beaumont and Fletcher, as here, I am considering of that apple still, it hangs in the mouth yet sorely. I would fain know too why nettles are not good to eat raw. Come, children, come, my sweet scraps, come, painted pieces, come. Touches of the early Browning come into this Elizabethan work, come and go there, as in these lines. What are you made God's friend for, but to have his hand over your head to keep it well and warm the rainy weather through, when snow spoils half the world's work? And does one not hear Beddoes in the grim lines spoken of the earth, naked as brown feet of unburied men? An influence still more closely contemporary seems to be felt in Fair Rosamond, the influence of that extraordinarily individual blank verse which William Morris had made his first and last experiment in, 2 years earlier in Sir Peter Harpton's End. So many influences, then, are seen at work on the form, at least, of these two plays published at the age of 23. Fair Rosamond, though it has beautiful lines here and there, and shows some anticipation of that luxurious heat and subtle rendering of physical sensation which was to be so evident in the poems and ballads, is altogether a less mature piece of work, less satisfactory in every way than the longer and more regular drama of the Queen Mother. Swinburne speaks of the two pieces without distinction, and finds all that there is in them of promise or of merit in the language and the style of such better passages as may perhaps be found in single and separable speeches of Catherine and of Rosamond. But the difference between these speeches is very considerable. Those of Rosamond are wholly elegiac, lamentations and meditations recited without or against occasion. In the best speeches of Catherine there is not only a more masculine splendor of language, a firmer cadence, there is also some indication of that power to grapple with the realities and subtleties of character and of motive, which Swinburne finds largely lacking in them. A newspaper critic reviewing the book in 1861 said, "We should have conceived it hardly possible to make the crimes of Catherine de' Medici dull, however they were presented. Swinburne, however, has done so. It seems to me, on the contrary, that the whole action, undramatic as it is in the strict sense of the theatre, is breathlessly interesting. The two great speeches of the play, the one beginning, 'That God that made high things,' and the one beginning, 'I would fain see rain,' are indeed more splendid in execution than significant as drama, but they have their dramatic significance none the less. There is a Shakespearean echo, but is there not also a preparation of the finest Swinburnian harmonies in such lines as these? I should be mad. I talk as one filled through with wine. Thou God, whose thunderous confusion of the hills, and with wrath sown abolishes the fields, I pray thee, if thy hand would ruin us, make witness of it even this night that is the last for many cradles, and the grave of many reverend seats, even at this turn, this edge of season, this keen joint of time, finish and spare not." The verse is harder, tighter, more closely packed with figurative meaning than perhaps any of Swinburne's later verse. It is less fluid, less exuberant and effusive, to accept two epithets of his own in reference to the verse of Atalanta in Calydon. He is ready to be harsh when harshness is required, abrupt for some sharp effect. He holds out against the enervating allurements of alliteration. He can stop when he has said the essential thing. In the first book of most poets there is something which will be found in no other book, some virginity of youth, lost with the first intercourse with print. In The Queen Mother and Rosamond, Swinburne is certainly not yet himself. He has not yet settled down within his own limits, but what happy strayings beyond those limits! What foreign fruits and flowers brought back from far countries! In these two plays there is no evidence, certainly, of a playwright, but there is no evidence that their writer could never become one. And there is evidence already of a poet of original genius and immense accomplishment, a poet with an incomparable gift of speech. That this technical quality, at least, the sound of these new harmonies in English verse, awaken no ears to attention would be more surprising if one did not remember that 2 years earlier the first and best of William Morris's books was saluted as a Manchester mystery, not a real vision, and that 2 years later the best, though not the first, of George Meredith's books of verse, Modern Love, was noticed only to be hooted at. Rossetti waited and was wise. The plays of Swinburne, full as they are of splendid poetry and even of splendid dramatic poetry, suffer from a lack of that continual slight novelty which great drama, more than any other poetical form, requires. There is in the writing a monotony of excellence which becomes an actual burden upon the reader. Here is a poet who touches nothing that he does not transform, who can, as in Mary Stuart, fill scores of pages with talk of lawyers, conspirators, and statesmen, versifying history as closely as Shakespeare versified it, and leaving in the result less prose deposit than Shakespeare left. It is perhaps because in this play he has done a more difficult thing than in any other that the writer has come to prefer this to any other of his plays, as men in general prefer a triumph over difficulties to a triumph. A similar satisfaction, not in success, but in the overcoming of difficulties, leads him to say of the modern play The Sisters that it is the only modern English play in which realism in the reproduction of natural dialogue and accuracy in the representation of natural intercourse between men and women of gentle birth and breeding have been found or made compatible with expression in genuine, if simple, blank verse. This may be as true as that in the astounding experiment of Locrine, none of the life of human character or the life-likeness of dramatic dialogue has suffered from the bondage of rhyme or has been sacrificed to the exigences of metre. But when all is said, when an unparalleled skill in language, versification, and everything that is verbal in form has been admitted, and with unqualified admiration, when in addition one has admitted with not less admiration noble qualities of substance, superb qualities of poetic imagination, there still remains the question, is either substance or form consistently dramatic? And the further question, can work professedly dramatic, which is not consistently dramatic in substance and form, be accepted as wholly satisfactory from any other point of view? The trilogy on Mary Queen of Scots must remain the largest and most ambitious attempt which Swinburne has made. The first part, Chastelard, was published in 1865, the last, Mary Stuart, in 1881. And what Swinburne says in speaking of the intermediate play Bothwell may be said of them all. I will add that I took as much care and pains as though I had been writing or compiling a history of the period, to do loyal justice to all the historic figures which came within the scope of my dramatic or poetic design. Of Bothwell, the longest of the three plays, indeed the longest play in existence, Swinburne says, that ambitious, conscientious, and comprehensive piece of work is, of course, less properly definable as a tragedy than by the old Shakespearean term of a chronicle history. Definition is not defense, and it has yet to be shown that the chronicle form is in itself a legitimate or satisfactory dramatic form. Shakespeare's use of it proves only that he found his way through chronicle to drama, and to take his work in the chronicle play as a model is hardly more reasonable than to take Venus and Adonis as a model for narrative poetry. But further, there is no play of Shakespeare's, chronicle or other, which might not at least be conceived of, if not on the stage of our time, at least on that of his, or on that of any time when drama was allowed to live its own life according to its own nature? Can we conceive of Bothwell even on the stage which has seen Les Burgraves? The Chinese theatre, which goes on from morning to night without a pause, might perhaps grapple with it, but no other. Nor would cutting be of any use, for what the stage manager would cut away would be largely just such parts as are finest in the printed play. There is in most of Swinburne's plays some scene or passage of vital dramatic quality, and in Bothwell there is one scene, the scene leading to the death of Darnley, which is among the great single scenes in drama. But there is not even any such scene in the whole of the lovely and luxurious Song of Chastelard, or in the severe and strenuous study of Mary Stuart. There are moments in all where speech is as simple, as explicit, as expressive as speech in verse can be, and no one will ever speak in verse more naturally than this. Well, all is one to me, and for my part, I thank God I shall die without regret of anything that I have done alive. These simple beginnings are apt indeed to lead to their end by ways as tortuous as this. Indeed, I have done all this, if aught I have, and loved at all or loathed, save what mine eye hath ever loathed or loved since first it saw that face, which taught it faith, and made it first think scorn to turn and look on change, or see how hateful in my love's sight are their eyes that give love's light to others. But even when speech is undiluted and expresses with due fire or calmness the necessary feeling of the moment, it is nearly always mere speech, a talking about action or emotion, not itself action or emotion. And every scene, even the finest, is thought of as a scene of talk, not as visible action. The writer hears his people speak, but does not see their faces or where or how they stand or move. It is this power of visualization that is the first requirement of the dramatist. By itself it can go no further than the ordering of dumb show, but all drama must begin with the ordering of dumb show, and should be playable without words. It was once said by William Morris that Swinburne's poems did not make pictures. The criticism was just, but mattered little, because they make harmonies. No English poet has ever shown so great and various a mastery over harmony in speech, and it is this lyrical quality which has given him a place among the great lyrical poets of England. In drama, the lyrical gift is essential to the making of great poetic drama, but to the dramatist it should be an addition rather than a substitute. Throughout all these plays it is first and last and all but everything. It is for this reason that a play like Locrine, which is confessedly by its very form a sequence of lyrics, comes more nearly to being satisfactory as a whole than any of the more ambitious, conscientious, and comprehensive plays. Marino Falieri, though an episode of history, comes into somewhat the same category, and repeats with nobler energy the song-like character of Chastelard. The action is brief and concentrated, tragic and heroic. Its magnificent monotony, its fervent and inexhaustible declamation, have a height and heat in them which turn the whole play into a poem rather than a play, but a poem comparable with the succession of dramatic scenes or pictures which makes the vast lyric of Tristram of Lyonesse. To think of Byron's play on the same subject, to compare the actual scenes which can be paralleled in both plays, is to realize how much more can be done in poetry and even in drama by a great lyric poet with a passion for what is heroic in human nature and for what is ardent and unlimited in human speech, than by a poet who saw in Faliero only the politician, and in the opportunities of verse only the opportunity for thin and shrewish rhetoric pulled and lopped into an intermittent resemblance to metre. The form of Locrine has something in common with the form of Atalanta in Calydon, with a kind of sombre savagery in the subject which recurs only once, and less lyrically, in Rosamond, Queen of the Lombards. It is written throughout in rhyme, and the dialogue twists and twines without effort through rhyme arrangements which change in every scene, beginning and ending with couplets and passing through the sonnet, Petrarchan and Shakespearean, ottava rima, terza rima, the 6-line stanza of crossed rhymes and couplet, the 7-line stanza used by Shakespeare in The Rape of Lucrece, a 9-line stanza of 2 rhymes, and a scene composed of 7 stanzas of chained octaves in which a 3rd rhyme comes forward in the last line but one, after the manner of terza rima, and starts a new octave which closes at the end in a stanza of 2 rhymes only, the last line but one turning back instead of forward to lock the chained circle. No other English poet who ever lived could have written dialogue under such conditions, and it is not less true than strange that these fetters act as no more than a beating of time to the feet that dance in them. The emotion is throughout at white heat. There is lyrical splendor even in the arguments, and a child's prattle in 9-line stanzas of 2 rhymes apiece goes as merrily as this: That song is hardly even as wise as I, nay, very foolishness it is to die in March, before its life were well on wing, before its time and kindly season. Why should spring be sad before the swallows fly, enough to dream of such a wintry thing? Such foolish words were more unmeet for spring than snow for summer when his heart is high, and why should words be foolish when they sing? Swinburne is a great master of blank verse. There is nothing that can be done with blank verse that he cannot do with it. Listen to these lines from Mary Stuart. She shall be a world's wonder to all time, a deadly glory watched of marvelling men, not without praise, not without noble tears, and if without what she would never have who had it, never pity, yet from none quite without reverence and some kind of love for that which was so royal. There is in them something of the cadence of Milton and something of the cadence of Shakespeare, and they are very Swinburne. Yet after reading Locrine, and with Atalanta and Erechtheus in memory, it is difficult not to wish that Swinburne had written all his plays in rhyme, and that they had all been romantic plays and not histories. Locrine has been acted, and might well be acted again. Its rhyme would sound on the stage with another splendor than the excellent and well-sounding rhymes into which Mr. Gilbert Murray has translated Euripides, and there would be none of that difficulty which seems to be insuperable on the modern stage, the chorus, which, whether it speaks or chants or sings, seems alike out of place and out of key. The tragic anecdote which Swinburne has told in Rosamond, Queen of the Lombards, is told with a directness and conciseness unusual in his dramatic or lyric work. The story, simple, barbarous, and cruel, a story of the year 573, acts itself out before us in large, clear outlines, with surprising little of modern self-consciousness. The book is a small one, the speeches are short, and the words for the most part short too. Every speech tells like an action in words. There is scarcely a single merely decorative passage from beginning to end. Here and there the lines become lyric, as in, Thou rose, why did God give thee more than all thy kin, whose pride is perfume only, and colour this? Music? No rose but mine sings, and the birds hush all their hearts to hearken. Dost thou hear not how heavy sounds her note now? But even here the lyrical touch marks a point of business, and for the most part the speeches are as straightforward as prose, are indeed written with a deliberate aim at a sort of prose effect. For instance, Alma Chaldees, God must be dead, such a thing as thou could never else live. Rosamond, that concerns not thee nor me, be thou sure that my will and power to serve it live. Lift now thine eyes to look upon thy Lord. Compare these lines with the lines which end the fourth act. Alma Chaldees, I cannot slay him thus. Rosamond, canst thou slay thy bride by fire? He dies, or she dies, bound against the stake. His death were the easier. Follow him, save her, strike but once. Alma Chaldees, I cannot. God requite thee this, I will. Rosamond, and I will see it, and Father, thou shalt see. In both these instances one sees the quality which is most conspicuous in this play, a naked strength, which is the same kind of strength that has always been present in Swinburne's plays, but hitherto draped elaborately, and often more than half concealed in the draperies. The outline of every play has been hard, sharp, firmly drawn, the characters always forthright and unwavering. There has always been a real precision in the main drift of the speeches, but this is the first time in which the outlines have been left to show themselves in all their sharpness. Development or experiment, whichever it may be, this resolute simplicity brings a new quality into Swinburne's work, and a quality full of dramatic possibilities. All the luxuriousness of his verse is gone, and the lines ring like sword clashing against sword. These savage and simple people of the 6th century do not turn over their thoughts before concentrating them into words, and they do not speak except to tell their thoughts. Imagine what even Murray in Chastelard, a somewhat curt speaker, would have said in place of Almachialdes's one line, a whole conflict of love, hate, honor, and shame in 8 words. I cannot. God requite thee this, I will. Dramatic realism can go no further than such lines. The question remains whether dramatic realism is in itself an altogether desirable thing, and whether Swinburne in particular does not lose more than he gains by such self-restraint. The poetic drama is in itself a compromise. That people should speak in verse is itself a violation of probability, and so strongly is this felt by most actors that they endeavor, in acting a play in verse, to make the verse sound as much like prose as possible. But, as it seems to me, the aim of the poetic drama is to create a new world in a new atmosphere where the laws of human existence are no longer recognized. The aim of the poetic drama is beauty, not truth. And Shakespeare, to take the supreme example, is great not because he makes Othello probable as a jealous husband, or gives him exactly the words that a jealous husband might have used, but because he creates in him an image of more than human energy, and puts into his mouth words of a more splendid poetry than anyone but Shakespeare himself could have found to say. Fetter the poetic drama to an imitation of actual speech, and you rob it of the convention which is its chief glory and best opportunity. A new color may certainly be given to that convention, by which a certain directness, rather of Dante than of Shakespeare, may be employed for its novel kind of beauty, convention being still recognized as convention. No doubt that is really Swinburne's aim, and to have succeeded in it is to show that he can master every form and do as he pleases with language. And there are passages in the play like this one, which have a fervid color of their own, fully characteristic of the writer who has put more Southern coloring into English verse than any other English poet. This sun, no sun like ours, burns out my soul. I would, when June takes hold on us like fire, the wind could waft and whirl us northward. Here the splendor and the sweetness of the world eat out all joy of life or manhood. Earth is here too hard on heaven, the Italian air too bright to breathe as fire, its next of kin too keen to handle. God, whoe'er God be, keep us from withering as the lords of Rome, slackening and sickening toward the imperious end that wiped them out of empire. Yea, he shall. The atmosphere of the play is that of June at Verona, and the sun's heat seems to beat upon us all through its brief and fevered action. Swinburne's words never make pictures, but they are unparalleled in their power of conveying atmosphere. He sees with a certain generalized vision. It might almost be said that he sees musically, but no English poet has ever presented bodily sensation with such curious and subtle intensity. And just as he renders bodily sensation carried to the point of agony, so he is at his best when dealing, as here, with emotion tortured to the last limit of endurance. Albavine the king sets bare his heart, confessing, the devil and God are crying in either ear, one murderous word forever, night and day, dark day and deadly night and deadly day. Can she love thee who slewest her father? I love her. Rosamond, his wife, meditating her monstrous revenge, confesses, I am yet alive to question if I live, and wonder what may ever bid me die. There is naught left in the range and record of the world for me that is not poisoned. Even my heart is all envenomed in me. And she recognizes that no healing and no help for life on earth hath God or man found out save death and sleep. The two young lovers, caught innocently in a net of intolerable shame, can but question and answer one another thus. Hildegard, hast thou forgiven me? Almachildes, I have not forgiven God. And at the end, Narsetes, the old counselor, the only one of the persons of the drama who is not the actor or the sufferer of some subtle horror, sums up all that has happened in a reflection which casts the responsibility of things further off than to the edge of the world. Let none make moan. This doom is none of man's. As in the time of the great first volume of Poems and Ballads, Swinburne is still drawn to see what fools God's anger makes of men. He has never been a philosophical thinker, but he has acquired the equivalent of a philosophy through his faithfulness to a single outlook upon human life and destiny. And in this brief and burning play, more than in much of his later writing, I find the reflection of that unique temperament to which real things are so abstract, and abstract things so colored and tangible, a temperament in which there is almost too much poetry for a poet, as pure gold to be worked in needs to be mingled with alloy. There is perhaps no more terrible story in the later history of the world, no actual tragedy more made to the hand of the dramatist than the story of the Borgias. In its entirety, it would make another Cenci in the hands of another Shelley, and another censor would prohibit the one as he prohibits the other. We are not permitted to deal with some form of evil on the stage. Yet what has Shelley said? There must be nothing attempted to make the exhibition subservient to what is vulgarly termed a moral purpose. The highest moral purpose aimed at in the highest species of the drama is the teaching the human heart, through its sympathies and antipathies, the knowledge of itself. A great drama on the story of the Borgias could certainly have much to teach the human heart in the knowledge of itself. It would be moral in its presentation of the most ignobly splendid vices that have swayed the world, of the pride and defiance which rise like a strangling serpent, coiling about the momentary weakness of good, of that pageant in which the pagan gods came back drunk and debauched with their long exile under the earth, and the garden god assumed the throne of the Holy of Holies. Alexander, Caesar, Lucrezia, the threefold divinity, might be shown as a painter has shown one of them on the wall of one of his own chapels, a swinish portent in papal garments, kneeling, bloated, thinking of Lucrezia, with fingers folded over the purple of his rings. Or the family might have been shown as Rossetti in one of the loveliest, most cruel, and most significant of his pictures has shown it, a light, laughing masquerade of innocence, the boy and girl dancing before the cushioned idol and her two worshippers. Swinburne, in The Duke of Gandia, has not dealt with the whole matter of the story, only in a single act of 4 scenes, with the heart or essence of it. The piece is not drama for the stage, nor intended to be seen or heard outside the pages of a book, but it is meant to be, and is, a great, brief, dramatic poem, a lyric almost, of hate, ambition, fear, desire, and the conquest of ironic evil. Swinburne has written nothing like it before. The manner of it is new or anticipated only in the far less effectual Rosamond, Queen of the Lombards. The style, speech, and cadence are tightened, restrained, full of sullen fierceness. Lucrezia, strangely, is no more than a pale image passing without consciousness through some hot feast room. She is there, she is hidden under their speech, but we scarcely see her, and like her historians wonder if she was so evil, or only a scholar to whom learned men wrote letters, as if to a pattern of virtue. But in the Father and Son live a flame and a cloud, the flame rising steadily to beat back and consume the cloud. It is Cæsar Borgia who is the flame, and Alexander, the Pope, who fills the Vatican and the world with his contagious clouds. The Father, up to this moment, has held all his vices well in hand. He has no rival. His sons and his daughter he has made, and they live about him for their own pleasure, and he watches them and is content. Now one steps out, the circle is broken. There is no longer a younger son, a cardinal, but the Duke of Gandia, eldest son, and on the highest step of the Pope's chair. It is in this brief, almost speechless moment of action as if the door of a furnace had suddenly been thrown open and then shut. One scene stands out, only surpassed by the terrible and magnificent scene leading up to the death of Darnley, a scene itself only surpassed in its own pitiful and pitiless kind by that death of Marlowe's king in the dungeons of Berkeley Castle, which to all who can endure to read it moves pity and terror as to Lamb beyond any scene, ancient or modern. And only in Bothwell, in the whole of Swinburne's drama, is there speech so adequate, so human, so full of fear and suspense. Take, for instance, the opening of the great final scene. The youngest son has had his elder brother drowned in the Tiber, and after 7 days he appears calmly before his father. Alex, thou hast done this deed. Cæsar, thou hast said it. Alex, dost thou think to live and look upon me? Cæsar, some while yet. Alex, I would there were a God, that he might hear. Cæsar, 'tis pity there should be, for thy sake, none. Alex, wilt thou slay me? Cæsar, why? Alex, am I not thy sire? Cæsar, and Christendom's to boot. Alex, I pray thee, man, slay me. Cæsar, and then myself? Thou art crazed, but I sane. Alex, art thou very flesh and blood? Cæsar, they say, thine. Alex, if the heavens stand still and smite thee not, there is no God indeed. Cæsar, nor thou nor I know. Alex, I could pray to God, that God might be, were I but mad. Thou sayest I am mad. Thou liest. I do not pray. There surely is great dramatic speech, and the two men who speak face to face are seen clearly before us, naked to the sight. Yet even these lines do not make drama that would hold the stage. How is it that only one of our greater poets since the last of Shakespeare's contemporaries, and that one Shelley, has understood the complete art of the playwright and achieved it? Byron, Coleridge, Browning, Tennyson, all wrote plays for the stage. All had their chance of being acted. Tennyson only made even a temporary success, and Beckett is likely to have gone out with Irving. Landor wrote plays full of sublime poetry, but not meant for the stage. And now we have Swinburne following his example, but with an unexampled lyrical quality. Why, without capacity to deal with it, are our poets so insistent on using the only form for which a special faculty outside the pure poetic gift is inexorably required? A poet so great as Swinburne, possessed by an ecstasy which turns into song as instinctively as the flawless inspiration of Mozart turned into divine melody, cannot be questioned. Mozart, without a special genius for dramatic music, wrote Die Zauberflöte to a bad libretto with as great a perfection as the music to Don Giovanni, which had a good one. The same inspiration was there, always apt to the occasion. Swinburne is ready to write in any known form of verse, with an equal facility, and, this is the all-important point, the same inspiration. Loving the form of the drama and capable of turning it to his uses, not of bending it to its own, he has filled play after play with music, noble feeling, brave eloquence. Here, in this briefest and most actual of his plays, an act, an episode, he has concentrated much of this floating beauty, this overflowing imagination, into a few stern and adequate words, and made a new thing, as always, in his own image. It is the irony that has given its precise form to this representation of a twofold Satan, as Blake might have seen him in vision, parodying God with unbreakable pride. The conflict between father and son ends in a kind of unholy litany. And now, cries Cæsar, fresh from murder, behooves thee rise again as Christ our God, vicarious Christ, and cast as flesh away this grief from off thy Godhead. And the old man, temporizing with his grief, answers, Thou art subtle and strong. I would thou hadst spared him, couldst have spared him. And the son replies, Sire, I would so too. Our sire, his sire, and mine. I slew him not for lust of slaying, or hate, or aught less like thy wiser spirit and mine. But Cæsar Satan has already said the epilogue to the whole representation. When speaking to his mother, he bids her leave the responsibility of things. And God, who made me and my sire and thee, may take the charge upon him. 1899 to 1908. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Jim Rowland at San Diego, California. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons, Section 17. Dante Gabriel Rossetti. Rossetti's phrase about poetry, that it must be amusing, his commandment about verse translation, that a good poem shall not be turned into a bad one, his roughest and most random criticisms about poets are as direct and inevitable as his finest verse. Only Coleridge among English poets has anything like the same definite grasp upon whatever is essential in poetry. And it is this intellectual sanity, partly, this complete knowledge of the medium in which he worked, that has given Rossetti a position of his own, a kind of leadership in art. And technically, Rossetti has done much for English poetry. Such a line as, "And when the night vigil was done," is a perfectly good metrical line, if read without any displacement of the normal accent in speaking. And the rhyme of to enough is as satisfying to the ear as the more commonly accepted rhyme of love and move. Rossetti did nothing but good by his troubling of many rhythms which had become stagnant, and it is in his extraordinary subtlety of rhythm, most accomplished where it seems most hesitating, that he has produced his finest emotional effects, effects before his time found but rarely, and for the most part accidentally, in English poetry. Like Baudelaire, and like Mallarmé in France, Rossetti was not only a wholly original poet, but a new personal force in literature. That he stimulated the sense of beauty is true in a way it is not true of Tennyson, for instance, as it is true of Baudelaire in a way it is not true of Victor Hugo. In Rossetti's work, perhaps because it is not the greatest, there is an actually hypnotic quality which exerts itself on those who come within his circle at all. A quality like that of an unconscious medium, or like that of a woman against whose attraction one is without defense. It is the sound of a voice rather than anything said. And when Rossetti speaks, no other voice for the moment seems worth listening to. Even after one has listened, not very much seems to have been said. But the world is not quite the same. He has stimulated a new sense by which a new mood of beauty can be apprehended. Dreams are precise. It is only when we awake, when we go outside, that they become vague. In a certain sense, Rossetti, with all his keen practical intelligence, was never wholly awake, had never gone outside that house of dreams in which the only real things were the things of the imagination. In the poetry of most poets there is a double kind of existence, of which each half is generally quite distinct, a real world and a world of the imagination. But the poetry of Rossetti knows but one world, and it inhabits a corner there, like a perfectly contented prisoner, or like a prisoner to whom the sense of imprisonment is a joy. The love of beauty, the love of love, because love is the supreme energy of beauty, suffices for an existence in which every moment is a crisis. For to him, as Pater has said, life is a crisis at every moment. Life, that is to say the inner life, the life of imagination, in which the senses are but messengers from the outer world, from which they can bring disquieting tidings. The whole of this poetry is tragic, though without pathos or even self-pity. Every human attempt to maintain happiness is foredoomed to be a failure, and this is an attempt to maintain ecstasy in a region where everything which is not ecstasy is pain. In reading every other poet who has written of love, one is conscious of compensations, the happiness of loving or of being loved, the honor of defeat, the help and comfort of nature or of action. But here all energy is concentrated on the one ecstasy, and this exists for its own sake, and the desire of it is like thirst, which returns after every partial satisfaction. The desire of beauty, the love of love, can but be a form of martyrdom, when, as with Rossetti, there is also the desire of possession. Circumstances have very little to do with the making of a poet's temperament or vision, and it would be enough to point to Christina Rossetti, who was hardly more in the country than her brother, but to whom a blade of grass was enough to summon the whole country about her, and whose poetry is full of the sense of growing things. Rossetti instinctively saw faces, and only faces, and he would have seen them if he had lived in the loneliest countryside, and he would never have learned to distinguish between oats and barley if he had had fields of them about his door from childhood. It was in the beauty of women, and chiefly in the mysterious beauty of faces, that Rossetti found the supreme embodiment of beauty. And it was in the love of women, and not in any more abstract love of God, of nature, or of ideas, that he found the supreme revelation of love. With this narrowness, with this intensity, he has rendered in his painting, as in his poetry, one ideal, one obsession. He calls what is really the house of love, the house of life, and this is because the house of love was literally to him the house of life. There is no mystic to whom love has not seemed to be the essence or ultimate expression of the soul. Rossetti's whole work is a parable of this belief, and it is a parable written with his lifeblood. Of beauty he has said, "I drew it in as simply as my breath." But as the desire of beauty possessed him, as he labored to create it over again with rebellious words or colors, always too vague for him when they were the most precise, never the precise embodiment of a dream, the pursuit turned to a labor, and the labor to a pain. Part of what hypnotizes us in this work is, no doubt, that sense of personal tragedy which comes to us out of its elaborate beauty, the eternal tragedy of those who have loved the absolute in beauty too well, and with too mortal a thirst. 1904.
Section 18 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Moon of Rochester, New York. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons. Section 18. A note on the genius of Thomas Hardy. He has a kind of a naked face, in which you see the brain always working with an almost painful simplicity, just saved from being painful by a humorous sense of external things, which becomes also a kind of intellectual criticism. He is a fatalist, and he studies the workings of fate in the chief vivifying and disturbing influence of life, women. His view of women is more French than English. It is subtle, a little cruel, not as tolerant as it seems, thoroughly a man's point of view, and not, as with Meredith, man's and woman's at once. He sees all that is irresponsible for good and evil in a woman's character, all that is unreliable in her brain and will, all that is alluring in her variability. He is her apologist, but always with a certain reserve of private judgment. No one has created more attractive women, women whom a man would have been more likely to love or more likely to regret loving. Jude the Obscure is perhaps the most unbiased consideration of the more complicated questions of sex which we can find in English fiction. At the same time, there is almost no passion in his work, neither the author nor any of his characters ever seeming to pass beyond the state of curiosity, the most intellectually interesting of limitations, under the influence of any emotion. In his feeling for nature, curiosity sometimes seems to broaden into a more intimate kind of communion. The heath, the village with its peasants, the change of every hour among the fields and on the roads mean more to him in a sense than even the spectacle of man and woman in their blind and painful and absorbing struggle for existence. His knowledge of woman confirms him in a suspension of judgment. His knowledge of nature brings him nearer to the unchanging and consoling element in the world. All the quite happy entertainment which he gets out of life comes to him from his contemplation of the peasant, as himself a rooted part of the earth, translating the dumbness of the fields into humor. His peasants have been compared with Shakespeare's. That is because he has the Shakespearean sense of their placid vegetation by the side of hurrying animal life, to which they act the part of chorus, with an unconscious wisdom in their close, narrow, and undistracted view of things. In his verse there is something brooding, obscure, tremulous, half inarticulate, as he meditates over man, nature, and destiny. Nature, waking by touch alone, and fate, who sees and feels. In The Mother Mourns, a strange, dreary, ironical song of science, nature laments that her best achievement, man, has become discontented with her, in his ungrateful discontent with himself. It is like the whimpering of a hurt animal, and the queer, ingenious meter, with its one rhyme set at wide but distinct and heavily recurrent intervals, beats on the ear like a knell. Blind and dumb forces speak, conjecture, half awakening out of sleep, turning back heavily to sleep again. Many poets have been sorry for man, angry with nature on man's behalf. Here is a poet who is sorry for nature, who feels the earth in its roots, as if he had sap in his veins instead of blood, and could not get closer than any other man to the things of the earth. Who else could have written this crabbed, subtle, strangely impressive poem? An August midnight. A shaded lamp and a waving blind, and the beat of a clock from a distant floor. On this scene enter, winged, horned, and spined, a Longlegs, a moth, and a Dumbledore. While mid my page there idly stands a sleepy fly that rubs its hands. Thus meet we five in this still place, at this point in time, at this point in space. My guests parade my new penned ink, or bang at the lamp-glass, whirl and sink. God humblest they, I muse. Yet why? They know earth's secrets that know not I. No such drama has been written in verse since Browning, and the people of the drama are condensed to almost as pregnant an utterance as Adam, Lilith, and Eve. Why is it that there are so few novels which can be read twice, while all good poetry can be read over and over? Is it something inherent in the form, one of the reasons in nature why a novel cannot be of the same supreme imaginative substance as a poem? I think it is, and that it will never be otherwise. But among novels, why is it that one here and there calls us back to its shelf with almost the insistence of a lyric, while, for the most part, a story read is a story done with? Balzac is always good to reread, but not Tolstoy, and I couple two of the giants. To take lesser artists, I would say that we can reread Lavengro, but not Romola. But what seems puzzling is that Hardy, who is above all a storyteller, and whose stories are of the kind that rouse suspense and satisfy it, can be read more than once, and never be quite without novelty. There is often in his books too much story, as in The Mayor of Casterbridge, where the plot extends into almost inextricable entanglements, and yet that is precisely one of the books that can be reread. Is it on account of that concealed poetry, never absent though often unseen, which gives to these fantastic or real histories a meaning beyond the meaning of the facts? Beneath it like an undercurrent, around it like an atmosphere. Facts, once known, are done with. Stories of mere action gallop through the brain and are gone, but in Hardy there is a vision or interpretation, a sense of life as a growth out of the earth, and as much of mystery between soil and sky as the corn is, which will draw men back to the stories with an interest which outlasts their interest in the story. It is a little difficult to get accustomed to Hardy, or to do him justice without doing him more than justice. He is always right, always a seer when he is writing about the seasons in their moods, morning and evening, night and noon, winds in their different tempers, trees, waters and mists, shades and silences, and the voices of inanimate things. What gravity and intimacy in his numbering of them. He is always right, always faultless in matter and style when he is showing that the impressionable peasant leads a larger, fuller, more dramatic life than the pachydermatous king. But he requires a certain amount of emotion to shake off the lethargy natural to his style, and when he has merely a dull fact to mention, he says it like this: "He reclined on his couch in his sitting room and extinguished the light." In the next sentence, where he is interested in expressing the impalpable emotion of the situation, we get this faultless and uncommon use of words: "The night came in, and took up its place there, unconcerned and indifferent. The night which had already swallowed up his happiness and was now digesting it listlessly, and was ready to swallow up the happiness of 1,000 other people with as little disturbance or change of mien." No one has ever studied so scrupulously as Hardy the effect of emotion on inanimate things, or has ever seen emotion so visually in people. For instance, terror was upon her white face as she saw it. Her cheek was flaccid, and her mouth had almost the aspect of a round little hole. But so intense is his preoccupation with these visual effects that he sometimes cannot resist noting a minute appearance, though in the very moment of assuring us that the person looking on did not see it. She hardly observed that a tear descended slowly upon his cheek, a tear so large that it magnified the pores of his skin over which it rolled, like the object lens of a microscope. And it is this power of seeing to excess, and being limited to sight, which is often strangely revealing, that leaves him at times helpless before the naked words that a situation supremely seen demands for its completion. The one failure in what is perhaps his masterpiece, The Return of the Native, is in the words put into the mouth of Eustacia and Neobrite in the perfectly imagined scene before the mirror, a scene which should be the culminating scene of the book, and it is, all but the words. The words are crackle and tinsel. What is it, then, that makes up the main part of the value and fascination of Hardy? And how is it that what at first seem, and may well be defects, uncouthness, bits of formal preaching, grotesque ironies of event and idea, come at last to seem either good in themselves or good where they are, a part of the man, if not the artist? One begins by reading for the story, and the story is of an attaching interest. Here is a storyteller of the good old kind, a storyteller whose plot is enough to hold his readers. With this point, no doubt many readers stop and are content, but go on, and next after the storyteller, one comes on the philosopher. He is dejected, and a little sinister, and may check your pleasure in his narrative if you are too attentive to his criticism of it. But a new meaning comes into the facts as you observe his attitude toward them, and you may be well content to stop and be fed with thoughts by the philosopher. But if you go further still, you will find at the very last the poet, and you need look for nothing beyond. I am inclined to question if any novelist has been more truly a poet without ceasing to be in the true sense a novelist. The poetry of Hardy's novels is a poetry of roots, and it is a voice of the earth. He seems often to be closer to the earth, which is at times, as in The Return of the Native, the chief person or the chorus of the story, than to men and women, and to see men and women out of the eyes of wild creatures and out of the weeds and stones of the heath. How often, and for how profound a reason, does he not show us to ourselves, not as we or our fellows see us, but out of the continual observation of humanity, which goes on in the wary and inquiring eyes of birds, the meditative and indifferent regard of cattle, and the deprecating aloofness and inspection of sheep. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons. Léon Cladel. I hope that the life of Léon Cladel, by his daughter Judith, which Lemaire has brought out in a pleasant volume, will do something for the fame of one of the most original writers of our time. Cladel had the good fortune to be recognized in his lifetime by those whose approval mattered most, beginning with Baudelaire, who discovered him before he had printed his first book and helped to teach him the craft of letters. But so exceptional an artist could never be popular, though he worked in living stuff and put the whole savor of his countryside into his tragic and passionate stories. A peasant who writes about peasants and poor people with a curiosity of style which not only packs his vocabulary with difficult words, old or local, and with unheard-of rhythms chosen to give voice to some never yet articulated emotion, but which drives him into oddities of printing, of punctuation, of the very shape of his accents. A page of Cladel has a certain visible uncouthness, and at first this seems in keeping with his matter, but the uncouthness, when you look into it, turns out to be itself a refinement, and what has seemed a confused whirl, an improvisation, to be the result really of reiterated labor, whose whole aim has been to bring the spontaneity of the first impulse back into the laboriously finished work. In this just, sensitive, and admirable book, written by one who has inherited a not less passionate curiosity about life, but with more patience in waiting upon it, watching it, noting its surprises, we have a simple and sufficient commentary upon the books and upon the man. The narrative has warmth and reserve, and is at once tender and clear-sighted. J'entrevois nettement, she says with truth, combien seront précieux pour les futurs historiens de la littérature du XIXe siècle les mémoires tracées au contact immédiat de l'artiste, exposées de ses faits et gestes particuliers, de ses origines, de la germination de ses croyances et de son talent. Ces critiques à venir y trouvèrent de solides matériaux, ces admirateurs ont aliment à leur piété, et les philosophes ont des aspects de l'âme française. The man is shown to us, les élans de cette âme toujours grondante et fulgurante comme une forge, et les nuances de ce fiévreux visage d'apôtre, brun, fin et sinueux. And we see the inevitable growth out of the hard soil of Quercy, and out of the fertilizing contact of Paris and Baudelaire, of this whole literature, these works, no less astonishing than their titles, Emptraille de tombeau des lutteurs, Celui de la croix au bœuf, La fête votive de Saint-Bartholomew Porte-Glaive. The very titles are an excitement. I can remember how mysterious and alluring they used to seem to me when I first saw them on the cover of what was perhaps his best book, Les Va-Nu-Pieds. It is by one of the stories, and the shortest, in Les Va-Nu-Pieds, that I remember Cladel. I read it when I was a boy, and I cannot think of it now without a shiver. It is called L'Hercule, and it is about a Sandeau of the streets, a professional strongman who kills himself by an overstrain. It is not a story at all. It is the record of an incident, and there is only the strong man in it, and his friend, the zany, who makes the jokes while the strong man juggles with bars and cannonballs. It is all told in a breath without a pause, as if someone who had just seen it poured it out in a flood of hot words. Such vehemence, such pity, such a sense of the cruelty of the spectacle of a man driven to death like a beast for a few pence and the pleasure of a few children, such an evocation of the sun and the streets and this sordid, tragic thing happening to the sound of a drum and cymbals, such a vision in sunlight of a barbarous and ridiculous and horrible accident, lifted by the telling of it into a new and unforgettable beauty, I have never felt or seen in any other story of a like grotesque tragedy. It realizes an ideal. It does for once what many artists have tried and failed to do. It wrings the last drop of agony out of that subject which it is so easy to make pathetic and effective. Dickens could not have done it. Bret Harte could not have done it. Kipling could not do it. Cladel did it only once with this perfection. Something like it he did over and over again with unflagging vehemence, with splendid variations, in stories of peasants and wrestlers and thieves and prostitutes. They are all, as his daughter says, epic. She calls them Homeric, but there's none of the Homeric simplicity in this tumult of coloured and clotted speech, in which the language is tortured to make it speak. The comparison with Rabelais is nearer. La recherche du terme vivant, sa mise en valeur et en saveur, la surabondance des vocables puisés à toute source, les condensations de l'action autour de ces quelques motifs éternels de l'épopée, combat, ripaille, palabre et luxure. There, as she sees justly, are links with Rabelais. Goncourt himself always aiming at an impossible closeness of written to spoken speech, noted with admiration la vraie photographie de la parole avec ses tours, ses abréviations, ses ellipses, son essoufflement presque. Speech out of breath. That is what Cladel's is always. His words, never the likely ones, do not so much speak as cry, gesticulate, overtake one another. L'âme de Léon Cladel, says his daughter, était dans un constant et flamboyant automne. Something of the colour and fever of autumn is in all he wrote. Another writer since Cladel, who has probably never heard of him, has made heroes of peasants and vagabonds, but Maxim Gorky makes heroes of them, consciously, with a mental self-assertion, giving them ideas which he has found in Nietzsche. Cladel put into all his people some of his own passionate way of seeing scarlet, to use Barbé d'Aurevilly's epithet. Un rural écarlate. Vehement and voluminous, he overflowed. His whole aim as an artist, as a pupil of Baudelaire, was to concentrate, to hold himself back, and the effort added impetus to the checked overflow. To the realists he seemed merely extravagant. He saw certainly what they could not see, and his romance was always a fruit of the soil. The artist in him, seeming to be in conflict with the peasant, fortified, clarified the peasant, extracted from that hard soil a rare fruit. You see in his face an extraordinary mingling of the peasant, the visionary, and the dandy. The long hair and beard, the sensitive mouth and nose, the fierce brooding eyes, in which wildness and delicacy, strength, and a kind of stealthiness seem to be grafted on an inflexible peasant stock. 1906, end of section 19.
Section number 20. of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adele Parry. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons. Section 20. Henrik Ibsen. Everything which I have created as a poet, Ibsen said in a letter, has had its origin in a frame of mind and a situation in life. I never wrote because I had to, as they say, found a good subject. Yet his chief aim as a dramatist has been to set a character in independent action and to stand aside, reserving his judgment. This method, the technique of the construction, he says, speaking of what is probably his masterpiece, Ghosts, in itself entirely precludes the author's appearing in the speeches. My intention was to produce the impression in the mind of the reader that he was witnessing something real. This moment of most perfect balance was his intention. What he achieved in an astonishing way? But his whole life was a development, and we see him moving from point to point, deliberately and yet inevitably, reaching the goal it was with his triumph to reach, then going beyond the goal, because movement in any direction was a necessity in his nature. In Ibsen's letters we shall find invaluable help in the study of his character in this development. The man shows himself in them with none the less disguise because he shows himself unwillingly. In these hard, crabbed, formal, painfully truthful letters we see the whole narrow, precise, and fanatical soul of the Puritan of art, who sacrificed himself, his friends, his family, and his country to an artistic sense of duty only to be paralleled among those religious people whom he hated and resembled. His creed, as man and as artist, was the cultivation, the realization of self. In quite another sense that, too, was the creed of Nietzsche, and what in Nietzsche was pride, the pride of individual energy, in Ibsen was a kind of humility, and a practical deduction from the fact that only by giving complete expression to oneself can one produce the finest work. Duty to oneself, this was how he looked upon it, and though, in a letter to Bjornson, he affirmed, as the highest praise, his life was his best work, to himself it was the building up of the artist in him that he chiefly cared for, and to this he set himself with a moral fervour and a scientific tenacity. There was in Ibsen none of the abundance of great natures, none of the ease of strength. He nursed his force, as a miser hoards his gold, and does not give you at times an uneasy feeling that he is making the most of himself, as the miser makes the most of his gold by scraping up every farthing. The great thing, he says in a letter of advice, is to hedge about what is one's own, to keep it free and clear from everything outside that has no connection with it. He bids Brands cultivate a genuine, full-blooded egoism, which shall force you for a time to regard what concerns you as the only thing of a consequence, and everything else as non-existent. Yet he goes on to talk about benefiting society, is conscious of the weight with such conviction and compromise lays upon him, yet cannot get rid of the burden as Nietzsche does. He has less courage than Nietzsche, though no less logic, and is held back from a complete realization of his own doctrine, because he has had so much worldly wisdom and is so anxious to make the best of all worlds. In every new poem or play, he writes, I have aimed at my own personal spiritual emancipation and purification, for a man shares the responsibility and the guilt of the society to which he belongs. This queer entanglement in social bonds on the part of whose main endeavour had always been to free the individual from the conventions and restrictions of society, is one of those signs of parochialism which peep out in Ibsen again and again. The strongest man, he says in a letter, anticipating the epilogue of one of his plays, is he who stands alone. But Ibsen did not find it easy to stand alone, though he found pleasure in standing aloof. The influence of his environment upon him is marked from the first. He breaks with his father and mother, never writes to them or goes back to see them, partly because he feels it necessary to avoid contact with certain tendencies prevailing there. Friends are an expensive luxury, he finds, because they keep him from doing what he wishes to do, out of consideration for them. Is not this intellectual sensitiveness the corollary of a practical cold-heartedness? He cannot live in Norway because, he says, I could never lead a consistent spiritual life there. In Norway he finds that the accumulation of small details makes the soul small. How curious an admission for an individualist, for an artist. He goes to Rome and feels that he has discovered a new mental world. After I had been in Italy, I could not understand how I had been able to exist before I had been there. Yet before long he must go on to Munich, because here one is too entirely out of touch with the movements of the day. He insists again and again, environment has a great influence upon the forms in which the imagination creates, and in a tone of half burlesque, but with something serious in his meaning, he declares that wine had something to do with the exaltation of Brand and Peer Gynt, and sausages and beer with the satirical analysis of the League of Youth. And he adds, I do not intend by this to place the last-mentioned play on a lower level. I only mean that my point of view has changed, because here I am in a community well ordered even to weariness. He says elsewhere that he could only have written Peer Gynt where he wrote it, in Ischia and Sorrento, because it is written without regard to consequences, as I only dare to write far away from home. If we trace him through his work, we shall see him, with a strange docility, allowing not only a frame of mind and situation in life, but his actual surroundings to mould his work, alike in form and in substance. If he had never left Norway, he might have written verse to the end of his life. If he had not lived in Germany, where there is up-to-date civilization to study, he would certainly never have written the social dramas. If he had not returned to Norway at the end of his life, the last plays would not have been what they were. I am taking him at his word, but Ibsen is a man who must be taken at his word. What is perhaps most individual in the point of view of Ibsen is his dramas, is the sense of the vast importance of trifles, of the natural human tendency to invent or magnify misunderstandings. A misunderstanding in his main lever of the tragic mischief, and he has studied and diagnosed this unconscious agent of destiny more minutely and persistently than any other dramatist. He found it in himself. We see just this brooding over trifles, this sensitiveness to wrongs, imaginary and insignificant, in the revealing pages of his letters. It made the Satirist of his early years. It made a Satirist of non-essentials. A criticism of one of his books sets him taking a wide vengeance, and he admitted in later life that he said to himself, I am ruined, because a newspaper had attacked him overnight. With all his desire to undermine the idea of the state, he besieges kings and governments with petitions for money. And he will confess in a letter, I should very much like to write publicly about the mean behaviour of the government, which, however, he refrains from doing. He gets sore and angry over party and parochial rights and wrongs, even when he is far away from them, and has congratulated himself on the calming and enlightening effect of distance. A Norwegian bookseller threatens to pirate one of his books, and he makes a national matter of it. If, he says, this dishonest speculation really obtains sympathy and support at home, it is my intention, come what may, to sever all ties with Norway, and never set foot on her soil again. How petty, how like a hysterical woman that is! How, in its way of talking of possible trifling personal injustice, as if it were a thing of vital and even national moment, he betrays what was always the remain narrow, as well as bitter, in the centre of his being. He has recorded it against himself, for he spared himself, as he proudly and truthfully said, no more than others, in an anecdote which is a profound symbol. During the time I was writing Brand, I had on my desk a glass with a scorpion in it. From time to time the little animal was ill. Then I used to give it a piece of soft fruit, upon which it fell furiously, and emptied its poison into. After which it was well again. Does not something of the kind happen with us poets? Poets, no. But in Ibsen there is always some likeness of the sick scorpion in the glass. In one of his early letters to Bjornson he had written, when I read the news from home, when I gaze upon all the respectable and estimable narrow-mindedness and worldliness, it is with the feeling of an insane man staring at one single hopelessly dark spot. All his life Ibsen gazed, until he found the black spot somewhere. But it was with less and less of this angry reforming feeling of the insane man. He saw the black spot at the centre of the earth's fruit, of the whole apple of the earth, and as he became more hopeless, he became less angry. He learned something of the supreme indifference of art. He had learned much when he came to realise that in the struggle for liberty, it was chiefly the energy of the struggle that mattered. He who possesses liberty, he said, otherwise than as a thing to be striven for, possesses it dead and soulless, so that a man who stops in the midst of the struggle and says, now I have it, thereby shows that he has lost it. He had learned still more when he could add to this saying, the minority is always right. This subtle corollary, that a fighter in the intellectual vanguard can never collect a majority around him. At the point where I stood when I wrote each of my books, there now stands a tolerably compact crowd, but I myself am no longer there. I am elsewhere, farther ahead, I hope. That man is right, he thought, who has allied himself more closely with the future. The future to Ibsen was a palpable thing, not concerned merely with himself as an individual, but a constantly removing, constantly occupied promised land into which he was not content to go alone. Yet he would always have asked of a follower, with Zarathustra, this is my road, which is yours? His future was to be peopled by great individuals. It was in seeking to find himself that Ibsen sought to find truth, and truth he knew was to be found only within him. The truth which he sought for himself was not at all the truth in the abstract, but a truth literally efficacious, and able to work out the purpose of his existence. That purpose he never doubted. The work he had to do was the work of an artist, and to this everything must be subservient. The great thing is to become honest and truthful in dealing with oneself, not to determine to do this or determine to do that, but to do what one must do because one is oneself. All the rest simply leads to falsehood. He conceives of truth as being above all clear-sighted, and to approach the truth as a matter largely of will. No preacher of God, or his righteousness, or the kingdom to come, was ever more centred, more convinced, more impregnably minded every time that he had absorbed a new idea or is constructing a new work of art. His conception of art often changes, but he never deviates at any one time from any one conception. There is something narrow, as well as something intense in this certainty, this calmness, this moral attitude towards art. Nowhere has he expressed more of himself than in a letter to a woman who had written some kind of religious sequel to Brand. He tells her, "Brand is an ascetic work, pure and simple. What it may have demolished or built up is a matter of absolute indifference to me. It came into being as the result of something which I had not observed but experienced, and it was a necessity for me to free myself from something which my inner man had done with by giving poetic form to it, and when by this means I had gotten rid of it, my book had no longer any interest for me." It's in the same positive dogmatic way that he assures us that Peer Gynt is a poem, not a satire, The League of Youth a simple comedy and nothing more, Emperor and Galilean an entirely realistic work, and that in Ghost there is not a single opinion, a single utterance which can be laid to the account of the author. My intention was to produce the impression in the mind of the reader that he was witnessing something real. It preaches nothing at all. Of Hedda Gabler he says, "It was not really my desire to deal in this play with so-called problems. What I principally wanted to do was to depict human beings, human emotions, and human destinies upon a groundwork of the social conditions and principles of the present day. My chief life task," he defines, "to depict human characters and human destinies." End of section 20.
Section 21 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons, Section 21, Henrik Ibsen, Part 2. Ibsen's development has always lain chiefly in the perfecting of his tools. From the beginning he has had certain ideas, certain tendencies, a certain consciousness of things to express. He has been haunted, as only creative artists are haunted, by a world waiting to be born. And from the beginning he has built on a basis of criticism, a criticism of life. Part of his strength has gone out in fighting. He has had the sense of a mission. Part of his strength has gone out in the attempt to fly. He has had the impulse without the wings of the poet. And when he has been content to leave fighting and flying alone, and to build solidly on a solid foundation, it is then that he has achieved his great work. But he has never been satisfied, or never been able, to go on doing just that work, his own work. And the poet in him, the impotent poet who is full of a sense of what poetry is, but is never able for more than a moment to create poetry, has come whispering in the ear of the man of science, who is the new unerring artist, the maker of a wonderful new art of prose, and has made him uneasy and given uncertainty to his hand. The master builder has altered his design. He has set up a tower here, too high for a dwelling house, and added a window there with the stained glass of a church window, and fastened on ornaments and stucco, breaking the severe line of the original design. In Ibsen, science has made its great stand against poetry, and the Germans have come worshipping, saying, "Here in our era of marvelously realistic politics, we have come upon correspondingly realistic poetry. We received from it the first idea of a possible new poetic world. We were adherents of this new school of realistic art. We had found our aesthetic creed." But the maker of this creed, the creator of the school of realistic art, was not able to be content with what he had done, though this was the greatest thing he was able to do. It is with true insight that he boasts, in one of his letters, of what he can do if I am only careful to do what I am quite capable of, namely, combine this relentlessness of mind with deliberateness in the choice of means. There lay his success, deliberateness in the choice of means for the doing of a given thing, the thing for which his best energies best fitted him. Yet it took him 40 years to discover exactly what those means to that end were, and then the experimenting impulse, the sense of what poetry is, was soon to begin its disintegrating work. Science, which seemed to have conquered poetry, was to pay homage to poetry. Ibsen comes before us as a man of science who would have liked to be a poet, or who, half equipped as a poet, is halved or hampered by the scientific spirit until he realizes that he is essentially a man of science. From the first, his aim was to express himself, and it was a long time before he realized that verse was not his native language. His first 3 plays were in verse, the fourth in verse alternating with prose. Then came 2 plays, historic and legendary, written in more or less archaic prose. Then a satire in verse, Love's Comedy, in which there is the first hint of the social dramas. Then another prose play, the nearest approach that he ever made to poetry, but written in prose, The Pretenders. And then the 2 latest and most famous of the poems, Brand and Peer Gynt. After this, verse is laid aside, and at last we find him condemning it, and declaring it is improbable that verse will be employed to any extent worth mentioning in the drama of the immediate future. It is therefore doomed, but the doom was Ibsen's, to be a great prose dramatist and only the segment of a poet. Nothing is more interesting than to study Ibsen's verse in the making. His sincerity to his innermost aim, the aim at the expression of himself, is seen in his refusal from the beginning to accept any poetic convention, to limit himself in poetic subject, to sift his material or clarify his meter. He has always insisted on producing something personal, thoughtful, fantastic, and essentially prosaic. And it is in a vain protest against the nature of things that he writes of Peer Gynt, "My book is poetry, and if it is not, then it will be. The conception of poetry in our country, in Norway, shall be made to conform to the book." His verse was the assertion of his individuality at all costs. It was a costly tool, which he cast aside only when he found that it would not carve every material. Ibsen's earliest work in verse has not been translated. Dr. Brandes tells us that it followed Danish models, the sagas, and the national ballads. In the prose play Lady Inger of Ostrot, we see the dramatist, the clever playwright, still holding on to the skirts of romance, and ready with rhetoric enough on occasion, but more concerned with plot and stage effect than with even what is interesting in the psychology of the characters. The Vikings, also in prose, is a piece of strong grappling with a heroic subject, with better rhetoric, and some good poetry taken straight out of the sagas, with fervor in it, and gravity. Yet an experiment only, a thing not made wholly personal, nor wholly achieved. It shows how well Ibsen could do work which was not his work. In Love's Comedy, a modern play in verse, he is already himself. Point of view is there, materials are there. The man of science has already laid his hand upon the poet. We are told that Ibsen tried to write it in prose, failed, and fell back upon verse. It is quite likely he has already an accomplished technique and can put his thoughts into verse with admirable skill, but the thoughts are not born in verse, and brilliantly rhymed as they are, they do not make poetry. Dr. Brandes admits everything that can be said against Ibsen as a poet when he says, speaking of this play and of Brand, even if the ideas they express have not previously found utterance in poetry, they have done so in prose literature. In other words, these poems do not set forth new thoughts, but translate into meter and rhyme thoughts already expressed. Love's Comedy is a criticism of life. It is full of hard, scientific prose thought about conduct, which has its own quality as long as it sticks to fact and remains satire. But when the prose curvets and tries to lift, when criticism turns constructive, we find no more than bubbles and children's balloons, empty and colored, that soar and evaporate. There is in this farce of the intellect a beginning of social drama. Realism peeps through the artificial point and polish of a verse which has some of the qualities of Pope and some of the qualities of Swift. But the dramatist is still content that his puppets shall have the air of puppets. He stands in the arena of his circus and cracks his whip. They gallop round grimacing and with labels on their backs. The verse comes between him and nature, as the satire comes between him and poetry. Cynicism is gone to the making of poetry more than once, but only under certain conditions, that the poet should be a lyric poet like Heine, or a great personality in action like Byron, to whom cynicism should be but one of the tones of his speech, the gestures of his attitude. With Ibsen, it is a petty anger, an anger against nature, and it leads to a transcendentalism which is empty and outside nature. The criticism of love, so far as it goes beyond what is amusing and Gilbertian, is the statement of a kind of arid soul culture more sterile than that of any cloister, the soul culture of the scientist who thinks he has found out and can master the soul. It is a new asceticism, a denial of nature, a suicide of the senses, which may lead to some literal suicide, such as that in Rosmersholm, or may feed the brain on some air unbreathable by the body, as in When We Dead Awaken. It is the old idea of self-sacrifice creeping back under cover of a new idea of self-intensification, and it comes like asceticism from a contempt of nature, a distrust of nature, an abstract intellectual criticism of nature. Out of such material no poetry will ever come, and none has come in Love's Comedy. In the prose play which followed, The Pretenders, which is the dramatization of an inner problem in the form of a historical drama, there is much nearer approach to poetry. The stagecraft is still too obvious, effect follows effect like thunderclaps. There is melodrama in the tragedy, but the play is, above all, the working out of a few deep ideas, and in these ideas there is both beauty and wisdom. It was with the publication of Brand that Ibsen became famous, not only in his own country but throughout Europe. The poem has been seriously compared, even in England, with Hamlet, even in Germany with Faust. A better comparison is that which Mr. Gosse has made with Sidney Dobell's Balder. It is full of satire and common sense, of which there is little enough in Balder, but not Balder is more abstract or more inhuman in its action. Types, not people, move in it. Their speech is doctrine, not utterance. It is rather a tract than a poem. The technique of the verse, if we can judge it from the brilliant translation of Professor Herford, which reads almost everywhere like an original, is more than sufficient for its purpose. All this argumentative and abstract and realistic material finds adequate expression in a verse which has aptly been compared with the verse of Browning's Christmas Eve and Easter Day. The comparison may be carried further, and it is disastrous to Ibsen. Browning deals with hard matter and can be boisterous, but he is never, as Ibsen is always, pedestrian. The poet, though, like St. Michael, he carry a sword, must, like St. Michael, have wings. Ibsen has no wings. But there is another comparison by which I think we can determine more precisely the station and quality of Brand as poetry. Take any one of the vigorous and vivid statements of dogma, which are the very kernel of the poem, and compare them with a few lines from Blake's Everlasting Gospel. There, every line, with all its fighting force, is pure poetry. It was conceived as poetry, born as poetry, and can be changed into no other substance. Here we find a vigorous technique fitting, striking thought into good swinging verse with abundance of apt metaphor. But where is the vision, the essence, which distinguishes it from what, written in prose, would have lost nothing? Ibsen writes out of the intellect, adding fancy and emotion as he goes. But in Blake, every line leaps forth like lightning from a cloud. The motto of Brand was all or nothing, that of Peer Gynt, to be master of the situation. Both are studies of egoism in the finding and losing of self. Both are personal studies and national lessons. Of Peer Gynt, Ibsen said, "I meant it to be a caprice." It is Ibsen in high spirits, and it is like a mute dancing at a funeral. It is a harlequin of a poem, a thing of threads and patches, and there are gold threads in it and tattered clouts. It is an experiment which has hardly succeeded, because it is not one but a score of experiments. It is made up of two elements, an element of folklore and an element of satire. The first comes and goes for the most part with Peer and his mother, and all this brings Norwegian soil with it and is alive. The satire is fierce, local, and fantastic. Out of the two comes a clashing thing which may itself suggest, as has been said, the immense contrast between Norwegian summer, which is day, and winter, which is night. Grieg's music, childish, mumbling, singing, leaping, and sombre, has aptly illustrated it. It was a thing done on a holiday for a holiday. It was of this that Ibsen said he could not have written it any nearer home than Ischia and Sorrento. But is it, for all its splendid scraps and patches, a single masterpiece? Is it, above all, a poem? The idea certainly is one and coherent. Every scene is an illustration of that idea. But is it born of that idea? Is it more than once or twice inevitable? What touches at times upon poetry is the folk element. The irony at times has poetic substance in it, but this glimmer of poetic substance, which comes and goes, is lost for the most part among mists and vapors and under artificial light. That poet which exists somewhere in Ibsen, rarely quite out of sight, never wholly at liberty, comes into this queer dance of ideas and humours and gives it certainly the main value it has. But the state satirist is always on the heels of the poet, and imagination, whenever it appears for a moment, is led away into bondage by the spirit of the fantastic, which is its prose equivalent or makeshift. It is the fantastic that Ibsen generally gives us in the place of imagination, and the fantastic is a kind of rhetoric manufactured by the will and has no place in poetry. End of section 21. Section 22 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons, Section 22. In The League of Youth, Ibsen takes finally the step which he had half taken in Love's Comedy. In my new comedy, he writes to Dr. Brandes, you will find the common order of things, no strong emotions, no deep feelings, and more particularly no isolated thoughts. He adds, it is written in prose, which gives it a strong, realistic coloring. I have paid particular attention to form, and among other things I have accomplished the feat of doing without a single monologue, in fact without a single aside. The play is hardly more than a good farce. The form is no more than the slightest of advances towards probability on the strict lines of the scribe tradition. The common order of things is there in subject, language, and in everything but the satirical intention which underlies the whole trivial, stupid, and no doubt lifelike talk and action. Two elements are still in conflict, the photographic and the satirical, and the satirical is the only relief from the photographic. The stage mechanism is still obvious, but the intention, one sees clearly, is towards realism, and the play helps to get the mechanism in order. After The League of Youth, Ibsen tells us that he tried to seek salvation in remoteness of subject, so he returned to his old scheme for a play on Julian the Apostate, and wrote the two 5-act plays which make up Emperor and Galilean. He tells us that it is the first work which he wrote under German intellectual influences, and that it contains that positive theory of life which the critics have demanded of me so long. In one letter he affirms that it is an entirely realistic work, and in another it is a part of my own spiritual life which I am putting into this book. And the historical subject chosen has a much more intimate connection with the movements of our own time than one might at first imagine. How great a relief it must have been, after the beer and sausages of The League of Youth, to go back to an old cool wine. No one can read Emperor and Galilean and doubt. It is a relief and an escape, and the sense of the stage has been put wholly on one side in both of these plays, of which the second reads almost like a parody of the first so heated, so needlessly colloquial, the second so full of argumentative rhetoric. Ibsen has turned against his hero in the space between writing the one and the other, and the Julian of the second is more harshly satirized from within than ever Peer Gynt was. In a letter to Dr. Brandes, Ibsen says, "What the book is or is not, I have no desire to inquire. I only know that I saw a fragment of humanity plainly before my eyes, and that I tried to reproduce what I saw. But in the play itself this intention comes and goes, and while some of it reminds one of Salammbô in its attempt to treat remote ages realistically, other parts are given up wholly to the exposition of theories, and yet others to a kind of spectacular romance, after the cheap method of George Ebers and the German writers of historical fiction. The satire is more serious, the criticism of ideas more fundamental than anything in The League of Youth. But as in almost the whole of Ibsen's more characteristic work up to this point, satire strives with realism. It is still satire, not irony, and is not yet, as the later irony is to be, a deepening and thus a justification of the realism. 8 years pass between The League of Youth and The Pillars of Society, but they are both woven of the same texture. Realism has made for itself a firmer footing. The satire has more significance. The mechanism of the stage goes much more smoothly, though indeed to a more conventionally happy ending. Melodrama has taken some of the place of satire. Yet the state satirist is still at his work, still concerned with society and bringing only a new detail of the old accusation against society. Like every play of this period, it is the unveiling of a lie. See yourselves as you are, the man of science seems to be saying to us. Here are your pillars of society. They are the tools of society. Here is your happy marriage, and it is a doll's house. Here is your respected family. Here is the precept of honor your father and your mother in practice. And here is the little voice of heredity whispering ghosts. There is the lie of respectability, the lie hidden behind marriage, the lie which saps the very roots of the world. Ibsen is no preacher, and he has told us expressly that Ghosts preaches nothing at all. This pursuit of truth to its most secret hiding place is not a sermon against sin. It sets a scientific dogma visibly to work and watches the effect of the hypothesis. As the dogma is terrible and plausible and the logic of its working out faultless, we get one of the deeper thrills that modern art has to give us. I would take A Doll's House, Ghosts, and The Wild Duck as Ibsen's three central plays, the plays in which his method completely attained its end, in which his whole capacities are seen at their finest balance, and this work, this reality in which every word, meaningless in itself, is alive with suggestion, is the finest scientific work which has been done in literature. Into this period comes his one buoyant play, An Enemy of the People, his rebound against the traditional hypocrisy which had attacked Ghosts for its telling of unseasonable truths. It is an allegory in the form of journalism, or journalism in the form of allegory, and is the apology of the man of science for his mission. Every play is a dissection, or a vivisection rather, for these people who suffer so helplessly and are shown us so calmly in their agonies are terribly alive. A Doll's House is the first of Ibsen's plays in which the puppets have no visible wires. The playwright has perfected his art of illusion. Beyond A Doll's House and Ghosts, dramatic illusion has never gone, and the irony of the ideas that work these living puppets has now become their life-blood. It is the tragic irony of a playwright who is the greatest master of technique since Sophocles, but who is only the playwright in Sophocles, not the poet. For this moment, the moment of his finest achievement, that fantastic element which was Ibsen's resource against the prose of fact, is so sternly repressed that it seems to have left no trace behind. With The Wild Duck, fantasy comes back, but with a more precise and explicit symbolism, not yet disturbing the reality of things. Here the irony is more disinterested than even in Ghosts, for it turns back on the reformer and shows us how tragic a muddle we may bring about in the pursuit of truth and in the name of our ideals. In each of the plays which follows, we see the return and encroachment of symbolism, the poetic impulse crying for satisfaction and offering us ever new forms of the fantastic in place of any simple and sufficing gift of imagination. The man of science has had his way, has fulfilled his aim, and is discontented with the limits within which he has fulfilled it. He would extend those limits, and at first it seems as if those limits are to be extended. But the exquisite pathos which humanizes what is fantastic in The Wild Duck passes in Rosmersholm, in which the problems of love's comedy are worked out to their logical conclusion, into a form not of genuine tragedy, but of mental melodrama. And The Lady from the Sea, how far is the symbol which has eaten up reality really symbol? Is it not rather the work of the intelligence than of the imagination? Is it not allegory intruding into reality, disturbing that reality and giving us no spiritual reality in its place? Hedda Gabler is closer to life, and Ibsen said about it in a letter, "It was not really my desire to deal in this play with so-called problems. What I principally wanted to do was to depict human beings, human emotions, and human destinies upon a groundwork of certain of the social conditions and principles of the present day." The play might be taken for a study in that particular kind of decadence which has come to its perfection in uncivilized and over-civilized Russia. And the woman whom Ibsen studied as his model was actually half Russian. Eleonora Duse has created Hedda over again as a poet would have created her, and has made a wonderful creature whom Ibsen never conceived, or at least never rendered. Ibsen has tried to add his poetry by way of ornament, and gives us a trivial and inarticulate poet about whom float certain catchwords. Here the chief catchword is vine leaves in the hair. In The Master Builder it is harps in the air, and little Eyolf, it takes human form and becomes the rat wife. In John Gabriel Borkman it drops to the tag of a dead man and two shadows. In When We Dead Awaken there's nothing but icy allegory. All that queer excitement of The Master Builder, that ideal awake again, is it not really a desire to open one's door to the younger generation? But is it the younger generation that finds itself at home there? Is it not rather Peer Gynt back again, and the ride through the air on the back of the reindeer? In his earlier plays, Ibsen had studied the diseases of society, and he had considered the individual only in his relation to society. Now he turns to study the diseases of the individual conscience. Only life interests him now, and only life feverishly alive, and the judicial irony has gone out of his scheme of things. The fantastic experimental artist returns, now no longer external, but become morbidly curious. The man of science, groping after something outside science, reaches back, though with a certain uneasiness, to the nursery legend of the rat wife in Little Eyolf. And the rat wife is neither reality nor imagination, neither Mother Bombi nor Macbeth's witches, but the offspring of a supernaturalism that does not believe in itself. In John Gabriel Borkman, which is the culmination of Ibsen's skill in construction, a play in 4 acts with only the pause of a minute between each, he is no longer content to concern himself with the old material, lies or misunderstandings, the irony of things happening as they do, but will have fierce hatreds and a kind of incipient madness in things. In When We Dead Awaken, all the people are quite consciously insane, and act a kind of charade with perfectly solemn faces and a visible effort to look their parts. In these last plays, with their many splendid qualities, not bound together and concentrated as in Ghosts, we see the revenge of the imagination upon the realist, who has come to be no longer interested in the action of society upon the individual, but in the individual as a soul to be lost or saved. The man of science has discovered the soul, and does not altogether know what to do with it. He has settled its limits, set it to work in space and time, laid bare some of its secrets, shown its physical basis, and now certain eccentricities in it begin to beckon to him. He would follow the soul into the darkness, but it is dark to him. He can but strain after it as it flutters. In the preface to the collected edition of his plays, published in 1901, Maeterlinck has pointed out, as one still standing at the crossroads might point out to those who have followed him so far on his way, the great uncertainty in which the poet, the dramatist of today, finds himself, as what seems to be known or conjectured of the laws of nature is forced upon him, making the old, magnificently dramatic opportunities of the ideas of fate, of eternal justice, no longer possible for him to use. Le poète dramatique est obligé de faire descendre dans la vie réelle, dans la vie de tous les jours, l'idée qu'il se fait de l'inconnu. Il faut qu'il nous montre de quelle façon, sous quelle forme, dans quelles conditions, d'après quelle loi, à quelle fin, agissant sur nos destinées, les puissances supérieures, les influences intelligibles, les principes infinis dont, en tant que poète, il est persuadé que l'univers est plein. Et comme il est arrivé à une heure où loyalement il lui est à peu près impossible d'admettre les anciens et où ceux qui les doivent remplacer ne sont pas encore déterminés, n'ont pas encore de nom, il hésitait à attendre, et s'il veut rester absolument sincère, il n'ose plus se risquer de la réalité immédiate. Il se borne à étudier les sentiments humains dans leur effet matériel et psychologique. So long as Ibsen does this, he achieves great and solid things, and in Ghosts, a scientific dogma, the law or theory of heredity has for once taken the place of fate and almost persuaded us that science, if it takes poetry from us, can restore to us a kind of poetry. But as Maeterlinck has seen, as it is impossible not to see, quand Ibsen, dans d'autres drames, essaie de relier à d'autres mystères les gestes de ces hommes en mal de conscience exceptionnelle ou de ces femmes hallucinées, il faut convenir que si l'atmosphère qu'il parvient à créer est étrange et troublante, elle est rarement saine et respirable parce qu'elle est rarement raisonnable et réelle. From the time when, in A Doll's House, Ibsen's puppets came to life, they have refused ever since to be put back into their boxes. The manager may play what tricks with them he pleases, but he cannot get them back into their boxes. They are alive, and they live with a weird, spectacular, but irrevocable life. But after the last play of all, the dramatic epilogue, when we dead awaken, the puppets have gone back into their boxes. Now they have come to obey the manager, and to make mysterious gestures which they do not understand, and to speak in images and take them for literal truths. Even their spectral life has gone out of them. They are rigid now, and only the strings set them dancing. The puppets had come to life, they had lived the actual life of the earth, and then a desire of the impossible, the desire of a life rarefied beyond human limits, took their human life from them, and they were puppets again. The epilogue to the plays is the apostasy of the man of science, and, as with all apostates, his new faith is not a vital thing. The poet was not really there to reawaken. End of section 22. Section 23 of 1916 First Chapters collection, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1916 First Chapters Collection by Various, Section 23. Happy Valley, A Story of Oregon by Anne Shannon Monroe. Chapter 1, At Two Forks. I woke that morning in the gray, dusty little cattle town of Two Forks with the terror of life shaking me like a palsy. My lips and tongue were parchment, a scum ridged my teeth. My whole body was loathsome. I tried to sink into unconsciousness, but my senses were maddeningly alert. I turned over in bed and fixed my gaze on the wallpaper. It was yellowed with age, blistered and cracked. The design, a sickly, greenish vine which wriggled its way around a brown lattice, seemed a drunken, staggering thing. I traced the design to where it began and ended in dizzying reiteration. A cracked blister moved, a small brown bug crept horridly out from underneath. I shivered back into the sleazy bedding and tried frantically to fix my eyes on something less nauseating. There was a spidery washstand, and on it a bowl and pitcher of white enamel, badly scaled. Beside the stand stood a rusty pail, ready for whatever might be emptied into it. I shrank more deeply under the bedding, and my eyes went on another search of the room for something humanly endurable. The pale green window shade was a mass of cracks. The light pitted it like smallpox, and beneath it a coarse lace curtain hung in dejected and slovenly unevenness. I looked to the ceiling. It was stained and streaked from many spillings of water in the room above. A big fat blowfly moved heavily across. A laugh startled me. It came from the lobby outside. I sat up, wide awake, but almost instantly lay down again. My head was too heavy. Anger filled me. It was the ratter's laugh. I would know that laugh in 1,000, a mean, triumphant, I've got you little sneak of a laugh which was a perfect expression of the hard, cold, tight little wart of a man from whom it emanated. It was all his doing, the 3 days' spree. He had insisted on a drink. I hadn't had a drink for over a week. I had known that if I could only get away from the town to the ranch, where there was no saloon, I could hold out. He had insisted, and I had been a fool for the 1,000th time. There was a loud banging on the door, then the ratter's voice. "Starting!" "Well, start," I retorted. The triumphant laugh was repeated, then, "Knocked out?" I didn't answer. He waited a minute, then jerked open the door. "You've got a half hour," he said sharply, and went away. I smelled frying ham and boiling coffee. The odor gagged me. I drew the sheet over my face. There was a second banging on the door. "We're starting at once. Come now or don't. Go and be damned." The steps moved away. I was not again disturbed. Sulky, now I lay inert under the bedding. I had defied someone. I felt better. I had defied the ratter. But why couldn't I have defied him 3 days earlier? The old weary sickness again filled me. Over and over it had been the same story. Go where I would, it would always be the same. The thing had caught me first at technical college. I was taking the course in civil engineering, and I was expelled. It had got me again at law school. I was again expelled. I began to study privately in my grandfather's office, and then after 6 months of going straight there, had to be that confounded party celebrating my 21st birthday with wine and toasts, winding up with a debauch on my part, which had ended things for me. My grandfather had thrown me bodily out of his life. He had given me a ticket to Two Forks, a scrap of paper calling for a chance at a drawing in a land-selling scheme, and $100 in cash. The old judge's lip had trembled when he hurled these things at me, and his face had purpled. He had been proud of me. I was his only grandson. He didn't think so much of his granddaughters, my sisters. I was named for him, as had been my father. My father had been the first keen disappointment of his life. Drink had killed him before he entered his 40s. Then the old man had centered his hopes in me, and I was going the same gait, only faster. He was through with me. He as good as said so the night of the party when I made a fool of myself before his guests. He said it again when he handed me my transportation to this out-of-the-way corner of the West. This was his way of getting rid of me. He had no hope. He had expressed none. But he must get rid of me in a way to save his pride. It was generous enough. My grandfather was not a rich man, for he had had us all to bring up and educate according to his rather expensive standard of education, and many of us to bury. I was sorry for him, for if I truly loved anyone on earth, it was he. But I was sorrier for myself, for I didn't want to drink. I wanted to do anything else but drink. Ennis had come in that morning when I was pushing my clothes into a suitcase. Ennis, blue-white, frail of body and big-eyed. She took them all out and repacked smoothly and properly. "Billy," she said with a sharpness in her voice which I knew to be a disguise of her real tenderness, "don't you feel too badly about it. You can't help it, really. It's in your blood. It's in all our blood," she went on. And seeing that I was startled, not the drinking but the scars of it. "We can't help the freaky things we do. It's that makes me so nervous and see things in the dark. I know it's that. And it's that makes Claire so queer, makes her talk so often of pleasant little things like suicide and going insane, makes her stay in bed for days at a time with hysteria. Ennis, you don't mean—" "No, Billy. Claire doesn't drink, but it's the drink's scars. It's as if someone had taken a hot poker when we were all little babies and sort of seared our brains over. There's the scar, and some things are not in us that are in balance, folks. They're seared out. We're all queer." "Not grandfather," I said. I had worshipped my grandfather since the days when I had ridden on his foot before the living-room fireplace, and afterward, leaning against his knee, had watched the fire's reflection on the brass andirons while he told me wonderful tales. The old brass andirons and my grandfather's massive white-crowned head were inseparably woven into the happy memories of my childhood. My sisters had always been nervous and finicky. My mother had died early. My mother, always a pale, frightened woman, sitting behind closed blinds and looking down the path that led out of our yard to the street, clutching now and then at her chair arms in an attitude of fearful waiting. My grandfather was the one solid rock of pride in my family. No, his father didn't put it on him, but he put it on the rest of us. "Billy, I'm older than you, and I can remember a lot that has been kept from you. He drank fearfully in his young days, but he was the kind that can drink and continue clear-headed. It never interfered, but Papa was very different. You don't remember him so well, Billy. He was like Grandma's people, like you, slender and delicate, all nerves and temperament. Grandpa himself taught Papa to drink. Mama said so. Grandpa thought it was the way to do, to get him used to it as he grew up. Then he would always drink like a gentleman. But he was of a different temperament, and he couldn't stand it, Billy, so he went down. How he suffered. I can see him now in delirium tremens, the house all shut up tight and dark to keep people from knowing. Mama always called it being sick. I can see him now, Billy. I would slip past into his room when no one was watching, and watch him as he felt his way round the room, moving his long, thin fingers just like yours, Billy, over the walls, trying to find a way out. He thought he was bound in by thousands of tiny wires, and if he could only get his finger on the right wire and follow it to the end, he could get out. It was tragic, and it was true. He was bound by wires that led back to his father. His own father laid those wires about him. And now they've wound on till they've caught you. There is no way out unless we could follow them clear back to the beginning. There isn't any way, Billy, for he tried so hard, and you are just like him, but not nearly so strong. Billy, I want you to promise me just one thing. Don't ever marry. Let's just die off, all that is left of us. Don't fasten the wires about anyone else. All at once I understood my sister Ennis as I never had before, her sharpness, her cynicism, the unexpected leave-taking of John Hale several years earlier, and her life since then devoted to nerves and my grandfather's household. The understanding brought me out of hot anger to hotter tears. I sat limp on the bed while she finished packing. "I promise," I whispered, "but I'll make good, out west." I took the suitcase from her. "I'll go on a ranch and make good," I chokingly whispered. Ennis's face at last softened by a gentle sadness through which glimmered a faint ray of hope, now came before me. Some way that ray of hope came strongest through the chaos of impressions. To keep it alive, to make it lighten her pinched face and send away all the shadows that had been the ambition, that had held me steadfast on the 4 days' trip across the continent, had held me on landing at Ossing, on the long stage ride from the railway station to Two Forks, and then it had all come from meeting the Ratter, I told myself. But my inner self told me that that was a lie. Always I must meet someone. It came from the devil of thirst within me. I reached over to the old split-bottom chair for my coat and drew out my wallet. It was empty save for a slip of paper that gave me the title to 80 acres of land, 90 miles south of Two Forks. I ran my hand into my trousers pocket and brought out some silver and 2 gold pieces, $18.70. Again I cursed the Ratter, and again deep inside I knew that I, not the Ratter, was to blame. I thought back over the past few days. From the railway station at Ossing we had motored all day and all night, crossing 2 ranges of mountains. At daylight we had reached Two Forks, the grey, dusty little cattle town. At breakfast I met the Ratter. It developed that he was the man I had come west to see, a clerk who would conduct the drawing for the Great Western Improvement Company, from whom my grandfather in some idle moment had purchased a ticket. The company, he was told, had been given a land grant by the government for service in building a wagon road through the inland empire of Oregon. They had subdivided this land into tracts ranging from 20 to 200 acres, and the only uncertainty with the ticket holder was which parcel he would draw. The drawing had taken place, and I had been lucky, winning 80 acres. It had seemed a good omen, and I was in high spirits until I noticed the queer, silent smiles of men who stood in little knots about the street corners. I made inquiries. Oh, yes, the land was there all right. Yes, the title was sound, a straight patent from the government to the company. I asked no further questions. I meant to take a chance and find out what the smiles meant later. Perhaps they were smiling at my clothes, while I smiled at theirs. If cowboy land was lazily quiet and dustily uneventful, it was at least true to fiction in dress. And then I had met the Ratter again, and being blue became an easy victim. Again I counted my money. I wondered why they had left me that much. Of what use was $18.70 to a man stranded in a dead little cattle town 200 miles from a railroad? It probably would not more than pay my hotel bill if the rumors of prices out west were true. Unable to stand my own thoughts any longer, I got up and washed and dressed and went out into the lobby. The hotel keeper, old Van Vader, sat in a dilapidated armchair before a rusty heating stove, his head hunched down between his shoulders, his long chin sunk between the sharp knuckles of his 2 hands, his long bleached-out sandy mustache curled around his fists like some giant beetle's pincers. I took a vacant chair opposite him. At the same moment the outside door was pushed open and a big blustering man burst in. A 7-passenger touring car had stopped before the door, and other men were getting out. "We want an extra early dinner. We want it damn quick, see?" said the stranger, charging up to Van Vader, who had not changed his position. "Hustle, man. We've got the price." He jangled coin alluringly in his pocket. Van Vader lifted his chin just sufficiently to work his jaw. "I guess you've tied up at the wrong stall." His chin went back to his knuckles. The stranger opened his eyes wide, came close, frowned, then whirled and strode out, damning the country. The big car buzzed on down the dusty street. Van Vader again lifted his long chin from his knuckles. "Guess you'll be wanting something to eat, boy. How'd an egg poached tender set on your stomach?" He got up and ambled toward the dining room. Surprised, I followed him. He tied on his apron and, pushing open a swinging door, went into the kitchen and poached an egg. He also brought me a cup of thick black coffee. I drank it all, though it was as bitter as only long-standing, much-boiled coffee can be. Also, I ate the egg, and then, some way, I felt better about the dusty little town and the Ratter and myself and the whole world. I wanted to see my ranch. I'd make good yet. I wonder, I ventured to old Van, back in his armchair and his knuckles, if I could get a horse and overtake the rat. Bullpit? You wantin' to overtake Bullpit? He lifted his chin and spoke lazily in an altogether casual tone. Yes, if you think I could manage to keep the right road. There's just one main-traveled road south. I pulled out my watch, a handsome one, my 21st birthday gift from my grandfather. I knew with what precise care his exquisite taste had selected it, but there was no other way. I'm short of cash, but if I could leave this watch with you and get a horse. He again lifted his chin from his knuckles, this time twisting his head on his neck with a gesture of pointing. Saul's eating hay in the corral out back. You'll find a saddle on the fence. I thanked him, but his chin had again sunk between his knuckles, and already into his eyes had come a faraway look, such as I have seen in the eyes of a puma blinking in the sun in a park cage as he dreamed of his wilderness home. My words were wasted. When I came around to the door with a horse, a long-legged, lanky buckskin that had never seen currycomb or brush, but had spirit, Van Vader met me with a parcel. You'll need grub. Follow the main road south. About 20 miles out, you'll come to a well-traveled road leading off to the left. It goes to the Q Ranch. Bullpit might stay there tonight. Otherwise, you'll find him on the main road that leads on over Wind Mountain into Happy Valley. If I don't see him, I'll inquire, I answered glibly from my mount. He smiled a queer, slow smile and turned back into the hotel. End of section 23. Happy Valley, A Story of Oregon, Chapter 1, At Two Forks, by Anne Shannon Monroe.
Section 24 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons. Section 24. Joris-Karl Huysmans. The novels of Huysmans, however we may regard them as novels, are, at all events, the sincere and complete expression of a very remarkable personality. From Marte to Là-bas, every story, every volume, disengages the same atmosphere, the atmosphere of a London November, when mere existence is a sufficient burden, and the little miseries of life loom up through the fog into a vague and formidable grotesqueness. Here, for once, is a pessimist whose philosophy is mere sensation, and sensation, after all, is the one certainty in a world which may be well or ill arranged for ultimate purposes, but which is certainly for each of us what each of us feels it to be. To Huysmans, the world appears to be a profoundly uncomfortable, unpleasant, ridiculous place, with a certain solace in various forms of art and certain possibilities of at least temporary escape. Part of his work presents to us a picture of ordinary life as he conceives it, in its uniform, trivial wretchedness. In another part he has made experiment in directions which have seemed to promise escape, relief. In yet other portions he has allowed himself the delight of his sole enthusiasm, the enthusiasm of art. He himself would be the first to acknowledge, indeed practically he has acknowledged, that the particular way in which he sees life is a matter of personal temperament and constitution, a matter of nerves. The Goncourts have never tired of insisting on the fact of their névrose, of pointing out its importance in connection with the form and structure of their work, their touch on style even. To them, the maladie fin de siècle has come delicately, as to the chlorotic fine ladies or the Faubourg Saint-Germain. It has sharpened their senses to a point of morbid acuteness. It has given their work a certain feverish beauty. To Huysmans, it has given the exaggerated horror of whatever is ugly and unpleasant, with the fatal instinct of discovering, the fatal necessity of contemplating, every flaw and every discomfort that a somewhat imperfect world can offer for inspection. It is the transposition of the ideal. Relative values are lost. for it is the sense of the disagreeable only that is heightened, and the world, in this strange disorder of vision, assumes an aspect which can be compared with that of a drop of impure water under the microscope. Nature, seen through a temperament, is Zola's definition of all art. Nothing, certainly, could be more exact and expressive as a definition of the art of Huysmans. To realize how faithfully and how completely Huysmans has revealed himself in all he has written, it is necessary to know the man. He gave me the impression of a cat, some interviewer once wrote of him. Courteous, perfectly polite, almost amiable, but all nerves, ready to shoot out his claws at the least word, and indeed there is something of his favorite animal about him. The face is gray, wearily alert, with a look of benevolent malice. At first sight it is commonplace. The features are ordinary. One seems to have seen it at the Bourse or the Stock Exchange. But gradually that strange, unvarying expression, that look of benevolent malice, grows upon you as the influence of the man makes itself felt. I have seen Huysmans in his office. He is an employee in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and a model employee. I have seen him in a café, in various houses, but I always see him in memory as I used to see him at the house of the bizarre Madame X. He leans back on the sofa, rolling a cigarette between his thin, expressive fingers, looking at no one and at nothing, while Madame X moves about with solid vivacity in the midst of her extraordinary menagerie of bric-a-brac. The spoils of all the world are there, in that incredibly tiny salon. They lie underfoot, they climb up walls, they cling to screens, brackets, and tables. One of your elbows menaces a Japanese toy, the other a Dresden china shepherdess. All the colors of the rainbow clash in a barbaric discord of notes, and in a corner of this fantastic room Huysmans lies back indifferently on the sofa, with the air of one perfectly resigned to the boredom of life. Something is said by my learned friend who is to write for the new periodical, or perhaps it is the young editor of the new periodical who speaks, or, if that were not impossible, the taciturn Englishman who accompanies me, and Huysmans, without looking up and without taking the trouble to speak very distinctly, picks up the phrase, transforms it, more likely transpierces it, in a perfectly turned sentence, a phrase of impromptu elaboration. Perhaps it is only a stupid book that someone has mentioned, or a stupid woman. As he speaks, the book looms up before one, becomes monstrous in its dullness, a masterpiece and miracle of imbecility. The unimportant little woman grows into a slow horror before your eyes. It is always the unpleasant aspect of things that he seizes, but the intensity of his revolt from that unpleasantness brings a touch of the sublime into the very expression of his disgust. Every sentence is an epigram, and every epigram slaughters a reputation or an idea. He speaks with an accent as of pained surprise, an amused look of contempt so profound that it becomes almost pity for human imbecility. Yes, that is the true Huysmans, the Huysmans of Aribor, and it is just such surroundings that seem to bring out his peculiar quality. With his contempt for humanity, this hatred of mediocrity, this passion for a somewhat exotic kind of modernity, an artist who is so exclusively an artist was sure, one day or another, to produce a work which, being produced to please himself, and being entirely typical of himself, would be, in a way, the quintessence of contemporary decadence. And it is precisely such a book that Huysmans has written, in the extravagant, astonishing Au Rebord. All his other books are a sort of unconscious preparation for this one book, a sort of inevitable and scarcely necessary sequel to it. They range themselves along the line of a somewhat erratic development from Baudelaire through Goncourt, by way of Zola, to the surprising originality of so disconcerting an exception to any and every order of things. The descendant of a long line of Dutch painters, one of whom, Cornelius Huysmans, has a certain fame among the lesser landscape men of the great period. Joris-Karl Huysmans was born at Paris, February 5, 1848. His first book, Le Drageoir à Épicer, published at the age of 26, is a pasticcio of prose poems done after Baudelaire, of little sketches done after Dutch artists, together with a few studies of Parisian landscape done after nature. It shows us the careful, labored work of a really artistic temperament. It betrays here and there the spirit of acrimonious observation which is to count for so much with Huysmans, in the crude malice of L'Extase, for example, in the notation of the richness of tone, the superb coloring of an old drunkard. And one sees already something of the novelty and the precision of his description. The novelty and the unpleasantness of the subjects which he chooses to describe in this vividly exact picture of the carcass of a cow hung up outside a butcher's shop. As in a hothouse, a marvelous vegetation flourished in the carcass. Veins shot out on every side like trails of bindweed. Disheveled branchwork extended itself among the body. An efflorescence of entrails unfurled their violet-tinted corollas. The big clusters of fat stood out, a sharp white against the red medley of quivering flesh. In Marthe, Histoire d'une fille, which followed in 1876, 2 years later, Huysmans is almost as far from actual achievement as in Le Drageoir à Épicer. But the book, in its crude attempt to deal realistically, and somewhat after the manner of Goncourt, with the life of a prostitute of the lowest depths, marks a considerable advance upon the somewhat casual experiments of his earlier manner. It is important to remember that Marthe preceded La Fille, Elisa, and Nana. I write what I see, what I feel, and what I have experienced, says the brief and defiant preface. And I write it as well as I can, that is all. This explanation is not an excuse. It is simply the statement of the aim that I pursue in art. Explanation or excuse notwithstanding, the book was forbidden to be sold in France. It is naturalism in its earliest and most pitiless stage. Naturalism which commits the error of evoking no sort of interest in this unhappy creature who rises a little from her native gutter, only to fall back more woefully into the gutter again. Goncourt's Elisa at least interests us. Zola's Nana at all events appeals to our senses. But Marthe is a mere document, like her story. Notes have been taken, no doubt, sur le vif. They have been strung together, and here they are, with only an interesting brutality, a curious sordidness to note, in these descriptions that do duty for psychology and incident alike, in the general flatness of character, the general dislocation of episode. Les Sauvetards, published in 1879, and the short story Sac au dos, which appeared in 1880 in the famous Zolaist manifesto, Les Soirées de Médin, show the influence of Les Rougon Macquart rather than of Germanie Lacerteau. For the time, the formula of Zola has been accepted. The result is a remarkable piece of work, but a story without a story, a frame without a picture. With Zola, there is at all events a beginning and an end, a chain of events, a play of character upon incident. But in Les Sauvetards, there is no reason for the narrative ever beginning or ending. There are miracles of description, the workroom, the Rue de Sèvres, the locomotives, the Foire de Pain d'Épices, which lead to nothing. There are interiors, there are interviews, there are the two work girls, Céline and Désirée, and their lovers. There is what Zola himself described as tous ces milieux ouvriers, ce coin de misère et d'ignorance du tranquille ordure et de l'air naturellement empesté. And with it all there is a heavy sense of stagnancy, a dreary lifelessness. All that is good in the book reappears in vastly better company. In En Ménage, 1881, a novel which is, perhaps more in the direct line of heritage from L'Éducation sentimentale, the starting point of the naturalistic novel, than any other novel of the naturalists. En Ménage is the story of Monsieur Tout le Monde, an insignificant personality, one of those poor creatures who have not even the supreme consolation of being able to complain of any injustice in their fate, for an injustice supposes at all events a misunderstood merit of force. André is the reduction to the bourgeois formula of the invariable hero of Huysmans. He is just enough removed from the commonplace to suffer from it with acuteness. He cannot get on either with or without a woman in his establishment. Betrayed by his wife, he consoles himself with a mistress, and finally goes back to the wife. And the moral of it all is, let us be stupidly comfortable, if we can, in any way we can, but it is almost certain that we cannot. In Villon, a less interesting story, which followed En Ménage, the daily misery of the respectable Monsieur Follentin, the government employee, consists in the impossible search for a decent restaurant, a satisfactory dinner. For Monsieur Follentin, too, there is only the same counsel of a desperate and enviable resignation. Never has the intolerable monotony of small inconveniences been so scrupulously, so unsparingly chronicled as in these two studies in the heroic degree of the commonplace. It happens to André at a certain epoch in his life to take back an old servant who had left him many years before. He finds that she has exactly the same defects as before, and to find them there again, comments the author, did not displease him. He had been expecting them all the time. He saluted them as old acquaintances, yet with a certain surprise, notwithstanding, to see them neither grown nor diminished. He noted for himself with satisfaction that the stupidity of his servant had remained stationary. On another page, referring to the inventor of cards, Huysmans defines him as one who did something towards suppressing the free exchange of human imbecility. Having to say in passing that a girl has returned from a ball, she was at home again, he observes, after the half-dried sweat of the waltzes. In this invariably sarcastic turn of the phrase, the absoluteness of contempt, this insistence on the disagreeable, we find the note of Huysmans, particularly at this point in his career, when, like Flaubert, he forced himself to contemplate and to analyze the more mediocre manifestations of la bêtise humaine. There is a certain perversity in this furious contemplation of stupidity, this fanatical insistence on the exasperating attraction of the sordid and the disagreeable. And it is by such stages that we come to à rebord. But on the way, we have to note a volume of Croquis Parisiennes, 1880, in which the virtuoso who is part of the artist in Huysmans has executed some of his most astonishing feats, and a volume on L'Art Moderne, 1883, in which the most modern of artists in literature has applied himself to the criticism, the revelation, rather, of modernity in art. In the latter, Huysmans was the first to declare the supremacy of Degas, the greatest artist that we possess today in France, while announcing with no less fervor the remote, reactionary, and intricate genius of Gustave Moreau. He was the first to discover Raffaelli, the painter of poor people, and the open sky, a sort of Parisian Millet, as he called him, the first to discover Forain, le véritable peintre de la fille, the first to discover Odilon Redon, To do justice to Pissarro and Paul Gauguin, no literary artist since Baudelaire has made so valuable a contribution to art criticism, and the curiosités esthétiques are, after all, less exact in their actual study, less revolutionary, and less really significant in their critical judgments than l'art moderne. The Croquis Parisiennes, which in its first edition was illustrated by etchings of Forain and Raffaelli, is simply the attempt to do in words what those artists have done in aquafortis or in pastel. There are the same Parisian types, the omnibus conductor, the washerwoman, the man who sells hot chestnuts, the same impressions of a sick and sorry landscape. La Bièvre, for preference, in all its desolate and lamentable attraction. There is a marvelously minute series of studies of that typically Parisian music hall, the Folies Bergère. Huysmans' faculty of description is here seen at its fullest stretch of agility, precise, suggestive. With all the outline and color of actual brushwork, it might even be compared with the art of Degas, only there is just that last touch wanting, that breath of palpitating life, which is what we always get in Degas, what we never get in Huysmans. In L'Art Moderne, speaking of the watercolors of Forain, Huysmans attributes to them a specious and cherché art, demanding for its appreciation a certain initiation, a certain special sense. To realize the full value, the real charm of Art Rebord, some such initiation might be deemed necessary. In its fantastic unreality, its exquisite artificiality, it is the natural sequel of En Ménage and A Voleux, which are so much more acutely sordid than the most sordid kind of real life. It is the logical outcome of that hatred and horror of human mediocrity, of the mediocrity of daily existence, which we have seen to be the special form of Huysmans' névrose. The motto, taken from a 13th century mystic, Rusbach the Admirable, is a cry for escape, for the something in the world that there is in no satisfying measure, or not at all. Il faut que je me réjouisse au-dessus du temps, quoique le monde est horreur de ma joie, et que sa grossièreté ne cherche pas ce que je veux dire. And the book is the history of a Théobald raffiné, a voluntary exile from the world in a new kind of palace of art. Des Enceintes, the vague but typical hero, is one of those half-pathological cases which help us to understand the full meaning of the word decadence, which they partly represent. The last descendant of an ancient family, his impoverished blood tainted by all sorts of excesses, Des Enceintes finds himself at 30, sur le chemin, dérissé, seul, abominablement lassé. He has already realized that the world is divided in great part into swaggerers and simpletons. His one desire is to hide himself away, far from the world, in some retreat, where he might deaden the sound of the loud rumbling of inflexible life, as one covers the street with straw for sick people. This retreat he discovers, just far enough from Paris to be safe from disturbance, just near enough to be saved from the nostalgia of the unattainable. He succeeds in making his house a paradise of the artificial, choosing the tones of color that go best with candlelight. For it need scarcely be said that Des Enceintes has effected a simple transposition of night and day. His disappearance from the world has been complete. It seems to him that the comfortable desert of his exile need never cease to be just such a luxurious solitude. It seems to him that he has attained his desire, that he has attained to happiness. Disturbing physical symptoms harass him from time to time, but they pass. It is an effect of nerves that now and again he is haunted by remembrance. The recurrence of a perfume, the reading of a book, brings back a period of life when his deliberate perversity was exercised actively in matters of the senses. There are his fantastic banquets, his fantastic amours, the repas de deuil, Miss Urania, the acrobat, the episode of the ventriloquist woman, and the reincarnation of the Sphinx, and the chimera of Flaubert, the episode of the boy chez Madame Leur. A casual recollection brings up the school days of his childhood with the Jesuits, and with that the beliefs of childhood, the fantasies of the church, the Catholic abnegation of the Imitiato, joining so strangely with the final philosophy of Schopenhauer. At times his brain is haunted by social theories, his dull hatred of the ordinary in life taking form in the region of ideas. But in the main he feeds himself with something of the satisfaction of success on the strange food for the sensations with which he has so laboriously furnished himself. There are his books, and among these a special library of the Latin writers of the Decadence. Exasperated by Virgil, profoundly contemptuous of Horace, he tolerates Lucan, which is surprising, adores Petronius, as well he might, and delights in the neologisms and the exotic novelty of Apuleius. His curiosity extends to the later Christian poets, from the colored verse of Claudian down to the verse which is scarcely verse of the incoherent 9th century. He is, of course, an amateur of exquisite printing, of beautiful bindings, and possesses an incomparable Baudelaire. Édition tirée à un exemplaire, a unique Mallarmé. Catholicism, being the adopted religion of the decadence, for its venerable age, valuable in such matters as the age of an old wine, its vague excitation of the senses, its mystical picturesqueness, Des Esseintes has a curious collection of the later Catholic literature, where Lacordaire and the Comte de Fallot, Veuillot, and Ozanam find their place side by side with the half-prophetic, half-ingenious Hello, the amalgam of a monstrous mysticism and casuistical sensuality. Barbey d'Aurevilly. His collection of profane writers is small, but it is selected for the qualities of exotic charm that have come to be his only care in art, for the somewhat diseased or the somewhat artificial beauty that alone can strike a responsive thrill from his exacting nerves. Considering within himself, he realized that a work of art, in order to attract him, must come to him with that quality of strangeness demanded by Edgar Poe. But he fared yet further along this route, and sought for all the Byzantine flora of the brain, for complicated deliquescences of style. He required a troubling indecision over which he could muse, fashioning it after his will to more of vagueness or of solid form, according to the state of his mind at the moment. He delighted in a work of art, both for what it was in itself and for what it could lend him. He would fain go along with it, thanks to it, as though sustained by an adjuvant, as though borne in a vehicle, into a sphere where his sublimated sensations would wake in him an unaccustomed stir, the cause of which he would long and vainly seek to determine. So he comes to care supremely for Baudelaire, who, more than any other, possessed the marvelous power of rendering with a strange sanity of expression the most fleeting, the most wavering morbid states of exhausted minds, of desolate souls. In Flaubert he prefers La Tentation de Saint Antoine, in Goncourt, La Faustin, in Zola, La Faute de l'Abbé Mouret, the exceptional, the most remote and recherché outcome of each temperament. and of the three, it is the novel of Goncourt that appeals to him with special intimacy, that novel which more than any other seems to express, in its exquisitely perverse charm, all that decadent civilization of which Des Esseintes is the type and symbol. In poetry he has discovered the fine perfume, the evanescent charm of Paul Verlaine, and near that great poet, forgetting strangely Arthur Rimbaud, he places two poets who are curious, the disconcerting, tumultuous Tristan Corbière and the painted and bejeweled Théodore Hannon. With Edgar Poe he has the instinctive sympathy which drew Baudelaire to the enigmatically perverse decadent of America. He delights, sooner than all the world, in the astonishing, unbalanced, unachieved genius of Villiers de l'Isle Adam. Finally, it is in Stéphane Mallarmé that he finds the incarnation of the decadence of a literature irreparably affected in its organism, weakened in its ideas by age, exhausted by the excesses of syntax, sensitive only to the curiosity which fevers sick people, and yet hastening to say everything, now at the end, torn by the wish to atone for all its omissions of enjoyment, to bequeath its subtlest memories of sorrow on its deathbed. But it is not on books alone that Des Esseintes nurses his sick and craving fancy. He pushes his delight in the artificial to the last limits, and diverts himself with a bouquet of jewels, a concert of flowers, an orchestra of liqueurs, an orchestra of perfumes. In flowers he prefers the real flowers that imitate artificial ones. It is the monstrosities of nature, the offspring of unnatural adulteries, that he cherishes in the barbarically colored flowers, the plants with barbaric names, the carnivorous plants of the Antilles, morbid horrors of vegetation, chosen not for their beauty, but for their strangeness. And his imagination plays harmonies on the sense of taste, like combinations of music, from the flute-like sweetness of anisette, the trumpet note of Kirsh, the eager yet velvety sharpness of curaçao, the clarionnet. He combines scents, weaving them into odorous melodies, with effects like those of the refrains of certain poems, employing, for example, the method of Baudelaire in L'Irréparable and Le Balcon, where the last line of the stanza is the echo of the first, in the languorous progression of the melody. And above all, he has his few carefully chosen pictures, with their diverse notes of strange beauty and strange terror. The two Salomés of Gustave Moreau, the religious persecutions of Jan Luyken, the opium dreams of Odilon Redon. His favorite artist is Gustave Moreau, and it is on this superb and disquieting picture that he cares chiefly to dwell. A throne, like the high altar of a cathedral, rose beneath innumerable arches springing from columns, thick-set as Roman pillars, enameled with vari-colored bricks, set with mosaics, encrusted with lapis lazuli and sardonyx, in a palace like the basilica of an architecture at once Mussulman and Byzantine. In the center of the tabernacle surmounting the altar, fronted with rows of circular steps, sat the tetrarch Herod, the tiara on his head, his legs pressed together, his hands on his knees. His face was yellow, parchment-like, annulated with wrinkles, withered with age. His long beard floated like a white cloud on the jeweled stars that constellated the robe of netted gold across his breast. Around this statue, motionless, frozen in the sacred pose of a Hindu god, perfumes burned, throwing out clouds of vapor, pierced, as by the phosphorescent eyes of animals, by the fire of precious stones set in the sides of the throne. Then the vapor mounted, unrolling itself beneath arches where the blue smoke mingled with the powdered gold of great sun rays. fallen from the domes. In the perverse odor of perfumes, in the overheated atmosphere of this church, Salome, her left arm extended in a gesture of command, her bent right arm holding at the level of the face a great lotus, advances slowly to the sound of a guitar thrummed by a woman who crouches on the floor. With collected, solemn, almost august countenance, she begins the lascivious dance that should waken the sleeping senses of the aged Herod. Her breasts undulate, become rigid at the contact of the whirling necklets. Diamonds sparkle on the dead whiteness of her skin. Her bracelets, girdles, rings shoot sparks. On her triumphal robe, sewn with pearls, flowered with silver, sheeted with gold, the jeweled breastplate, whose every stitch is a precious stone, bursts into flame, scatters in snakes of fire, swarms on the ivory-toned tea-rose flesh, like splendid insects with dazzling wings, marbled with carmine, dotted with morning gold, diapered with steel blue, streaked with peacock green. End of section 24. Recorded by Sheila Blunt.
Section 25 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons. Section 25. Two Symbolists. Un livre comme je ne les aime pas, says Mallarmé characteristically, ce épars privé d'architecture, of this long-expected first volume of collected prose divagations, in which we find the prose poems of early date, medallion or full-length portraits of Villiers, de l'Isle-Adam, Villon, Rimbaud, Poe, Whistler, and others, the marvelous, unique studies in the symbolism of the ballet and the theatrical spectacle, comparatively early in date, Richard Wagner, Reverie d'un poète français, Le mystère dans les lettres, and under various titles, the surprising Variations sur un sujet. The hesitation of a lifetime having been, it would seem, overcome, we are at last able to read Mallarmé's doctrine, if not altogether as he would have us read it. And we are at last able, without too much injustice, to judge him as a writer of prose. In saying that this volume is the most beautiful and the most valuable which has found its way into my hands for I know not how long, I shall not pretend to have read it with ease, or to have understood every word of it. D'exhiber les choses à un imperturbable premier plan en camélia, activé par la pression de l'instant, d'accord écrire, dans le cas pourquoi, indûment, sauf pour étaler la banalité, plutôt que tendre le nuage précieux flottant sur l'intime gouffre de chaque pensée, vu que vulgaire ce à quoi on discerne pas plus un caractère immédiat. No, it has always been to that labyrinthe illuminé par des fleurs that Mallarmé has felt it due to their own dignity to invite his readers, to their own dignity and also to his. Mallarmé is obscure, not so much because he writes differently as because he thinks differently from other people. His mind is elliptical, and relying on the intelligence of his readers, he emphasizes the effect of what is unlike other people in his mind by resolutely ignoring even the links of connection that exist between them. Never having aimed at popularity, he has never needed, as most writers need, to make the first advances. He has made neither intrusion upon nor concession to those who, after all, need not read him. And when he has spoken, he has not considered it needful or seemly to listen in order that he might hear whether he was heard. To the charge of obscurity he replies with sufficient disdain that there are many who do not know how to read, except the newspapers, he adds, in one of those disconcerting, oddly printed parentheses which make his work to those who can rightly apprehend it, so full of wise limitations, so safe from hasty or seemingly final conclusions. No one in our time has more significantly vindicated the supreme right of the artist in the aristocracy of letters, willfully perhaps, not always wisely, but nobly, logically. Has not every artist shrunk from that, making of himself a motley to the view, that handing over of his naked soul to the laughter of the multitude, but who in our time has wrought so subtle a veil, shining on this side where the few are, a thick cloud on the other, where are the many. The oracles have always had the wisdom to hide their secret in the obscurity of double meanings, or of what has seemed meaningless, and might it not after all be the finest epitaph for a self-respecting man of letters to be able to say, even after the writing of many books, I have kept my secret, I have not betrayed myself to the crowd. It has been the distinction of Mallarmé that he has always aspired after an impossible liberation of the soul of literature from what is fretting and constraining in the body of that death, which is the mere literature of words. Words, he has realized, are of value only as notations of the free breath of the spirit. Words, therefore, must be employed with an extreme care in their choice and adjustment, in setting them to reflect and chime upon one another, yet least of all things for their own sake, for the sake of what they can never, except by suggestion, express. Thus, an artificiality, even in the use of words, that seeming artificiality which comes from using words as if they had never been used before, that chimerical search after the virginity of language, is but the paradoxical outward sign of an extreme discontent with even the best of their service. Writers who use words fluently, seeming to disregard their importance, do so from an unconscious confidence in their expressiveness, which the scrupulous thinker, the precise dreamer, can never place in the most carefully chosen among them. To evoke, by some elaborate instantaneous magic of language, without the formality of an after all impossible description, to be, in fact, rather than to express, that is what Mallarmé has consistently and from the first sought in verse and prose. And he has sought this wandering, elusive, beckoning butterfly, the soul of dreams, over more and more entangled ground. And it has led him into the depths of many forests, far from the sunlight. He would be the last to permit me to say that he has found what he sought. But is it possible to avoid saying how heroic a search, and what marvelous discoveries by the way? Yes, all these, he admits perhaps proudly, are divagations, and the secret eternal and only beauty is not yet found. Is it perhaps in a mood, a momentary mood, really of discouragement, that he has consented to the publication, the showing off, when within covers, as of goods in a shop window? It is his own image of these fragmentary suggestions towards a complete aesthetic. Beautiful and invaluable I find them, here and there final, and always in form hieratic. Certain writers, in whom the artist's contempt for common things has been carried to its utmost limit, should only be read in books of beautiful and slightly unusual form. Perhaps of all modern writers, Villon and Mallarmé have most carefully sought the most remote ideal, and seem most to require some elaborate presentation to the reader. Mallarmé indeed delighted in heaping up obstacles in the reader's way, not only in the concealment of his meaning by style, but in a furtive, fragmentary, and only too luxurious method of publication, which made it difficult for most people to get his books at all, even for unlimited money. Villon, on the contrary, after publishing his first book, the Première Poésie of 1859, in the delicate type of Parry of Lyon, on ribbed paper with old gold covers, became careless as to how his books appeared, and has to be read in a disorderly crowd of volumes, some of them as hideous as the original edition of Livre Futur, with its red stars and streaks, its Apollo and Cupid and grey city landscape. It is therefore with singular pleasure that one finds the two beautiful books which have lately been published by M. Dumont, the well-known publisher of Ropes, one of the fullest collection of Mallarmé's poems which has ever been published, the other a selection of 20 stories by Villon. The Mallarmé is white and red, the poems printed in italics, a frontispiece by Rops. The Villon is a large square volume in shimmering dark green and gold, with headpieces and tailpieces in 2 tints, by Theo van Rieselberg. These scrolls and titles are done with a sort of reverent self-suppression, as if, for once, decoration existed for a book, and not the book for the decoration, which is hardly the quality for which modern decorators are most conspicuous. In the Poésie we have no doubt Mallarmé's final selection from his own poems. Some of it is even new. The magnificent and mysterious fragment of Hérodiade, his masterpiece perhaps, is, though not indeed completed, more than doubled in length by the addition of a long passage on which he was at work almost to the time of his death. It is curious to note that the new passage is written in exactly the style of the older passage, though in the interval between the writing of the one and the writing of the other, Mallarmé had completely changed his style. By an effort of will, he had thought himself back into an earlier style, and the two fragments join without an apparent scene. There were, it appears, still a hymn or lyric spoken by St. John, and a concluding monologue to be added to the poem. But we have at least the whole of the dialogue between Hérodiade and the nurse, certainly a poem sufficiently complete in itself. The other new pieces are in the latest manner, mainly without punctuation. They would scarcely be alluring, one imagines, even if punctuated. In the course of a few centuries, I am convinced, every line of Mallarmé will have become perfectly clear, as a corrupt Greek text becomes clear in time. Even now a learned commentator could probably do much to explain them at the cost of a lifelong labor. But scholars only give up their lives to the difficult authors of a remote past. Mallarmé can afford to wait. He will not be forgotten. And for us of the present, there are the clear and lovely early poems so delightfully brought together in the white and red book. L'insensibilité de l'azur et des pierres, a serene and gem-like quality entirely his own, is in all these poems in which a particular kind of French verse realizes its ideal. Mallarmé is the poet of a few, a limited poet, perfect within his limits as the Chinese artist of his own symbol. In a beautiful poem he compares himself to the painter of teacups, who spends his life in painting a strange flower. Sur ces tasses de neige à la lune ravie, a flower which has perfumed his whole existence since, as a child, he had felt it graft itself upon the blue filigree of his soul. A very different image must be sought if we wish to sum up the characteristics of Villon de l'Isle Adam. An uncertain artist, he was a man of passionate and lofty genius, and he has left us a great mass of imperfect work out of which we have to form for ourselves whatever notion we can of a man greater than his work. My first impression on looking at the 20 stories which make up the present selection was that the selection had been badly made. Where is Les Demoiselles de Bienfilâtre? I asked myself, remembering that little ironical masterpiece. Where is Le Convive des Dernières Fêtes, with its subtlety of horror, Sentimentalisme, with its tragic and tender modernity, La Reine Isabeau, with its sombre and taciturn intensity? Story after story came into my mind, finer, it seemed to me, in the artistic qualities of the story than many of those selected. Second thoughts incline me to think that the selections could scarcely have been better, for it is a selection made after a plan, and it shows us, not indeed always Villon at his best as a storyteller, but throughout Villon at his highest point of elevation, the man whom we are always trying to see through his work, and the man as he would have seen himself. There is not a collection of stories in French of greater nobility than these Histoires souveraines, in which a regal pomp of speech drapes a more than regal sovereignty of soul. The Villon who mocked mean things and attacked base things is no longer there. The idealist is at home, in his own world, among his ideals. 1897, 1899. End of section 25. Section 26 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons. Section 26. Joris-Karl Huysmans. In the work of Gustave Moreau, conceived on no scriptural data, Des Esseintes saw at last the realization of the strange superhuman Salome that he had dreamed. She was no more the mere dancing girl who, with the corrupt torsion of her limbs, tears a cry of desire from an old man, who, with her eddying breasts, her palpitating body, her quivering thighs, breaks the energy, melts the will of a king. She has become the symbolic deity of indestructible lust, the goddess of immortal hysteria, the accursed beauty, chosen among many by the catalepsy that has stiffened her limbs, that has hardened her muscles, the monstrous, indifferent, irresponsible, insensible beast, poisoning, like Helen of old, all that go near to her, all that look upon her, all that she touches. It is in such a palace of art that Des Esseintes would recreate his already overwrought body and brain, and the monotony of its seclusion is only once broken by a single excursion into the world without. This one episode of action, this one touch of realism, in a book given over to the artificial, confined to a record of sensation, is a projected voyage to London, a voyage that never occurs. Des Esseintes has been reading Dickens idly to quiet his nerves, and the violent colours of those ultra-British scenes and characters have imposed themselves upon his imagination. Days of rain and fog complete the picture of that pays de brume et de bouillie, and suddenly, stung by the unwanted desire for change, he takes the train to Paris, resolved to distract himself by a visit to London. Arrived in Paris before his time, he takes a cab to the office of Galignani's messenger, fancying himself, as the raindrops rattle on the roof and the mud splashes against the windows, already in the midst of the immense city, its smoke and dirt. He reaches Galignani's messenger, and there, turning over Baedekers and Murrays, loses himself in dreams of an imagined London. He buys a Baedeker, and to pass the time enters the bodega at the corner of the Rue de Rivoli and the Rue Castiglione. The wine cellar is crowded with Englishmen. He sees, as he drinks his port and listens to the unfamiliar accents, all the characters of Dickens, a whole England of caricature. As he drinks his Amontillado, the recollection of Poe puts a new horror into the good-humoured faces about him. Leaving the bodega, he steps out again into the rain-swept street, regains his cab, and drives to the English tavern of the Rue d'Amsterdam. He has just time for dinner, and he finds a place beside the Insulaire, with their porcelain eyes, their crimson cheeks, and orders a heavy English dinner, which he washes down with ale and porter, seasoning his coffee, as he imagines we do in England, with gin. As time passes and the hour of the train draws near, he begins to reflect vaguely on his project. He recalls the disillusion of the visit he had once paid to Holland. Does not a similar disillusion await him in London? Why travel when one can travel so splendidly in a chair? Was he not at London already, since its odours, its atmosphere, its inhabitants, its food, its utensils were all about him? The train is due, but he does not stir. I have felt and seen, he says to himself, what I wanted to feel and see. I have been saturated with English life all this time. It would be madness to lose, by a clumsy change of place, these imperishable sensations. So he gathers together his luggage and goes home again, resolving never to abandon the docile phantasmagoria of the brain for the mere realities of the actual world. But his nervous malady, one of whose symptoms had driven him forth and brought him back so spasmodically, is on the increase. He is seized by hallucinations, haunted by sounds. The hysteria of Schumann, the morbid exaltation of Berlioz communicate themselves to him in the music that besieges his brain. Obliged at last to send for a doctor, we find him at the end of the book, ordered back to Paris, to the normal life, the normal conditions, with just that chance of escape from death or madness. so suggestively, so instructively closes the record of a strange, attractive folly, in itself partly a serious ideal, which indeed is Huysmans' own, partly the caricature of that ideal. Des Esseintes, though studied from a real man who is known to those who know a certain kind of society in Paris, is a type rather than a man. He is the offspring of the decadent art that he adores, and this book a sort of breviary for its worshippers. It has a place of its own in the literature of the day, for it sums up not only a talent, but a spiritual epoch. A Rebours is a book that can only be written once, and since that date Huysmans has published a short story, Un du Lame, 1887, which is merely a somewhat lengthy anecdote, two novels, En Rade, 1887, and Là-bas, 1891, both of which are interesting experiments, but neither of them an entire success, and a volume of art criticism, Certain, 1890. Notable for a single splendid essay, that on Félicien Rapp, the etcher of the fantastically erotic. En Rade is a sort of deliberately exaggerated record, vision rather than record, of the disillusions of a country sojourn as they affect the disordered nerves of a town névrose. The narrative is punctuated by nightmares, marvelously woven out of nothing, and with no psychological value. The human part of the book being a sort of picturesque pathology at best, the representation of a series of states of nerves sharpened by the tragic ennui of the country. There is a cat which becomes interesting in its agonies, but the long boredom of the man and woman is only too faithfully shared with the reader. Là-bas is a more artistic creation on a more solid foundation. It is a study of Satanism, a dexterous interweaving of the history of Gilles de Retz, the traditional Bluebeard, with the contemporary manifestations of the black art. The execration of impotence, the hate of the mediocre, that is perhaps one of the most indulgent definitions of diabolism, says Huysmans somewhere in the book, and it is on this side that one finds the link of connection with the others of that series of pessimist studies in life. Un naturalisme spiritualiste, he defines his own art at this point in its development, and it is in somewhat the documentary manner that he applies himself to the study of these strange problems, half of hysteria, half of a real mystical corruption that does actually exist in our midst. I do not know whether the monstrous tableau of the Black Mass, so marvelously, so revoltingly described in the central episode of the book, is still enacted in our days, but I do know that all but the most horrible practices of the sacrilegious magic of the Middle Ages are yet performed from time to time in a secrecy which is all but absolute. The character of Madame Chantelouve is an attempt, probably the first in literature, to diagnose a case of sadism in a woman. To say that it is successful would be to assume that the thing is possible, which one hesitates to do. The book is even more disquieting to the normal mind than A Rebours, but it is not like that, the study of an exception which has become a type. It is the study of an exception which does not profess to be anything but a disease. Huysmans' place in contemporary literature is not quite easy to estimate. There is a danger of being too much attracted or too much repelled by those qualities of deliberate singularity which make his work, sincere expression as it is of his own personality, so artificial and recherché in itself. With his pronounced exceptional characteristics, it would have been impossible for him to write fiction impersonally or to range himself for long in any school under any master. Interrogated one day as to his opinion of naturalism, he had but to say in reply, Au fond, il y a des écrivains qui ont du talent et d'autres qui n'en ont pas, qu'ils soient en naturaliste, romantique, décadent, tout ce que vous voudrez, ce m'est égal. Il s'agit pour moi d'avoir du talent, et voilà tout. But as we have seen, he has undergone various influences. He has had his periods. From the first, he has had a style of singular pungency, novelty, and color. And even in Le Drageoir à Épices, we find such daring combinations as this: Camille rouge, cette fanfare de rouge m'étourdissait, cette gamme d'une intensité furieuse, d'une violence inouïe, m'aveuglait. Working upon the foundation of Flaubert and of Goncourt, the two great modern stylists, he has developed an intensely personal style of his own, in which the sense of rhythm is entirely dominated by the sense of color. He manipulates the French language with a freedom sometimes barbarous, dragging his images by the heels of the hair, in the admirable phrase of Léon Cladel, up and down the worm-eaten staircase of terrified syntax, gaining certainly the effects at which he aims. He possesses in the highest degree that style tacheté et faisandé, high-flavoured and spotted with corruption, that he attributes to Goncourt and Verlaine, and with this audacious and barbaric profusion of words, chosen always for their colour and their vividly expressive quality, he is able to describe the essentially modern aspect of things as no one had ever described them before. No one before him had ever so realized the perverse charm of the sordid, the perverse charm of the artificial. Exceptional always, it is for such qualities as these, rather than for the ordinary qualities of the novelist, that he is remarkable. His stories are without incident, they are constructed to go on until they stop, they are almost without characters. His psychology is a matter of the sensations, and chiefly the visual sensations. The moral nature is ignored, the emotions resolve themselves for the most part into a sordid ennui, rising at times into a rage at existence. The protagonist of every book is not so much a character as a bundle of impressions and sensations, the vague outline of a single consciousness, his own. But it is that single consciousness in this morbidly personal writer with which we are concerned, for Huysmans' novels, with all their strangeness, their charm, their repulsion, typical too as they are of much beside himself, are certainly the expression of a personality as remarkable as that of any contemporary writer. 1892. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Figures of Several Centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. Figures of Several Centuries by Arthur Symons. Section 27. Charles Baudelaire. Baudelaire is little known and much misunderstood in England. Only one English writer has ever done him justice, or said anything adequate about him. As long ago as 1862, Swinburne introduced Baudelaire to English readers. In the columns of The Spectator, it is amusing to remember. In 1868, he added a few more words of just and subtle praise in his book on Blake, and in the same year wrote the magnificent elegy on his death, Ave atque vale. There have been the occasional outbreaks of irrelevant abuse or contempt, and the name of Baudelaire, generally misspelled, is the journalist's handiest brickbat for hurling at random in the name of respectability. Does all this mean that we are waking up, over here, to the consciousness of one of the great literary forces of the age, a force which has been felt in every other country but ours? It would be a useful influence for us. Baudelaire desired perfection, and we have never realized that perfection is a thing to aim at. He only did what he could do supremely well, and he was in poverty all his life, not because he would not work, but because he would work only at certain things, the things which he could hope to do to his own satisfaction. Of the men of letters of our age he was the most scrupulous. He spent his whole life in writing one book of verse, out of which all French poetry has come since his time. One book of prose, in which prose becomes a fine art. Some criticism, which is the sanest, subtlest, and surest, which his generation produced. And a translation, which is better than a marvellous original. What would French poetry be today if Baudelaire had never existed? As different a thing from what it is as English poetry would be without Rossetti. Neither of them is quite among the greatest poets, but they are more fascinating than the greatest, they influence more minds. And Baudelaire was an equally great critic. He discovered Poe, Wagner, and Manet. Where even Sainte-Beuve, with his vast materials, his vast general talent for criticism, went wrong in contemporary judgments, Baudelaire was infallibly right. He wrote neither verse nor prose with ease, but he would not permit himself to write either without inspiration. His work is without abundance, but it is without waste. It is made out of his whole intellect and all his nerves. Every poem is a train of thought, and every essay is the record of sensation. This romantic had something classic in his moderation, a moderation which becomes at times as terrifying as Poe's logic. To cultivate one's hysteria so calmly, and to affront the reader, hypocrite lecteur, mon semblable, mon frère, as a judge rather than as a penitent, to be a casuist in confession, to be so much a moralist with so keen a sense of the ecstasy of evil, that has always bewildered the world, even in his own country, where the artist is allowed to live as experimentally as he writes. Baudelaire lived and died solitary, secret, a confessor of sins who has never told the whole truth. Le mauvais moine of his own sonnet, an ascetic of passion, a hermit of the brothel. To understand, not Baudelaire, but what we can of him, we must read not only the 4 volumes of his collected works, but every document in Crépet's Œuvres Posthumes, and above all the letters, and these have only now been collected into a volume, under the care of an editor who has done more for Baudelaire than any one since Crépet. Baudelaire put into his letters only what he cared to reveal of himself at a given moment. He has a different angle to distract the sight of every observer, and let no one think that he knows Baudelaire when he has read the letters to Poulet-Malassis, the friend and publisher, to whom he showed his business side, or the letters to La Présidente, the touchstone of his spleen et idéal, his chief experiment in the higher sentiments. Some of his carefully hidden virtues peep out at moments, it is true, but nothing that everybody has not long been aware of. We hear of his ill luck with money, with proof-sheets, with his own health. The tragedy of the life which he chose, as he chose all things, poetry, Jeanne Duval, the artificial paradises, deliberately, is made a little clearer to us. We can moralize over it if we like. But the man remains baffling, and will probably never be discovered. As it is, much of the value of the book consists in those glimpses into his mind and intentions which he allowed people now and then to see. Writing to Sainte-Beuve, to Flaubert, to Soulary, he sometimes lets out, through mere sensitiveness to an intelligence capable of understanding him, some little interesting secret. Thus it is to Sainte-Beuve that he defines and explains the origin and real meaning of the petit poème en prose, faire sans bagatelle laborieuse qui exige une bonne humeur constante, bonne humeur nécessaire, même pour traiter des sujets tristes, une excitation bizarre qui a besoin de spectacle, de foule, de musique, de réverbère même. Voilà ce que j'ai voulu faire. And writing to some obscure person, he will take the trouble to be even more explicit, as in this symbol of the sonnet. Avez-vous observé qu'un morceau de ciel aperçu par un soupirail, ou entre 2 cheminées, 2 rochers, ou par une arcade, donnait une idée plus profonde de l'infini que le grand panorama vu du haut d'une montagne? It is to another casual person that he speaks out still more intimately, and the occasion of his writing is some thrill of gratitude toward one who had at last done a little justice not to himself, but to Manet. Eh bien, on m'accuse, moi, d'imiter Edgar Poe. Savez-vous pourquoi j'ai si patiemment traduit Poe? Parce qu'il me ressemblait. La première fois que j'ai ouvert un livre de lui, j'ai vu avec épouvant des ravissements non seulement des sujets rêvés par moi, mais des phrases pensées par moi et écrites par lui 20 ans auparavant. It is in such glimpses as these that we see something of Baudelaire in his letters. 1906. End of section 27.